If none of us brought the gun, who's shooting at the sun? It's time to pick up where we left off and take on the remainder of this story and enjoy what's left of Arknights, Portatori dei Velluti. Let's get started. What's up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G. Welcome back to the channel and to the live stream. We've got our mask ready for Carnival, and we're excited. I hope you guys are as excited as I am, because we got through the first half of the story the last time we played the other day. And I do apologize. My intent originally was that I was going to come back and continue this yesterday, but we didn't get the chance to. I got started a little later than I intended on my start with my live streams. I just had a lot to do, a lot going on, and I kind of overslept yesterday too. Excuse me. So we're back, though. We're back, and we're going to get this story finished tonight. I've got a couple other choices, a couple other fun choices to make, though, while we're here, and we'll get there when we get started and get into the game. But guys, first and foremost, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out of your day to hang out here on the channel with me while we're live. And for those of you that are watching this on the VOD, you guys are amazing. We just celebrated our 350 subscriber milestone, and I dropped the video I'm so pumped about, and I'm very proud of where I took the time and dubbed the remaining Arknights male operators that are available now who didn't have an English dub voice, including, because I recorded it prior to the release of this event, Figurino. So my voice is a little different than what is in the game, but it was an attempt. But I got that and some NPCs dubbed, so make sure you guys check out that video, as well as the reaction today to the live stream, the 6th anniversary live stream, and all the awesome stuff that got announced, including Exusier Alter. So make sure you guys check that out as well. I had a little bit of fun this time around and paused the video at places where they showed the skill stuff and used Google Lens on my phone to translate, which is the first time I've ever done something like that. So that added a little depth to it this time, I feel. I felt a little better about it and about the video, making that one. So that was pretty cool too. And that's out there and available for you guys to watch too. But we're going to get in. We're going to continue this story. I'm so excited to see where this ends up. There's a lot going on, and where we ended last time, we're still kind of digging in with everybody, and we're seeing what's going on with Vulpes Foglia, and of course, everything that's happening with Vigil being in the hospital now from the car crash. We've got Tenants investigating and trying her best. Texas is now in the fray. Lappland's just kind of doing her own thing. She hasn't quite made her grand entrance yet. She's done some stuff. She's appeared. She's driving that taxi. She drove around the girl from the trucking company. But what is she doing? Where is she? Where are you, Pookie? Guess we're going to have to find out. Okay. Fist bump. Boom. All right. That means there's a lot coming. I'm pumped for this. And of course, too, actually, the very last stage that we did was we got the introduction of Crown Slayer and how she's involved in the story. So that's pretty cool. We're going to find out a little more about her, I believe, this time around. But first and foremost, we got to jump in. We'll do our daily stuff, and we will take a look at what we can do with a couple certificates that I have to pull some operators with, or not so much pull, but rather select. So let's get started. Ooh, we got our popcorn already. A good one. Let's jump in. Get my login started.
Arknights.
There we go. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's get in here.
Here's a carnival costume. Put it on.
I'll wear my carnival costume, Pookie. All right. We'll get our login stuff. All right, let's pick 2 lucky strips. What do we get? We get an 800 today. Let's go. I had my first bout of luck earlier on my other account, my original account. Managed to get Vulpes Foglia. Still no Lappland on there yet, but I still got a little bit of gift card money left over from all the polls that I did here that I can maybe buy a pack or two and continue to try for her, but
It's quiet.
we'll see. To get my rotations in, rest
Isn't there
up.
a closer room to the professor's?
No, Arian, I don't want you near my room. Stay away. Oh, I can't exchange yet. All right. Okay. Let's go visit our friends. Guys, if you're friends with me, you got to get used to seeing me in your base because I do this every single day. It's just a habit, but I make sure to visit because A, you got to get your credits for the credit shop, but B, clue exchanges and so on and so forth, all that stuff. But I visit you all. I'm sure there's a couple people who have already unfriended me because they got tired of hearing either my Lappland or Texas in their bases, but it is what it is. I say wait until one of the last days. That's a fair idea. Something I might try. I'm gonna save up on that account. I've just been doing my daily free pulls on there. So I did the free and today, and that's how I got Opus. It's gonna be nice to have her, but I want my Pookie on both accounts. Trouble is, now I have my OG account has Texas the Omertosa, and this one has Lappland the Decadenza, so I have both their altars as my assistants, which is pretty cool. I think people are happy to see people in their bases. Some will unfriend if you don't do clue exchange regularly. See, I try to make sure that I give out clues as often as possible because I get so many in return that I tend to use, first and foremost, the ones that people give me. I love this glitch. There's 3 of me in my oldest space. But anyways, yeah, I like to give out the ones that I get, and I try to cycle it. Like, I try to look at the people and see, oh, did I give this one recently? Okay, and then go to the next person. It doesn't help, though, sometimes that there are some people that I've had on my list that they don't really seem to do the base stuff and the clue things, so kind of hard to give to them when your clue comes back eventually.
Put it on.
My family plays, kind of. They're on and off again, not a lot. Every one of them has an account, and they made their accounts, and they play a little bit, but like my youngest just finished S2-4 today. He finished that finally, so my oldest, I have no clue where he is actually in the game, but neither of them play regularly. They just like to jump on from time to time because they get that itch when seeing me play. So
join you simply because I'm bored and want something
everybody
to do.
in the family has an account.
But I heard my sworn.
I try to, say, hey, come on, I send you clues if you, go to your base once in a while. I'll visit you. You can use my operators for your support. Yeah.
But I'll still do my best.
Hi, I'm Spot from Operation Reserve Team A6. My job
All right, we got Spot. Let's get some new recruiting in. Well, let's refresh. Okay. We'll go AoE supporter and medic. I'll just throw random tags out here and see what happens. That's what I usually do. Ooh, crowd control, shift, and debuff. That's an interesting. Support, defense, and starter. Okay. All right, let's collect our stuff here. And of course, we'll finish off our stuff later, our dailies. Okay, let's do our free. Okay, it's a third. Caster Steward.
I'm glad to be working.
Okay, so that's our free one for there. Now we have some stuff to redeem. Okay. Ooh, I've got these recruitments. I gotta get rid of them. Not that I really... Okay, do I have anybody? No. So let's just get ourselves a token. Let's go with Frostleaf. I like Frostleaf. Sibling is the same, but huge about Aya. I don't blame them. That's a good choice. I do not blame them at all.
I'm your operator.
Amazing choice. Ayafiola is awesome. Such a sweetheart. Okay. Same with these ones. Okay, how about... Let's go with Discount Texas.
I'm Melinda.
I still make that joke and it's horrible. I don't care. All right, so operator permit here. And I said it already. We're gonna go with Mizuki because I don't have Mizuki on either of my accounts. So.
あ、ドクター、こんにちは。ケルシー先生が今日から僕はドクターの配下になるって言ってたよ。相変わらず正式なオペレーターとしては認められないみたいだけど、ドクターが手伝ってほしいことがあれば何でも力になるからね。
Awesome. I finally have him. I do have Typhon on my other account, though, so I went with Mizuki this time. Typhon, I built her, but I haven't really used her, so I've got a... She's part of like a backup squad for me right now as I continue to reevaluate my backups. Now, this one's going to be a little more difficult because there is a lot of characters in here that I have or don't have. Or rather, that I don't have on either account. There are some that I have, some that I don't use. I have Archetto, I have Angelina, I have Pallas, Magellan, Carnelian. Can't remember if I have Saga or not. I definitely have Suzerain, and I have Surtur. Well, wait a second. I have Nightingale, Surtur, Suzerain, Magellan, Carnelian, Angelina, Archetto. Pallas is a more recent, so I don't have Passenger, Ak, or Heliger. And Ak is one that's eluded me as well. I've never used any of them. Surtur is awesome. She is a good choice, but it's one of those things where the collector in me is also in that, like, I want somebody new. So... All right, chat. We're gonna give you the job. Pick. Help pick for me. Let's see how we can choose this. We got to vote for Saga. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We'll give it a minute, give it a couple minutes here and see if anybody else gives thought here. Saga, Surtur, or Suzerain? Okay. Let's see. While we're doing this, while I'm waiting on you guys to give me some options, let me pull up, I'm going to pull up my other account and look and see how many of these I do have. We'll go down the list. I'll check each one. You need Nightingale too. Nightingale's interesting, and the thing is, some of them, of course, I collect for story purposes, but, you know, characters that have appeared in the story, or the main story versus, you know, side stories and stuff like that. Of course, I want to collect everybody, but, you know, I've also got that fascination with making sure I have everybody that appears in the main line, and, like, in the anime and stuff like that, so... Alright, here we go. Operators. Rarity. Okay, so 6 stars. Let's see. Nightingale. Let's see if I have Nightingale on this account. First and foremost. Did I? Okay, I turned my volume up. I shouldn't have it up. Okay, no. Okay, so I don't have Nightingale over here. Okay. So I don't have Nightingale. Interesting. Surtur I do have, because I was actually working on building her today on my other account here. Heliger I don't have. So that's 2. Suzerain I do. Ak I don't. Okay, so that's 3. Saga. Do I have Saga? I thought I did. Yes, I do. I have Saga. Okay. I have Magellan. I have Carnelian. Carnelian was one of the very first 6 stars I got on this account because I didn't put a lot of time or a lot of anything into polling for her or for anything on this account for a long time because I took my break on it. So Carnelian, Angelina I got recently. I forget how. Yes, I got her. Passenger I don't have, so that's 4. Archetto. Archetto, where are you? Do I have you? I swear I got you on that account. Tell me I don't have her too. I swear I got her. I know my one of my kids has her, and my wife has her too. Maybe that's where I'm getting confused. Nope, I don't have Archetto, so that's 5. And do I have Palace? I'm pretty sure I have Palace. Yeah, okay, I have Palace. So it is Nightingale, Helliger, Ak, Saga, Passenger, and Palace. That's 6 of them. Wow, that's more than I thought. Okay. Also missing Angelina and Passenger. One that eludes me is Bagpipe. Bagpipe I managed to get pretty... I think I have her two potential on both accounts. I can't remember. At least on my other account here I do. I know I have her at least 1. I could scroll down and see. Yeah, I have her 2 potential here too. Okay. She's a good one. Still going with Saga. Okay. All right. Okay. This is interesting. I have so many that I don't have. Man. This is hard. This is a hard choice. I don't have any of these on this account. All right. Do what's fun, not what we want. Hey, come on. I'm trying to have you guys help. I'm trying to get some immersion. The first thought, I'll be honest, my first thought with who I was thinking of picking was Ak, because of the fact, again, I don't have him on either account, and he just really intrigues me. And the sake of the fact that I also had a very interesting, like, brotherly type of AI chat with him once that was just funny, because my character and him got into some ridiculous hijinks and some stupid stuff, and he kept trying to get me to try mysterious potions and things that he was making, and it was kind of awkward, but fun story. Anyways, KOB needs her food-eating rival. See, I don't know if I'll use Saga, though. Let me see. I think I can click on... Okay. Here, I can look at resumes. Okay, she's blocked 2. When dealing lethal damage, leave the enemy with 1 HP and inflict critically wounded. Gives +2 SP to the attacker when killed. Saga will not attack critically wounded targets. When HP falls below 40%, gains 70% physical dodge and can restore 5% max HP every second, lasting for 15 seconds. Can only activate once. That's interesting. Okay, so 12 DP. Okay, DP skills, DP over duration. Okay, interesting. Let's see Nightingale here. Restores HP of 3 allies. Okay, she's a multi-target medic. Can summon Phantom. Ooh, okay. Phantoms cannot attack or block enemies, but have 75 resistance and 30% physical dodge. More likely to be targeted by enemies. Phantoms lose 3% max HP per second. Next heal grants targets a barrier. Okay. Range expands. Attack plus 80. Resistance of allies plus 150%. Grants 25% arts dodge. Okay. I still want to know what happens to her story-wise, because, like, that's kind of left up in the air. I have those. What's Helliger like? Let's see. View resume. Can't be healed by other units. Recovers 70 self HP every time this operator attacks an enemy. Okay, 100% attack speed, tenacity. Reaches maximum bonus when losing 70% max HP. Regenerates 60 HP per second when this unit is not blocking an enemy. Interesting. 75, 80%, 70%. 100% attack range plus 2 tiles, can attack up to 3 targets simultaneously. This operator is assigned to a dorm. Plus 0.1 morale per hour. Okay. Assigned to the workshop. Process skill summaries. Production rate by 80%. That's a pretty good base skill. Okay. Let's see. Continually loses HP over time. Oh, he's a geek specialist like what New Exusier is. All right, interesting. Drug cocktail administration. Each attack will randomly trigger one of the following effects. Restores own HP by 15%. That attack deals 150% damage, slows the enemy for 1.4, or stuns them for 1 second. Increases healing effects on this unit by 20%. Rapid fire, attack speed plus 100. Type by stim pack. That makes me think of Fallout. Attacks an ally within range. Prioritize allies directly in front of this unit 15 times for 500 damage, and then increases the max HP and defense of self in that unit by 80% for the remaining duration of the skill. Durian flavored stim pack. Attacks an ally within range. Prioritize allies directly in front of this unit 15 times for 500 damage, then increases attack plus 50%, attack speed by plus 50 of self and that unit for the remaining duration of the skill. Interesting. Neuroticism. When this operator is assigned to the control center, increases the likelihood of obtaining clues corresponding to the factions of operators assigned to the reception room. But it also increases morale consumption. Okay. To be a trainer, medic operator specialization, training speed plus 60%. That's insane for that. Okay. Huh. Boy, that makes this so much harder. But yet, again, I'm still working on building Surtur. Arts damage. She's an arts fighter. Attacks ignore 20 resistance. After receiving fatal damage, continuously prevent HP from falling below 1. Retreat from the battlefield 8 seconds later. Attack the next attack to 310%. If the target is defeated, immediately recover all skill points. Attack 120%, attack range plus 1, and attack target count plus 1. When attacking only one enemy, deal 160% attack as damage to the target. Immediately recover all HP, attack plus 330%, attack range plus 2, attack target count plus 3, max HP plus 5,000. Gradually lose HP, caps at 20% per second after 60 seconds, unlimited duration. Guard operator specialties. Training speed at 60%. Okay. Get Ack then. KOB needs her food eating rival. She's a stalling unit, can do pretty good damage for lane holding. Okay, that was for Nightingale. Paired with a defender or something, she's good. Nightingale is good for Undying Surtur strats. Interesting. Tin Man can help Heliger. Good to know. Any solo blade and Reaper operator can get heal from Tin Man. Perfumer also works for global heal on summons and Heliger, I think. See, that's one thing I still don't have. Oh, for Saga. Oh, okay. I still don't have Tin Man yet. I've got to work on those, the IS modes for you guys. So we'll do that probably another stream sometime. Man, this is so hard. This is so hard because, like, I don't know. And some part of me, I don't like. Block 2's cool. I like that. The not attacking critically wounded targets. On one hand, I don't like that, but it also doesn't really affect me under the circumstances that somebody else will attack, right? You know, you would figure that. Surtur is such an awesome choice. Man, this is hard. I want Ack just because. And that's also something cool to know about the geek specialist thing, because I don't think I have anybody else like that. Let me check my specialists before we use that. Let's see. Whoops, that's my squad. Operators. Job and specialist. Who do I have for specialists? Okay, so we have a lot of specialists. Okay, let's see if anybody else holds that. Okay, she's an executor. Trap Master, Executor, Doll Keeper, Push Stroker, Executor, Trap Master. Dorothy's cool. Merchant, Ambusher for Mizuki, Executor for... I don't remember getting Phantom. That's weird. Anyways, Push Stroker, Hookmaster, Merchant, Doll Keeper, Executor, Ambusher for Kirara. She's so adorable. Kirara is a name my wife uses for a lot of her avatar stuff and like online type things. Merchant, Hookmaster, Doll Keeper, Executor. So I don't have any other geek specialists. Saga. That's so... I don't use her, though. I don't use her. Okay. She's worse Mizuki, but very, very cute. I like her look, and I do like the story, but man. Thorns, Viviana. Man. Oh, I've got Colonel permits too. You know what? We're gonna use Colonel permits while we're waiting here. Let's cause I haven't pulled on a Colonel banner at all in a while. Kobe's in, Rosa's in. Let's see if these bring anybody. Just out of curiosity. Oh, come on! I have not pulled on the Colonel banner in front. There's 2! No way!
Great.
Rosa. I'll take Rosa. I do like Rosa.
Once again express my
She's
gratitude
cute.
to Rhodes Island for taking in me and my friends.
I like the gun,
I've
the
had
weapon.
enough of everyone
I used
working
Rosa a
witches.
lot on my OG account.
Hi.
Okay, so here's 2. Cruz.
Cruz.
3.
My name is Plume, formerly of the Pontifica Cohors Lateran. I will be your sword
That's
and your
2
wings as I
streams in a row,
defend your
though.
very-
That we started off with a 10 pull on something and got 2 6 stars in one. That is nuts luck.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I'm just...
5.
I'm Melantha.
Melantha. 6. Jackie.
新人オペレーターのジャッキーだよ。前はクルビアで補助警察を。
Here we go.
Great.
2 roses. Oh,
Allow
okay.
me to-
That's interesting. All right. We got 2 roses and 1 10. All right. Let's throw the second one here. Just for fun. What? What is this? Okay, there's a single this time. I was going to say there better not be 2 more.
Oh no, Doctor.
Okay.
My name is
1.
Um,
That is
sorry.
insane.
I
Lucky
mean,
bastard. Oh,
I
man.
used to be a lighthouse.
There's 2.
Hi.
Gray.
My name is Gray.
Gray is
I'm
adorable.
kind of an electrician.
This is nuts.
Hi.
There's 2
My
Grays
name is
back to
Gray.
back.
I'm kind of an electrician.
Let's see.
That's Fang, Captain of Reserve Op Team A1. My team and I will do our best to serve Rhodes Island.
I think I have enough luck. I could easily share. I'll gladly give you guys my luck.
Meteor, the archer from the
Here's
woods.
5.
Do you need an operator?
Here we go.
Ah,
Kobe again. Okay. All right. So we got Kobe. I already have her. So that's just potential, though. That's awesome. All right. Let's pull back on that. I don't think I have enough as far as like certs go for her. I'm going to hold on to these distinctions. Yeah, for this next time. Start saving those. Rosa and Greythroat is in. Do I have Greythroat? I don't think I have Greythroat. I might actually spend these to get her. Let's take a look real quick. Chat, just because. That'll be fun. Greythroat is a 5, so let's scroll down to 5s. There's my 5s. Oh, first of all, get our potential. I liked Rosa. Okay. Okay, Glaucus. Okay, Glaucus was new for me. Whoops. Continue. All right. Down to the 5s. Down to the 5s. Down to the 5s. Do I have Greythroat? Because I want Greythroat because of her involvement in the main story. So I may use those certs to get her if I don't have. Maybe use La Pluma, Dito, Savage, Fire Whistle, Senshi, Vulcan, Alsta, Luna Cub, Sisa. Oh, Beeswax. Papyrus, Tuye, Orpharin, Stina. Wow. Okay, I don't, so we're gonna get Greythroat. Okay. Certificates, Universal, 500. We're gonna hire Greythroat. That's an additional operator I didn't have.
So you're the doctor? You told me about you. I'm Greythroat. Please don't disappoint me.
I like her voice. I like her voice. Kyubi? Is Kyubi fun to use? Is that who you're asking? Unbelievable with Colonel Banner. I always get scammed. You should see my luck back in the day in my older videos with the Colonel Banner with this account. I had some bad ones. It took me forever to get Exusier. Exusier and Chen are two of my most incredible stories for horrible luck with the Colonel Banner. But we still got through. We pushed on, and people kept telling me like, save your certs from it. And it's like, yeah, I was saving my certs to get the permits, but some of the ones like Exusier weren't pulling up in here for me to grab them. And at the same time, I didn't really have these certificates to grab them when they popped up in this side in the distinctions. So it is what it is. But the choice Colonel banners are awesome. I love being able to pick the ones that you don't have and be able to chase after them a little bit. That is a really good thing that they added in. Excuse me. Casters that use stun rope like Art, she could stop them. Yeah, Kyubi's really good with that. Overall, Kay's a nice, she's a nice choice to use. I do like her. I haven't really used her on this account yet. I used her a little bit on my other one. Let's pull her up. Kyubi, where are you? There you are. Yeah, I haven't even built her on here. Will this show me anything? She's a core caster, deals arts damage, crowd control. I don't have any of the stuff here. Wait, she's featured. She's featured, so we can see her preview over here. That's a better idea. So her range will increase just a little bit. Each attack deals additional arts damage to the target equal to 40% of its defense. When there are no other friendly units in the surrounding 4 tiles, attack plus 8% and attack speed plus 8. Increases the attack of the next attack to 210%, prioritizing enemies that are not blocked and binding them for 3 seconds. You could store 3 charges for that. Really hot knives. Attack interval is reduced greatly and attacks prioritize enemies with the highest defense. And then for the third skill, attack range expands. Attack plus 210%. Attacks now deal physical damage, prioritize enemies with the lowest defense, and silence targets for 5 seconds. When this operator is assigned to a factory, capacity limit plus 8, morale consumed is minus 0.25, and then this one is productivity plus 20% in the first hour, thereafter plus 1% per hour up to 25%. So she's got some interesting skills. Each attack, additional arts damage to the target equal to 40% of its defense. When there are no other friendly units in the surrounding 4 tiles, attack plus 8% and attack speed plus 8. So Kyubi's overall, like, she's a real good all-around caster and pretty cool. Again, for crowd control, high damage, she's pretty nice. All right. Okay. We got to do this. Ooh, I've got these. Get me some supplies here. For sling components, I needed those. All right, we're back to here. We're back to here. I don't think I'm going to use Saga. That's my biggest thing. I know you guys were saying about that, but I don't think I'm really going to rely on her or use her. At least not right now. Then again, I don't know if I'm going to use Ak. I would use Surtur. Nightingale, I want for story, but I probably won't use her for a while. At least for medic. I'm not big on using medics. You guys have seen my strats. Because I focus my medic with Shu and with Calcit. Magellan I'm probably not going to use. Nor Angelina. Carnelian I don't particularly care for. Just because she doesn't attack unless you activate her skills, and I'm not big on operators like that. Like, if I would get her, the only reason I would get her is to pair her with, just to have her because I have her sister. I have Beeswax. Passenger's interesting. Attacks deal arts damage and jump between 4 enemies. He's a chain caster. Okay. 15%, 80% or more HP. Passenger will deal 20% increased damage to them for 3 seconds. There are no enemies in the surrounding 4. Attack plus 8. Okay. Archetto. I don't really need another sniper right now. I'm good with my range. Palace. Saga, Surtur, Nightingale, Surtur or Ack if you like him. Carnelian is not good anyway. Yeah, I honestly, again, she's one of the first ones that I got on my other account, 6 stars, that after I took a break for a while, I randomly got her for the first time polling with stuff, and she just, I used her, but just kind of couldn't get the hang of that, not being able to attack without activating the skill. And the only one that I do like is Malnar with his skill. He's the only one I'll let slide for that, for boss killing and stuff. So we got 3 Surtur votes right now. 1 for Saga, another for Nightingale, and then of course Ack is whatever. But I have time. I could potentially pull for him. Or Surtur. Ooh, wait. Hold on. Before we make this choice, chat, I apologize. I don't mean to keep delaying you before we get to the story, but let me look at what the upcoming Colonel banners are going to be. Let me Google this real quick. Because if I can find what the upcoming banners are, I think there's one with Surtur coming, and if that's the case, I may hold off on her. We'll see. Because I could potentially pull for her or get her out of the shop that way. Let's look. Let's look at the wiki. Headhunting. Maybe. Where is it? Where is it? Come here. Find me. Operation. Oh, that's not helping. Headhunt. Here we go. Okay. Coming banners. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one's currently in now. Upcoming. Okay, joint operation is Ascalon, Dorothy, Malnar, and Pozemka. Then we have Thorn's Altar. Wow, none of them are featured coming up. Oh, that makes it even harder. Damn, I thought that was gonna ease things here. I thought that was gonna ease things. Okay, well, so much for that. Extra copies of Surtur won't hurt either if you use her, but she's also a common unit to borrow. Good point. I don't use her. Like I said, I just started building her today, but on my other account, and I could always borrow her from there if I want. If I need, I could put her up to borrow. All right, look, I'm making an executive decision, and I'm doing this. I know I asked you guys for help, but I'm doing this because of the nerd and the collector and the fact that this dude has eluded me. I'm gonna get Ack. I'm sorry. I have to. We gotta get him.
So, you're the doctor, eh? Nice to meet you. My name's Ack. That's right. 2 A's with a K. Anyway, I'm here because the agency got some business here at Rhodes Island. Quick question before we start. Does the phrase medical mishap put you off?
That is not the voice I expected him to have. Wow. That is intriguing. Surtur's a bit situational either way. It's one of those things where I'll get all these operators eventually, and with the fact that we get these selectors and the banners where we can pick, I'll be able to continue collecting, and I'll get Surtur one way or another on here. But I have her on my original account, so, and a lot of these other ones I will too. Listen to his other VAs too. All right, let's check that real quick, and then we'll jump into the story here, guys. Let's see. Where's he pop up on the list? Here we go. All right, let's hear the other VAs. Oh, I'm gonna cancel the food eating contest. Oh, they'll still have a food eating contest. That is interesting. Oh, it's Casey. That's why. I knew he sounded familiar. Casey was the character or the voice actor that took over in the Netflix dub for Neon Genesis Evangelion. Would not recommend that dub. Absolutely hate it with a passion because I'm so partial to the original and they screwed up pronunciations of things. Whoever did that, I don't understand. It just baffles me why they messed with so many pronunciations that just weren't in need of changing. But Casey is a very good voice actor, and he's also Chochuk in Delicious in Dungeon. Very, very good. Okay. Let's see. Let's do the onboard for that one. Okay.
会えて嬉しいぜ。俺は合ってんだ。そう、アーのアだ。事務所がロドスに用があるって言うんで来たのさ。一応確認しとくけど、医療事故って聞いて。
Interesting. I don't have the Korean or the Mandarin downloaded, but that's pretty cool. That is interesting. Let's switch that back. All right. Okay. All right. That is very, very interesting. All right. Let's get into this story now, guys. I've delayed you long enough. We made that choice. That is quite not quite what I expected. I expected him to be more of like a yo dude kind of. I don't know how to describe it. Just that laid back, kind of chill, almost stoner voice, you know? Interesting. Okay, do I have anything here to collect? I don't think so. No. Okay. This? Oh my, we're already over here. Did I do two? Use symbol I carry. Simple enough. Okay. Let's see. I don't want that one. This one isn't gonna work. Let's go with that. Okay. Okay, we can only do 4. 1 here. 3. And we can overlap, so there we go. Confirm plan. Like the voice they chose for him has some character to it. It definitely does. It's really cool. I like that. It was unexpected. It was unexpected. You can assemble the fireworks or be the fireworks. Ugh, Crown Slayer seems angry. She's angry right now. She needs something. Food or something. I don't know. Okay. Can do this. And we need 2 for here, though. Oh, we'll do it this way. 3. Oh, no, I can't do that. Wait. Wait a second. Okay. So we're still missing 1 here, which would be this. Okay. So we can take away that bar. There's this. Get rid of that. Do this one. There we go. I swear Jay is a stoner. Oh my god, he does sound like one in all of his voices. It would not surprise me. I mean, he's like a chef, kind of, you know. Makes sushi and stuff. All right. Go to PV6. Here we go, guys. All right. That's what we're rolling with squad-wise right now. I still don't have Mulesie's build enough. I started working on her, so I still didn't do Mulesie's enough to work with her. November 5th, 1100. That's the gist of it, Ludmilla. Told you everything I know. All right, I don't remember how I did her voice. Give me a second here. What are you delivering for the Venetians? It's a batch of tires tonight. It's usually stuff for making vehicles. Originium engines, steel, alloys, things like that. At times, there's also frozen fins, frozen meat, booze, meds. It's pretty common in other Syracusan cities. Goods the Familiae buy don't have to go through normal customs, so they save a lot on taxes. But here in Nuova Volsini... I get it. No need to go into detail. All right. This isn't your first time, is it? Lyudmila, did you hang back from joining tonight's film shoot because of me? What do you think? When did you figure me out? How the hell do you keep following us? Look, sorry, but Ruggiero and I are really busy here. Would you mind leaving? So busy you can't even stop for a cup of coffee. Come on, Summer, Ruggiero, lighten up. This is Nuova Volsini. We're all citizens here, and we're going to be rubbing shoulders for quite a while longer. Gotta talk to one another, you know? Let me move this a little bit. How about we set up a cafe across from your camp? With that many drivers, business would be booming. It'd be easier for us to meet up. The hell's going on? Where's all this smoke coming from? My eyes! Gah! Merda! Which one of you stronzi hit me? Ouch! Summer! Ruggiero! We don't know who did it either. We're all the way over here, and we haven't moved an inch. You know we can't do arts. I heard the reason why this plate was put out on the border of the city, and why City Hall didn't do anything with it until they let us set up our camp, is because it used to... Stop talking crap already. I'll let you two off this time. Now I remember. We never had a chance to know you better until you helped us out of that bind that time. Everyone started to talk to you, asking you about what the hell your mysterious arts are, and your experiences in Ursus. The Familia Associate's not going to come looking for you just because they don't like the look of your face. They kept pestering you after that. Why didn't you tell me, Sommer? Does Irene know? I need to get Guri her treatment and bring her over to Nuova Volsini. I need this money, Lyudmila. What use would telling you have been? They're a pack of rabid wolves who won't give up until they catch their prey. I'm not going to bring that sort of trouble onto the association. We're a band of brothers and sisters living together, but we're just ordinary people, nothing more. The faces of the drivers flash through Lyudmila's mind, one after another. She doesn't say anything. Hey, you didn't tell Lyudmila, did you? Don't worry, she's in her tent right now. She's never taken off that mask since she arrived here. She sometimes frowns when... Breaks my heart, it does. You're telling me. I've been holding back from smoking these past few days when she's been around. It's killing me. Quick, light up already. That's what's crazy. She's got her infection. Her crystals are in her mouth. That must be insane. Lyudmila, scusa. We're about to do a night delivery, so we're just gonna have a pre-drive smoke to pick ourselves up, or not. No smoking is fine. We'll put them out right away. If you want to smoke, go ahead. No need to hide it from me. Huh? Well, everyone thought you wore the mask because you've got a weak throat or something. Your crystals are in a pretty peculiar place, you know. Us drivers smoke a lot, so we thought... You're overthinking things. Well, we just hope you like it here, Lyudmila. You'd better get off and wait at that intersection coming up. We're about to arrive, and there'll be trouble with the Venetians if I show up with a rando in tow. Rando? It's funny. Lyudmila. Enough. I got on your truck, so I'll stick with you all the way. Thanks, Lyudmila. No matter what happens, I'm lucky to have you with me. You've been listening to this song on loop for a while now. Not tired of it? Of course not. A Chance Encounter is an amazing song, and Sora's got one hell of a singing voice. It's Sora's songs. It's the hottest new single this week. There was an interview saying she recorded it just for Carnivale. Chance Encounter. Now I'm not a cultured man, but these words, don't you think they're about people like us? You're going to leave, aren't you, Lyudmila? Eh? What? You said you didn't have any family or friends left in Siracusa, and no place to go. Everyone at camp will be happy to have someone as interesting as you stick around. Irene and I have talked it over before, but I feel like you're not going to stay with us at the Union forever. There's doubt in your eyes, and hate, but I don't know who they're for. Do you still remember what you were like when you first saw Irene? I don't remember anything worth mentioning. I woke up in the camp, and you and Irene were standing right in front of me. The moment you saw her, your expression changed in an instant, though it went back real quick. You thought she was someone else, didn't you? Yeah, because she looks like... she's wearing a red hoodie, like Red. I might have been a bit lightheaded when I woke up. A Lupa woman wearing a red hoodie, protective gear around her neck. Irene really does remind me of someone I hate. Doesn't matter if it's in Yan or Siracusa, every time I run into that girl, I get struck by a bout of bad luck. So that's how it is. I'm not going to ask you if those stories of Ursus are ones you heard from elsewhere or ones you experienced yourself, Lyudmila. No need for us to argue over who's more unlucky in life either. This really is a chance encounter between two Sfortunati. Irene always says life will show how much it cares for people with bad luck. It's just running a bit late is all. I know that all too well. Lyudmila says nothing in response. As the truck turns past the intersection, she turns her head to look out the window on a whim. On a whim. That's... Katsu! The steering wheel's not working all of a sudden. Summer, look out! There's a car over there. True wolf. Finally found you. You will not get away. Hey, can't you see there's people in there? Your knife and my arrow blew out their tires. Shouldn't we save them? That's Luna Cub. Oh. You're right, Agnes. We shouldn't get distracted during a hunt. There goes Red. That's a beautiful, beautiful architecture in this drawing. A splitting headache pounds against the inside of Lyudmila's skull. She yanks off her seatbelt and she pushes open the truck door, falling from her seat as she does. As her face plants into the ground, she sees a familiar red silhouette fade down the intersection. Before the dizziness disperses, before she can take stock of the situation, before she can check on Samar, rage, an unending rage washes over her like the tide. What the hell's with this bad luck? How come it's you again? You goddamn Lupetta! Run, Red, run! I've handled tougher fights in the Siracusa of old with many people on the other end, but I'm always the last one standing. No exceptions. Don't treat humans like beasts. Your hunting skills won't work on me. You can certainly continue to try. Same goes for you, Project Red. Luna Cub's cute. I'll find you. My blade. Not sharp enough. Come. Love how she asks us to do that on the command. That's a tough ask, man. Anyways. Sorry. Poor joke. Anyways, moving on. Can't believe I made that joke. Anyways. You can't hide from me forever. I won't wait any longer for Vargo's answers. I'm so stupid. I lost to the Volpo out of nowhere. Damned pup! Think you could just walk away after I finally found you? You again. Lyudmila brandishes her knife once again, but Project Red nimbly dodges it. A heavy kick immediately slams into her back. Her arm is pinned down and her knife clatters onto the ground. By the time she can react, she is already being pressed down into the dirt. The rough scraping of her face against the ground bring a memory to the forefront of her mind. Should be brings a memory. In the alleys of Lungmen, she was held down by the same damnable wolf pup, unable to resist then either. The same sorry figure pressed against the ground, the same pain shooting through her body. My arm! Let go of me! That's Vafankudo. You Stronza! I nearly had my revenge in Lungmen. Why'd you have to get between me and Calcit? Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but you wouldn't have done anything to Calcit. Monster would have ripped you to shreds. Was going to as well. Anyways. Maestro couldn't fight anymore, so why'd you kill her? Why the hell do you keep showing up over and over again? Why can't I kill you? Why? Bares teeth in irritation. I remember you. I hunt wolves. You're not a true wolf. No need to kill you. Calcit said we shouldn't kill a homeless hyena. You're in pain. Calcit doesn't want me to kill you. Grandma's waiting for me. I don't have time to waste. I need to find the last true wolf. Don't get in my way again. I've left Rhodes Island. I'm not listening to Calcit anymore. The Lupo clad in a red hoodie stays for not a moment longer, disappearing down the depths of the alley. Lyudmila doesn't get up. She lies against the ground, cradling her near dislocated arm, waiting for the pain and humiliation to seep in and drown her. She suddenly remembers Sommer's words. This really is a chance encounter between two Sfortunati. Irene always says life will show how much it cares for people with bad luck. It's just running a bit late as well. You sure about that, Summer? Summer. Oh, right, Summer! Damn it, I got so caught up in chasing that stupid wolf pup, I forgot Summer's still in the truck. He's probably gone at this point, because he ran off. Here we go. TV-6, Vengeance and I. Red is one of my favorite characters in this game. I will definitely agree with you on that one. Red is a very interesting character. I love how she's written, both in the main story and here.
These wonderful days just never end.
You know what? Truck's gonna run over that, but that's all right. We're gonna deal with that for now. This is interesting. That's from because I changed it to Dolly. Okay, let's get that done.
Illusion
we'll put her out for now.
Are my tactics too. Bad luck. You ran into me.
This is gonna be odd.
Moving to designated location.
All these guys are covered.
Relax. I'll always help you out.
You can go do something else.
Okay.
You want my opinion?
Relax.
I don't know why I activated that. That was dumb of me.
Tell me, what's your plan?
All right, we can block with Shu here.
A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Shut up. Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the flames when equinox paints russet hue.
Father, I knew who you were right away. Relax. What?
This is
You think
bad.
you're a better robber than
I need
me?
Texas.
Pass on your last words. Moving to designated location.
You can go do something else.
Okay. Okay, let's take this guy out.
Nothing.
We're gonna continue this pull type stuff. Just because now we'll be able to get that all the way over.
Show me what you got there.
Alright. Probably don't need her there now.
Got it.
Let's do this and put monster here.
I wasn't supposed to act. Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Yeah, it's kind of pointless to use her.
This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed. Look, Zara.
Okay.
See the game we humans are born playing?
I guess I could do that.
I know what you want.
For them, the bell tolls.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Cut them to pieces.
So you racked your brain.
Okay. Interesting stage. I guess I don't really need her.
If you're really
Punch you.
clear
Get him.
skies
Let's
are
go.
seen,
We
rain
got the
clouds
balloons
for
to keep
cool.
it going, but interesting. Here we go. And there I go again, using that word. November 6th, 1100, 3:20 p.m. There's a lot of jumping back and forth in this story. I'm terribly sorry that you came all the way here for nothing, Signore. Did she not tell you where she was going? No, but please, let Judge Lavinia know that Irene is looking into her requests in all earnestness. When she came back to camp, she asked us all to inspect all the association trucks. She should be investigating the accident right now. All right, calm down. I'm not here about that. Eh? Then... Oh. Lyudmila, do you know where Irene went? Are you being so sneaky? Nearly didn't notice you. What'd your clothes get so torn up? Did you get into a fight? I tripped. What an excuse! I tripped, wow. Are you Lyudmila? I have something for you. It should really be sent to Irene so she can notify you, but since she's not here, giving it directly to you should work too. What is it? A citizenship certificate and identity documentation. You passed city halls and the court's background checks, and you've accumulated enough citizen points. From this day onwards, you are a legal citizen of Nuovo Volsini and formally registered in the Truckers Union Registrar of Drivers, and are entitled to all the rights stipulated in the new Urban Management Act. Haha, finally! You treated us to salt soda a day too early, Lyudmila. Surprised? We are aware of your, special circumstances. You still need to undergo regular oropathy checkups. If your infection worsens, we will reevaluate your treatment plan. She said I tripped with gritted teeth for sure. Absolutely. You know she did. Ugh. The Truckers Union holds a special position in this city. At first, it would have been quite difficult for you to pass the background checks. Irene actually came over to City Hall and Courthouse many times over this matter. She made herself your guarantor, and many of your fellow drivers followed her and signed off your materials too. Oh, so that's the one that Irene talked about with Penance in the beginning of the story. She was talking about Crown Slayer. Interesting. And when Penance said she had like nothing on record, but she was considered infected, that's interesting. This, you know what's funny? The other stream, we were talking about Durara and the way that the story jumps around for that and how it all becomes comprehensive in the end of each season. This is doing the same damn thing. Bit by bit, pieces are coming together in this story, in this event. We keep going backwards with certain characters, then coming forward a couple days, then we get to somebody else, then we go backwards, then we get more details, and it's all starting to come together. And I think by the time Carnival hits, we're gonna know everybody's individual stories, and then bam, it's all just gonna be this massive, big grand finale type thing. That's what it feels like we're going for, and I love that. I do. I love that. It's so cool. Oh, don't look at me like that, Lyudmila. We couldn't just let you treat us to food and drink forever. Lyudmila, look, no need to push her too hard. She's not the talkative sort. Why, when I got my certain documents, I was probably way more shocked than she is. She tripped into a thorn bush with knives. I understand. According to our data, the uncle who took you in as a child was involved in a turf war, and his entire family was murdered. To be honest, everyone's got a story like that. After the founding of Nuovo Volsini, many Syracusans once under the yoke of the Familiae rushed over, obtaining new identities and breaking free of their influence. Many mafiosi have also broken free of their Familiae in this manner. In this city, we all have the right to escape our pasts and embrace new lives. Congratulations, Lyudmila. Well, she's got something to live for. Lyudmila silently stares at the certificate and documents in her hand. That's probably something completely foreign to her. Having a life. So, it's interesting. And having people care for her, vouch for her, versus everything she went through prior. And with Reunion. A chance encounter. Now, I'm not a cultured man, but these words, don't you think they're about people like us? This really is a chance encounter between two Sfortunati. Irene always says life will show how much it cares for people with bad luck. It's just running a bit late is all. I know that feeling all too well. So this is how life decides to repay the unfortunate. What's gotten into you, Lyudmila? Has Summer shown up? No. Hasn't he been on break from yesterday evening up till now? Maybe he's picking out Carnivale presents for Guri. Don't make excuses for him, Ruggiero. Did I read that wrong? Ruggiero, okay. I know what's going on with the two of you. I was riding alongside him last night. You talking about the car crash last night? Mm-hmm. That was our truck. My God. Based on the look on your face, he hasn't come back here. Know anywhere he might go? Think quick. There was supposed to be a delivery to the service station near dock number 3 last night. At times, we'll also head over to some abandoned warehouses under Venetia trucking. I've already checked them all. The scene of the crash was already cordoned off by the time I went back, and Sommer and the truck were both gone. After that, I searched the places you mentioned. Nothing. How could I have left him there? Damn it. If I wasn't distracted by that wolf pup, maybe... Lyudmila. I'll keep looking for him. November 7th, 2:30 p.m. And this is where the fire happened? Let me guess, she set the fire. This is the only place left. Lyudmila stands between the shipping containers, looking out at the bustling port in front of her. Over the course of the entire day, she searched everywhere she could, but found nothing. She was once able to make her way through catastrophe-torn Chernobog with ease and led her team on precision strikes in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. Yet now, she could not locate even an ordinary truck driver. She feels like the target of some sick joke. An inkling of helplessness suddenly worms its way into her mind. Are you saying we're sending the floats off now? Yep, they're all assembled anyway. Send them all to the expansion plate. That's where the Carnivale parade is starting. I knew that. What I meant was, weren't we meant to send them off at night? That rainstorm pouring down all of a sudden earlier, remember? That rainstorm... Okay. Not often we see such bad weather come by Nuovo Volsini. Who the hell knows if it'll rain again later today? That's a dozen giant floats out on the move we're talking about. If they ran into that kind of weather, we'd have to do traffic control. I'd rather not have to deal with that headache. I suppose that makes sense. Come on, Sprigati. Well, the rain stopped. All right. You're going to be passing by a lot of places on the way. Remember to cover those floats with tarps. City Hall wants to keep their designs a mystery until the parade. Got it. I'll go call the boys over. If Summer could only go back the way he came, he wanted to hide a truck in a port this busy. Don't tell me he... In a corner of Nuovo Volsini's port, a dozen or so mobile cranes are hoisting up giant tarpaulins, creating a labyrinth out of thin air, sealed away from the outside. Under the tarps, a dozen oddly shaped giant beasts sleep silently ere their resurrection at Carnivale. This is their cemetery. Lyudmila passes by them. She is not in the mood to investigate these strange constructs. She walks directly to the end of their procession and stops. There lies a great wolf. Vast amounts of imitation fur cover the truck underneath its frame. Its tail, oh so conveniently, droops down over the eye, catching dents and gouges of the truck's carriage. It bares its fangs in soundless snarl, guarding the secrets hidden below its body. She pulls open the door to the truck's container. She is greeted by a pile of black tires alongside... This is... What are you delivering for the Venetias? It's a batch of tires tonight. It's usually stuff for making vehicles, originium engines, steel, alloys, things like that. At times there's also frozen fins, frozen meat, booze, meds. It's pretty common in other Syracusan cities. Goods the Familiae buy don't have to go through normal customs, so they save a lot on taxes, but here in Nuova Volsini... Lyudmila pulls out her dagger, running it against the seam in the tire she spotted just now. She slashes at the thick rubber, revealing what lies hidden within. Guns, staves, crossbows, even originium explosives. Summer, you idiot! Did you know you were transporting this kind of merchandise? Gizdets! This is suddenly a lot more complicated than smuggling tires and crashing into the acting mayor. Wait, someone's coming. It should be here somewhere. Okay. I'll take that side, Gambino. You look here. Veloce, veloce. Wait. I think I'm getting that voice wrong. Hold on. 1 second. Quick search. Arknights. Capone. Oh, okay. Capone, did you ever think about how we're going to explain to Venetia Jr. where we picked up this trail, assuming we do? I mean, surely we can't just say Lappland told us. Actually, I'm more worried about how that crazy Pazza even knew Sommer stashed his truck in the port. What the hell is she cooking up here? Forget about it. I actually spelled that out. No point about that crap. Just get back to work. Wait, I think the Policia's outside. Hide! Sir, it's me, Noemi. Have you found anything on your end? I don't drink coffee, it's too bitter. Come on, let's stay focused on the task at hand. I know the truck we're looking for is hidden around here somewhere. Get over here quickly. Right, the west side of the ports, where the floats are being stored. Wait, the dockhands are starting to... Lyudmila hears the sound of cranes pulling away at the tarps, and the engine of the vehicle up ahead starting up. Both the mafiosi and the police are close by. This float, its secret, Sommer, and the truck drivers. The truck drivers' new lives are about to be exposed to the light of day. Yet! Lyudmila's hand brushes past her side, and she feels a damp spot in her pocket. It's the documents she folded up and stuffed in there. Proof that she is now one of those idiots. They must have gotten soaked in the rain as she ran to the port. She didn't have time to stash them away in her tent when she left camp. Caught in the autumn rain again, she snaps back to reality. It's getting cold, she thinks. It would be great if she could warm herself up by a fire right now. Huh. Look at this bonfire out here among the snow, friend. Once it could ignite the anger of the infected. It could spark the dream of reunion. It could set all of Ursus ablaze. But now, all it does is keep us warm. First, learn how to light a fire. Burn down this house and everything in it so that nobody can find us. Fire hides everything, Lyudmila. Lyudmila stands in a shadow not too far away, silently watching the blaze lick away at the carriage. It rises, engulfing the entirety of the great wolf. Fire can ignite anger. It can spark a dream. It can also bury everything in ash. And her own smoke can help conceal the fire. Before anyone else catches on, she can let it build into a towering inferno. inextinguishable. I'm one ragazza sfortunata. What
Why must our world
a
be enveloped
life.
in strife?
Poor girl. And to think. To think. Alright, PV-7. I think she was an enemy at first. How many times we fought her off. Hey, Pookie! Tisk tisk. We got here too late. They finished their fight and now there's no one alive to talk to. You stopped our duel just to watch a boring shootout. Woman and wolf stand on the barren lands as the sun rises, with a yellow cab parked not far from them. The cab's hood bears a deep depression from a prior intimate meeting with a boulder. Tire tracks twist and turn in its wake, peppered with strewn up dirt, narrating the car's journey here. Several bodies lie around the car. The wind carries the stench of blood far away, inciting low growls from wild beasts in the distance. Zaro, there are two things you ought to understand. One, I am not a toy for your entertainment. Two, as my toy for my entertainment, I've realized an immortal Signore de Lupe is just so boring. Compared to you, isn't it a familiar shootout happening in the middle of the wastes much more interesting? The car can still move even after all that. Where was its original destination? Let's see. A spot circled on the map, Nuovo Volsini, and some entry documents in the glove box to boot. Looks like we're all set. A familiar name. Hey, Zaro, help me drag these corpses aside so I can reverse the car. You want to? Siracusa has graced us with an invitation. Don't tell me you'd refuse. I didn't think a Signore de Lupe would be so rude. I told you, I will walk with you until the victor is decided. Then help me out. Part 4. Il tassista. The taxi driver. Il tassista. It's funny, so that's how she got the taxi, right? October 25th. Wow, okay, this is a further jump back. 9 p.m. Salve. You don't have to be so formal, Signore Capone. Relax. I just didn't want to spook you with this scary mug of mine. After all, it wasn't easy to secure this meetup with you. I thought a lot about your proposal. If City Hall staff discover I privately transferred my citizen points to you, will they? Just pick a few documents from your palace certs, write a little explanation, and change the name on them. Simple. I'll earn 50 points while you get a lot of dough. We ain't violating no laws here. If City Hall got a problem, it just means the new Urban Management Act needs more revisions. I bet you know this better than me. When you put it like that, identity registration's awful unfair, ain't it? I turned over a new leaf, paid so much guarantee money the past 6 months, and did so much community service, all thanks to my criminal record. All that work, and I still haven't earned even half of the 120 points I need. But you, a clean resume and experience in law-adjacent tech industries, you're pretty new here. The points you converted from all that's already enough to become a citizen 3 times over. It'd be a waste to keep them for yourself. All right. I applied for an appointment next week to get my documents authenticated. I'll get these revisions done before that. Easy, pal. Huh? Aren't you the one wanting to become a citizen ASAP? What I mean is, have you ever thought of putting off your citizenship application? What do you mean? Lots of us guys in the city could use a lot more points, but there ain't many guys like you who can get them so easy, so I'm happy to play middleman. Nuovo Volsini introduced the new Urban Management Act to deter people like you. Sorry. I mean, aren't we contradicting the city's founding principles by doing this? Come on, pal. Relax. I was just thinking out loud is all. Don't mind me. But noodle on it a bit. Why'd you come here? A stable income? Better life? You think you'll get that after you become a legal citizen in Nuovo Volsini and work an entry-level job at a law firm? Are you going to stay here and watch them all night, Lappland?
Why the rush? How can we start our night shift before getting some food? Want a slice of this freshly baked polenta?
There's another thing. Make note of that, chat. Maybe I'll make some polenta for Lappland next time when we do another Cooking with Arknights video. Oh, man.
On second thought, let's not waste it.
You're in a good mood, just because you witnessed that strange deal happen.
Zaro, how long have we been here in Nuova Vocini?
More than 2 months.
And how many places have we been in that span of time? How many customers have we ferried? Isn't it uncomfortable seeing everyone in the city act so prim and proper? The city hall staff and court judges are itching to slap their laws on their foreheads, ready to fight against Syracuse's old customs and rules at any moment, while the familiae are trying their best to prove how much they like and have adapted to this new set of game rules. I've never seen Syracusans this restrained, this uncomfortable. Like everyone has a mask sewn on their faces.
Polenta equals boiled cornmeal? Yes. Yes. My first job was at a nursing home, and I started off as a dishwasher, and I eventually ended up working in a position where I was kind of a floater. I would do dishwashing, I would clean, I would cook, and eventually they built on the same property, they built a restaurant with also a set of apartments that were for elderly who didn't need care. You know, it was just like an unassisted living there, whereas the nursing home itself was the assisted living portion. It was interesting, but I ended up moving down to the restaurant on the property again and started working there and doing the same kind of things. I was all around, but in both buildings, I had the pleasure of working and cooking with that a lot. It was served consistently, we'll put it that way, and it is what it is. But so I have some experience with that, but that's funny. It's just funny to have that come up. I never expected her to enjoy that, but anyways, especially in such a different form.
It'll be Carnivale soon. Are they even in the mood to enjoy the so-called carnival? I'm thankful for our two friends here, worrying over their citizen points for showing me Syracusa remains the same, and it's in every Syracusan's nature to turn every new territory into a swamp.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was, I worked for that place for 4 years. And ironically, what's funny, and you know this story, most of the others don't, but a while back, about September last year, my wife had lost her job. So I'll tell this story, but just real quick, my wife had lost her job, and the place she had worked for she was going on 2 years at, or was 2 years at, something like that, was the same exact place that I just mentioned that I worked. So it's actually not far from where we live, only a few minutes, but it was just kind of an interesting place. So she even knows. She knows the kind of food and things that was served there and was cooked and all that. But yeah, so all that struggle all that time, both of us technically got let go from that place. It was my first job, not her first, but still funny. Life does weird things to you.
Now I'm looking forward to Carnivale. Hey, are you even listening?
I smelled their scent.
Your compatriots, the other Signori de Lupi. No plans to catch up with them?
A Signore de Lupi who has left the game should no longer interfere.
Don't look so defeated, Zaro. You did lose, but it doesn't mean you can't derive any more fun from it. Think about it. What else can you do? Free yourself. We return to the swamp for a leisurely swim.
Ha! And you? When are you planning to say hello to your past?
Carissimo Padre mio, Padre mio, you mean? I already said adio. Though I did prepare a gift for him this time.
Ooh, what's she doing? I love it. I love it. What is she doing? What is she doing? Please put Daddy in his place. Never mind. I'm not going there. The cab driver stops talking and lifts her legs onto the dashboard to rest in a more comfortable position. I only called him Daddy because you did. You know. Anyways. Through the car window ahead is a wall sporting a huge billboard advertising a winery. A sullen-looking man with his tightly knit brows brandishes a wine glass towards the camera with the following invitation. Saluzzo Vino is looking for a senior legal advisor. Several other positions also open. Apply to join us today. Good. Not good at all. Not good at all. No. Don Alberto, we got all the information here. Please have a look. Speak of the devil. We have a total of 13 wineries in this city. 6 of them are undergoing a qualification audit, cannot operate for the time being. 2 of them on the city's outer plates are about to welcome their first harvest, and the warehouse, lab, and bottling line are ready. There's no way we can handle this many ripened grapes in this short period of time with half our wineries not operating. The root of our problem lies with City Hall's attitude towards us. Those Stronzi are obviously targeting us on purpose. These files are meant for our friend here. He has the means of solving such problems. Alberto looks across the table where a red-headed lupo has been sitting for a while. The wine is finally decanted and he takes a sip, calmly returning Alberto's gaze. Merge and reconstruct all Saluzzo properties in this city into new entities, including both the operating ones and those undergoing an audit. Then hire non-stakeholder employees to manage on-site operations. This is feasible under the new Urban Management Act. Simply put, I will transfer these properties to you. Familia Bologna does not have large-scale businesses, so the procedure should be relatively simple. Yet you've been rejected more than 10 times now. Whenever it involves a Bologna or Saluzzo, the government and court, or should I say Leontuzzo and Lavinia, always tend to react in a more defensive manner. It sounds like I have no reason to refuse this arrangement. Dimitri, what I value more is that you understand Leontuzzo better than anyone else, as well as the rules he has set. You are the best fit for this position. You. I want to see if City Hall will still brazenly clamp down on us even after we tie our companies together in total compliance with the new Urban Management Act. Don't you agree, our new Don Bologna? Don't treat me like your puppet, Alberto. I admit Bologna's company registration has met many bumps on the road, and your invitation was timely. You get rid of some troubles while I gain the rights to legally enter the city. We're just business partners getting what we want. Even though the Bolognas are not what they used to be in Syracuse anymore, even though this new city doesn't have Familia anymore, you need to know this. My choice to work for Saluzzo Vino does not in any way mean the Bolognas will be at the Saluzzo's beck and call. So you'd best put that title to rest. I'm not sitting here as the Don of Familia Bologna. There's no point in acting tough, ragazzo. Whether or not this collaboration will mean the Bolognas have thrown themselves at the Saluzzos, I'm curious how Leontuzzo will see it. Oh, almost forgot. Maybe he doesn't even care at all anymore. He already abandoned you. Oh, what a little just that slight underhanded comment. Oh, by the way, the auto deploy from the 6th anniversary, that's a sweep, so easy farming. 1-7 is awesome. More attention to IS and RA. Okay. That is pretty cool. That is really cool. So that is a sweep. I was kind of unsure when I was looking at that, and I was kind of doing my reaction. I just couldn't really tell exactly what they were going for, but that does make more sense. I get that. Been waiting for sweep for so long. That's going to be so helpful. I mean, for crying out loud, we already have that with the Annihilation missions. Why not have that with everything? So it makes sense. It makes sense. Having sweep is going to be so much better. If you insist on this topic, aren't you a lone wolf too, Alberto? The White Wolf of Saluzzo, your daughter, who always disobeyed your orders, has left her familia forever. According to my sources, she arrived in Nuova Volsinium a few months ago as a cab driver. I'm curious too. Did she come here to add insult to your injury? Or will she return home and help the Saluzzos? Lappland. I banished her. From what I know about her, she's probably thinking that's not how it went down. She said goodbye, buddy. Sorry. I won't take offense from you, Dimitri. You are different from Bernardo. You understand what's going on. These harmless differences will not affect our shared interests, so why not take this as a happy start to our collaboration? Fine, I won't waste my breath then. Why not you sign this equity document first, Signor Alberto? I'll use the dividends from this month to get Leon to reminisce about the good old days. Douchebag dad, that is indeed correct. Oh, what's she got planned for him, though? We gotta find out. November 5th, 10:45 p.m.
Went looking for your fellow floating heads.
I did. A hypocritical and sly wolf. Caesar has turned her fang into an idiot who only knows how to bite people and suck blood. She won't be able to find Vargo's fang even if she sniffed every single corner of this land. That fang has never showed himself, hidden very well. But if we had Bernardo here, locating a Syracusan in Syracusa would be like going through a pile of hay for an animal. Simple. If I don't interfere and help them out, God only knows how long they're going to drag this round for.
Zaro, it's rare to see so many words spill out from your mouth. You're upsetting the table and relishing it.
Like you are.
Isato, stop worrying about winning or losing. Learn to do it for the love of the game and derive even more enjoyment from it. That's what games are really for. How do you wolves fail to understand this?
Shocked about Exusier and Lemuin, but Fiametta's uncle was jaw-dropping. That was a bit of a surprise. That was, all of it was a welcome surprise. I mean, I know the rumor for a while being a Laterano event and Exusier Alter was out there. Lemuin was floated as a possible idea, but nobody really knew for sure what was going to come and if that was even true. But it finally comes to light, and we get those two, but then him, that was just completely crazy. That was such an interesting choice for an operator, and I believe it's an interesting power creep for defenders as well, because that's like, it looks like he's Jessica Alter, but better, you know, in a way. So very interesting. All the other characters there that appear too, the whole fight scene in the PV and so much more. The robot, the confession box being a robot is interesting and going to be a playable thing. There was a lot. Yeah, the Sentry Protector. So that's very cool. I being a free unit as well makes that very interesting. But we'll see how things go. We got 6 months until we deal with that stuff. That's 6 months, and then so many cool skins. The Gamer Mizuki skin is coming. Oh, there's so many cool things that got announced today. I am sorry, guys, but if you watch that video, I made the dorkiest reaction when I saw that Arknights pet stuff was coming. Arknights cat things. I'm like, for my kitties, I need it. But of course, we still can't order things from the Yostar store, so I'll have to wait. And, you know, hopefully by the time that rolls around to our side of the Yostar store, we'll be able to order things again. We'll see. But, and the Lappland manga is getting a physical copy as well. So, yeah, we're getting physical copies of that, just like I talked about last time, hoping that was going to happen. We're getting physical copies of that. I cannot wait for an English translation, as well as the Angelina manga, and they announced one for Phantom there, which was cool. Laterano event, Hypergryph is making another Abyssal Hunters, now Laterano Sufficient Squad. That's going to be very interesting. We did see something with that. One of the furniture things. Wish bookstores would have that. I know. I wish the bookstores, any bookstore, would carry any of the art books, the volume art books, the smaller ones, the mangas and stuff. I mean, the only... See here. They had that Operators, the limited edition manga set, which has like, or I don't know if it's Operators, but there was the one, it was on the Yostar store and I missed out on it, but there's a couple of different ones with, there's like 5 volumes and they had them as a box set. They had the translation. I still can't find them. The only ones I have so far are the Rhodes Kitchen set that came out. I had to pre-order those off the Yostar store. They would be amazing to go into bookstores and things too, because they have some interesting stories, great artwork, and I mean all the other ones that come out too, but it's just the fact that these are the only ones I've managed to get so far because of how limited they run them and the fact that they're not as easily accessible to get. So it kind of sucks. I'd love to have bookstores that would have more of that stuff. Of course, realistically, the only bookstore I have around me, there's a shopping mall like up near where I work that has a used bookstore, and it's a pretty cool one, but they take donations and stuff. But then we have about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to an hour from me, there's a Barnes & Noble. That's a pretty huge Barnes & Noble too. It's a standalone store, so that's kind of my best options for books. I order most of mine from Amazon if I can, but if I can, I like to shop at that Barnes & Noble all the time. Down bad with the second Fiammetta skin. I don't blame you. It's a pretty nice skin. She looks really good in that. In a later update, Lemon would become a playable sniper. Yeah, she's going to be the sniper. She's going to be a Deadeye sniper. Her skills are interesting. The bombardment for the 3rd skill is pretty sick. I like that. All right. Nuova Volsini nights are dark. Woman and wolf stand atop a building, sandwiched by the night sky above and the noisy city below. Pre-Carnivale activities happen in all sorts of shades and forms. Vehicles speed through the streets, pedestrians shuttle to and fro. They enjoy a panoramic view of everything happening below. They cover their fangs with masks and use a festival to divulge their thirst to have it all. How sad. On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying this farce. When did you become so interested in such boring activities? Ooh, I got 25 upvotes on my Reddit post, which was posting my, my dubbing Arknights video. Pretty cool. Zito, Zaro. You're noisier than the people who used to hang around me before. I'm just enjoying the breeze. We practically have a VIP seat here, so keep quiet and wait for the show to begin. The actors are already on the stage. Lemu in S2 is John Wick on steroids. Consequences you cannot escape me, I'm the Pink Death. Ha! That's a good comparison. I didn't think of that. You're late, Leon. I'm sorry, it's been a really busy day. Still working on your inaugural speech? Well, that too. We're planning a birthday party for a whole city. It's not quite the same thing as planning a party at home, is it? You remember? Of course I do. Did you think I was going to forget how you bought ginger ale instead of beer for the banquet and pocketed the difference to buy a car? Well, I guess that did happen. You sound distracted, Dimitri. Do I? It's nothing. I guess it's been too long since we last saw each other. Take care on your way, Leon. Might have taken that as a threat if we weren't in Nuova Volsini. Enough joking and hurry up. I'm waiting at the seat by the window. Deadeye sniper in a wheelchair? And she's pretty good in that wheelchair. We saw her drift in that video. I was expecting for her to stand up, but this one is okay too. Yeah, you know, and that's one thing. They talked about it a little bit, very briefly, in Hortus de Escapismo, where she said something about, I forget who she was talking to. I don't know if it was Oren or if it was Federico, but one of them she had mentioned about how, you know, her therapy was going well and, you know, things were looking up, but there was still no guarantee on if she was fully healing or not. So, you know, there's hope for that in the future, but I don't know. As of now, they're still not planning on having her stand up, so we get wheelchair drifting, which is pretty cool. Hey, whatever. The car drives by the apprentice tailor jogging on the street and heads to the end of the main street. Yeah. I should pick up the pace. I can't miss the delivery window to hand over the clothes to Signor Alberto. Donna Familia Saluzzo. What kind of man is he? Lucino gasps for breath with the suit in his arms as he runs through a deserted alley, illuminated only by the light coming from a cafe. Just imagine the recoil every time she fires the rifle. She's gonna have to put the brakes down, you know, but I don't think that's her style. It's nice to see characters with wheelchairs in games, I think. I do agree. It's a little bit of an interesting diversity and a change, especially under the circumstances where a lot of games are afraid to tackle them. But I think there's a difference between having a character like this, which is pretty cool to integrate, versus how, like, they advertised that game for the Nintendo Switch 2 that kind of made me think, oh, that looks a little awkward and scary, and I think that's going to upset some people. I'm surprised I haven't heard a lot about it yet. Maybe it was just me, but it kind of seemed like kind of a distasteful thing in a way versus something like this where it seems very nice and well done in here. More appropriate, if you will. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking that. I hope so. That's the 5th slice of pizza and 3rd glass of juice you just gobbled. Are you that hungry? Shut up and drink this espresso. Yuck, it's so damn sour. You gonna lend me your head if we screw up this mission? Because this sewage gave me... I misread that. You gonna lend me your head if we screw up the mission because this sewage gave me diarrhea? Suck it up. I just picked it up off the shelf. Nobody uses this frontage road anyway. Besides, it's just a hauling a bunch of tires. What could go wrong? So they announced a game with the Switch 2 that basically is like basketball and wheelchairs, and the whole point of it, in a way, it's kind of like they're showing off how with the new Switch Joy-Cons have this like mouse mode where you can put them down and you can move them forward and back like you would a mouse with a computer. But it feels so awkward, and the way I've seen a couple of small things about it that were kind of calling them out for some slight insensitivity behind it. And I mean, you know, again, inclusivity is important. We want to see that. It's nice to see it when it's integrated, but this just kind of felt like something that was just really, I don't know, awkward and odd and unfortunate. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but okay. No need to get all worked up over a boring job like this. I'm tired of hearing you whine for the past 2 months, Gambino. Haven't you figured out our new boss yet? Trying too hard to show off will only have the opposite effect. Fresh meat like us, we gotta be patient and wait for our chance. See, these two would actually make interesting operators. These two and Dimitri, we need them. Well, ain't you the model employee, Capone? I thought you would at least show a little bit of, I don't know, shame? There's hardly any place for the Siciliani in Siracusa these days. I'm not Sicilian anymore. It's your shame, not mine. I just want to get my Nuova Volsini citizenship sooner rather than later. All the work I put in over the past 6 months, all the guarantee money I pay, and I'm only halfway to the required points. Halfway? You've got 50 more points than I do? Have you been doing community service while I wasn't looking? Shut your crap, Gambino.
We're on our last chance, and you know it. Keep your eyes sharp on the street. It should be coming any time now. You got any pizza left? Give me one. Cazzo, it's cold. How do you even manage to eat this? See, I know they would be mad at me because I like a good piece of cold leftover pizza in the morning for breakfast. There's certain places make it good, and when it's homemade, it's even better. Homemade, cold leftover pizza. Anyways, as the two grumble to the other, a dark shadow quietly slips through the alley. Luna cub. Your dad does that? Hey, it's good stuff. It's all right. Now. The controversy, chat. The controversy. What's your thoughts on the pineapple thing? Pineapple on pizza. Let's see. Who would piss off Lappland and who wouldn't? This is the smell. True wolf. True wolf. A truck drives past Red and attracts her attention. Are you hiding inside? No. Over there. She looks toward the opposite end of the street. Grandma, I'm a wolf hunter. I remember. The girls. Fargo, I hope you left me accurate instructions on how to identify them. It'll be a headache if I hurt the wrong people. With blade in hand, the Volpo leans on the wall within its shadow, waiting in silence for the prime opportunity to strike. I love pineapple. It's one of my favorites. Okay. I'm okay with it depending on who's cooking. I don't, but whatever floats your boat. See, I like that. See, and guys, I like this. This is good conversation. See, I'm okay with pineapple on pizza as well. I've had it. It depends on what other toppings, but like, I'm not going to throw pineapple on with certain things, but I've had, different takes on a Hawaiian style pizza with pineapple and sometimes with ham and things. It's all right. I'm okay with it, but I do prefer a more classic pizza, or there are 3 types of pizza that I will go for when it comes to a restaurant or somewhere that I buy it from. Number 1 is like your classic style toppings, like your pepperoni, your cheese, or whatever. I will go with those kind of things. But my favorite in terms of that is pepperoni with mushroom and sausage. That's me. And extra cheese if I can get it. But there are 2 others that I would go for: a buffalo chicken pizza or like a taco pizza. I like taco pizza. It's something interesting. I prefer homemade. I prefer to make my own pizza overall, but those are what I go for. Exu Alter, yay! Definitely! We got Exu Alter coming. Let's go. You know what's not okay? Chocolate pasta, yuck. Yes. I'm pretty sure Lappland would take our heads for that if we had that. Apple pie. Absolutely. Oh, wait, hey, whoa. That reminds me. Exusier in the apple pie. Let's go. With a crisscross on the crust. Wait, did I just fling her? Oh no, we're good. I thought I flung her wings. Barbecue chicken pizza, Alfredo pizza. You did tell me about those. I still have yet to try an Alfredo pizza. I've had a barbecue chicken. It was pretty good. Taco pizza's good. Absolutely. Absolutely. We got the exusier and the apple pie. Good girl. Apple pie. I put you in the way. Put you back here. We'll put you in the peely fridge. You can stay there for now. With blade in hand, the Volpo leans on a wall hidden within its shadow, waiting in silence for the prime opportunity to strike. She will eliminate the 2 targets who threaten Umberto's life in one go, and then demand her reward from the wolf. A kid loitering around the streets outside this late. That figure. Was I just seeing things? Lyudmila? Why'd you space out so suddenly? It's nothing. Just a little tired. You'd better get off and wait at that intersection coming up. We're about to arrive, and there'll be trouble with the Venezias if I show up with a rando in tow. Barbecue chicken, supreme triple meat, regular and cheese, and margarita pizza. That's one I do like, but I haven't tried to make myself yet. That's an experiment to try. Hungry at 1 a.m.? Yeah, 2:40 a.m. for me too here. But I just had dinner a little while ago. Well, more than a little while ago, but my wife made a cheesy potato soup. It was really good. Had some chopped up veggies and stuff in it. Really good. Really a thicker soup, but it was very filling. It was good. I'm more thirsty than anything, but I could eat anything at this point. I would eat. I'm fat. Actually, what sounds good is I have root beer. And I could go for a root beer float. I'm not even allowed to eat right now since I have medicine that needs me on an empty stomach. Aww. I hope you could eat soon. Man, let's just put it this way. Any of you guys, if any of y'all live near me, I would be feeding you all. I love to cook. I love to feed people, so I would take care of all of you. That's just me personally. That's just who I am. But I love to cook. I love to bake. Funny story, my baking got me in a little bit of trouble once. Not trouble in a negative way, but it got me embroiled in a lot of people who wanted me to bake for them. At a previous job, I took Christmas cookies in, had a big thing there, left it sit for everybody, ended up from there having a lot of people trying to get me to bake, and I'm like, I don't own a bakery. I barely owned my own house at the time. And yeah, essentially, they wanted me to eat or wanted me to bake for them and various things, Christmas cookies at Christmas time. And then I ended up, for this couple that I worked with, I ended up baking cookies for their wedding. They paid me to bake cookies for their wedding. That's the only time I've ever done paid baking, but I did it. I managed to. But I got myself in a lot of trouble because I had so many people trying to get me to do stuff. And I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not timely enough to do that. Like, one thing at a time, and they were the first ones to ask, so I took their job. And then what's funny is the guy that got married, the groom, his stepmom, I think it was, had called me asking me to bake for her for something one time too, and I just didn't have the time. I couldn't do it, unfortunately, at that point. But it was so crazy, the amount of people that jumped on that bandwagon for a while with me. And it's weird. It's such a strange thing, because I'm like, I'm one of those that, as a artist, and you know, that part of me even carries over into cooking and baking. I love what I do, and I'm happy with my things to some extent, but I get critical of myself, very critical of myself, and I don't feel that I'm good enough for you know, to others with my stuff like that. I'm always scared of, you know, what I'm gonna think, and I'm not confident enough, I guess is the other way to put it. But it's one of those things where I also know I need to practice, and that I can continue to do better. There's little things like that that always get to me. But when it came to that thing, I'm like, all these people, it was actually overwhelming. It was kind of surprisingly overwhelming to me that so many people thought I did such a good job and wanted me to bake for them and stuff. It was a interesting thing. Tomorrow, all right, hopefully. But make sure you take care of yourself. Food is definitely fun. Which state? Pennsylvania. That's all the further I will say for now, at least. There's other indicators that are out there, but I'm sure the internet sleuths could really find me if they wanted to. Personally, is what it is, but that's as far as I'll say for now. I think I've probably said it at some point in my life out there, but whatever. Lyudmila. Enough. I got on your truck, so I'll stick with you all the way. Thanks, Lyudmila. Florida, okay. No matter what happens, I'm lucky to have you with me. You've been listening to this song on loop for a while. Not tired of it? Of course. Chance Encounter is an amazing song, and Sora's got one hell of a singing voice. It's the hottest new single this week. There was an interview saying she recorded just for Carnivale. Cowboy State, okay. Summer hums to the song looping from the speakers. Soon the truck will reach the turning point ahead and bump into the other car. Texas, I'm guessing? No, Salinia. Or joke, sorry. Anyway. I'm so stupid, I'm sorry. Anyways, moving on. No, Lappland. In just one city block. In just one city block, we have a young and promising acting mayor, Fangs. People coming home from the festivities, and Sicilians too. I don't even know who they're seeking protection from. What a crowd. I could make it even noisier. Look at her face! Oh my god. Just wait, Zaro. You don't have to do anything. Pretend you're a cab driver who turns on the radio at the right time to tune into a story. The games humanity plays are much more interesting than your kind's preference to select just a few people to fight each other. Caesar's pup has discovered Agnes's cub. Look. Isn't there another car coming from the port? Bang! The truck crashes into a car and flees in panic. Eye-watering flames, hysterical crowds. Those who share the same stage obviously perform the same play. Just a chaotic show. I don't see what's so fun about this, Lappland. What's with the rush? Before the play truly begins, allow me to perform my duty as an upstanding citizen of the city. Ring-a-ding! Pronto. Buonasera. Is this the police? Me, just a driver for hire. I'd like to make a report. See, the Port District. That's right. An accident just happened. Here we go. PV-7, curtains lifted. And the game begins.
Reap not what's sown by malice.
Hello. We're gonna put Shu here. Because he ain't getting this way. No way.
In a long, long time.
I know that's an early draw for me. Carnival snack cart. Detonates when blocked.
Pass on your last words. No. Need speed to succeed.
Well, we'll let her continue for now. Keep that, so there's healing.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
That was probably a bad choice, but that's okay.
I've got an idea. What do you fear most?
Your lives are mine to protect.
Put Texas down here now.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Hey, you know what? Putting Lappland out.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then
popcorn.
is in the game.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
I shouldn't need her. I'll be alright.
Look around. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
If you're really, I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Screw it. Well, we should hell out as well.
Looks awfully dangerous.
What a double attack on those.
Cut them to pieces.
Oh my!
Relax. Not you. Only nightmares come with me.
43 of 56 already. I love the soundtrack for this.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
So you racked your brains.
Now, Wait in line. Plenty for everyone.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Suit him this way.
The bell tolls.
Okay.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Waiting for your call.
Oh, we just got this guy. He's dispersing more of those.
Waiting for your call.
Really? I have to put her there like this. I see he's unblockable. All right.
Morning star. The illumination.
All right. Wrong one. I cannot wait for the PC client to release. I wonder if it's going to operate a little bit smoother. I mean, not that this doesn't run smooth with the Google Play beta, but PC client's going to be hopefully a little bit more buffed. November 7th, 12 p.m. Lunchtime. Buongiorno, dear residents. After several months of preparation, Carnivale will be held as scheduled on the evening of November 9th, where hundreds of thousands of citizens will be on the streets celebrating the one-year anniversary of Nuovo Volsini. According to the Carnivale Organizing Committee, all the beast floats have been assembled at the port and will be moved to the expansion plate today in preparation for the night parade. The street theater competition has also concluded. The most popular team will gain the privilege of illuminating the floats on their behalf of every citizen here on Carnivale night. Other shortlisted plays will also be performed on both sides of the parade path alongside the floats. The committee hopes that everyone will cooperate and maintain the float's mystery before their forms are unveiled on Carnivale night. Please rein in your curiosity and do not sneak a look, photograph, or spread any float-related information. In other news, on November 5th, a traffic accident occurred on Quinta Strada in the Port District late at night with one injury reported. The vehicle responsible escaped after crashing. The police quickly got the scene under control and restored order in the area. The incident did not have any serious consequences, so there is no need for our dear citizens to worry. Presently, the police have established a special task force to investigate and identify the vehicle responsible, and the case should be closed within the next few days. Citizens who discover any relevant clues should contact the police as soon as possible. With someone with the last name Texas, I'm surprised she doesn't run into Dallas or Houston. Never know. That might be something in the future. Or those may have been family members that were killed during the extermination. Texas, you're back. Just a brief visit. I'll go back to court later. How's Leon? The doctor came here 3 times, only for routine checkups, though. At least his condition isn't getting worse, I suppose. I'm guessing you had trouble dealing with that case yesterday. Case was closed, in a way I didn't want, with a way I was powerless to stop. Texas, I don't recall you having a habit of tuning into the afternoon news. The situation isn't as optimistic as the news makes it out to be, right? We found some clues and locked onto some suspects, but we haven't made any other progress. We called the police that night. The info we got was all fake, hard to investigate. Maybe I could help. I know quite a few people in the city, those from the Familia. Grazia, Texas. I know you've been keeping an eye on the whole thing. Your mere presence in Volsini was enough to strike a nerve in every influence in the city. Some were angry, while others got a wake-up call, and we managed to turn things around. But a year has passed, and we're in Nuovo Volsini now. In a new city without the Familiae. The last Texas can't really do much. In other words, the last Texas shouldn't be allowed to do much here. Yes. Signorina Texas, there's a phone call at reception for you. Me? Who is it? Who's this? Neither-eyed Texas. I won't wait too long. Of course it is. Pookie knew she was there.
sun was so strong the last 2 days. What's with the sudden heavy downpour? You wouldn't be carrying an umbrella if you were really surprised. Here, over here. On the hood of a cab and under a huge black umbrella, the driver casually plays with the car keys in her hand. You got here quickly. De cuánto tempo, Texas?
That smile. The driver slowly lifts her umbrella, revealing a sharp, crescent, and unrestrained smile. She then nonchalantly tosses the umbrella aside and salutes a greeting to Texas.
Lappland.
Ow. That again.
The weather got me thinking about our old home. The nights and rain in Valsini. Yeah, weather here has always been great until today. But you seem to have saw this rain coming, Texas. I just prepare for the worst. We're still in Syracuse after all. Having just one rainy day after so many days of fine weather is pretty rare. What exactly happened with that accident? You mean the one with the Bologna wolf pup? Surely you're not suspecting that I did it with my car right here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was you. You wouldn't be here right now if you had nothing to do with it. I do know a few things. Willing to have a ride with me? Why not? I wouldn't be standing here otherwise. You know, I thought you'd be nice and shade me from the rain with your umbrella. You seem like you're enjoying the rain. Didn't want to spoil your fun. That's the Texas I know. Are you going to just stay on your car like that in such a big rain with no spectators? Not tired? Oh, haven't you been watching me the whole time? Get in the car, Texas. Our destination is quite far away, so it'll be quite a long drive. Right, I prepared a gift for you in the passenger seat. I saw the snacks. I don't have the appetite right now. It's all right. It's not millefeuille this time. I've long changed my tastes. Oh no! Oh man, I made that for her, now she's changed her taste. Anyways. Though I know you're still obsessed with those old habits of yours.
I actually found something my wifey got me once. Here not long ago. Earlier today, I was cleaning up a little bit in this room. My wife got me a mouse pad with Lappland and Texas on that it lights up. It has to use a USB cable, but I don't quite have a use for it right now because of the fact that I have my big Texas desk mat here, but I'll have to plug that in and put it somewhere.
Texas? Back so soon?
Nope. It's Dimitri!
It's me. Dimitri? You shouldn't have clearance to come in here.
There's always a way. You can't prevent me from seeing Leon forever. I brought some flowers. Is there a vase in here that might fit? Lappland the Decadence is what Decadenza means, yeah. OMG, where did she buy it? I'll text her. It's probably either, being honest, probably either AliExpress or Temu. Sometimes she gets stuff from those, or it may have even been Amazon. So, I can text her real quick. She's sitting on the couch. Did you buy the mouse pad for me? Because if she sends me a link, I could forward that along. I brought some flowers. Is there a vase in here that might fit? We used to have roses like this at the Bologna residence, remember? She said AliExpress, so... Any chance you have a link? Oop. Don't look at me like that, Lavinia. The police have thoroughly investigated my travel itinerary on your orders for the past 2 days. Every single detail. They found no clues linking me to that accident.
I'm not so stupid to think you'd commit a crime yourself. My City Hall colleagues told me how they recently received an entity ownership change application from Saluzzo Vino. Why are you collaborating with Alberto, Dimitri? Since this city, or I should say you, have become so unwelcome, I had to figure out my own way to stay here. Doesn't it comply with the city rules? Perfectly. Then wouldn't it be better if I stayed within your sights? You've already deployed enough officers here to watch every step I take, any contact I make, every order I give. I should be allowed a visit. I was the one nursing Leon back to health whenever he was sick. Baloney's won't give up trying to enter the city, Lavinia. But in any case, there is no need or reason for me to hurt Leon. I'll accept your flowers in his place, but I'm sorry, as an officer of the law, I will not allow a potential suspect to meet the victim in private. Leon's safety is closely tied to the city's. No one could say where the chaos will come from next. This is what you wanted me to see? I see the rain earlier wasn't heavy enough. Fire. The speeding cab suddenly brakes when it nears the fire, leaving clear skid marks on the still wet ground. Would you believe me if I said I brought you here to extinguish the fire? The monstrous wolf breathes flames and thick smoke into the air. Giant beast-shaped float burns, the bright fire light standing out against the dull dark sky. Lappland, how much do you know about this? Suspecting me? No, you would have chosen a more classical and conspicuous method. You'd be standing in the fire right now at the least, not next to me. You know me so well. Too bad the workers and police are pretty quick to act. I think the fire will be put out quite soon. They should be thanking that burst of heavy rain earlier, otherwise the fire might have already burned down Nuovo Volsini Port to cinders. No matter how big the fire is, it doesn't change the fact that it's here in the city. Leon Tutso and the others wanted to give the new city a brand new festival to help build a collective identity. Ah, there we go. There it is. Okay, she just sent it to me, so I will forward that along here. Let's see if I can put it. Cancel. Okay, I don't know if this will work. Give me a second. Oh. Okay. That's weird. Narration activity, no. Strange. Tried to post it in chat, but it didn't work. I don't know if it just wasn't going to let me post a link or whatever, but weird. There, I sent it to you on Discord. I'll find another way to put it in chat if I can, but we'll continue on here in just a moment. Oh, you know what? I could probably do it this way. Ah, there we go. Boom. Boom. Share and copy. There's a lot of cool options on that listing. It's odd. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I could probably do it this way.
Maybe if I switch my YouTube account and put it as my current account here, go to my videos, my stream. Not what I want. Okay. It's weird. It won't let me chat. Strangely enough. If I put it in here, though. There we go. Alrighty. Cancel. And link I copied. There we go. Here. Go to my history. Grouped history. There we go. Interesting. Oh, you see the lights? Yeah, so they're pretty neat. And they have a couple different versions of that on there. It's just a neat thing here. Trying to figure out to get this on so that I can share with everybody in chat. Maybe. Give me a second here. Whoa, I did not mean to paste that. That is all my timestamps from my earlier video. Why did you do that to me? Okay. 1 second, chat, and we'll continue on in just a moment. So get this up here for you guys. Content live. You know what? I wonder if I do it through, if I could do it through YouTube Studio here. There we go. This might be my way to do it. Holy crap, we hit 200 views already on the 6th anniversary reaction? That is insane. Gotta love it, guys. Appreciate you. Great. There we go. This is how we'll do it. Manage. And this should let me go into the chat, right? Maybe. There we go. I think. Scheduled. All right, screw it. This is taking too much time. I will just type it in manually, and that'll make it easier, because otherwise this will take forever. Okay, we'll see if this will work for me. Type it into chat. Text. Okay. AliExpress.com/MRZIQ BP. There we go. Now it pops up. Make sure that pops up the right listing. Go to site. Let's go. Yeah, that's the right listing. So the same one is an option under there, but you can get it in all different sizes, and the whole outside is LED, and it actually does plug in and work nice. It works pretty nice. Yours got zapped too. I don't know why it does that. I tried it with my other YouTube account, my one that, like, this is obviously my content account, but I have my original YouTube account that I just used to watch videos. And yeah, I don't know why it did that. It wouldn't allow it to be shared. So I'll have to check my settings. Maybe I have something with link sharing disabled, but I was able to share it there that way at least. But actually, surprisingly, the lights are pretty bright on this. I don't know if it'll show too well on the camera. We can do a full screen here real quick. See if that shows up there. I don't know, but it does show and flash pretty nicely, and you could change them. Different patterns and stuff, so that's kind of cool. Lots of different colors and things. So yeah, just something neat. And it's neoprene as well, so it's a nice neoprene mousepad. All right, let's go back. Maybe. Leon Tutsa and the others wanted to give us, the new city, a brand new festival to help build a collective identity. Car accident that left the mayor in critical condition and a giant blaze breaking out at the logistics port just before Carnival. That's enough to keep the civilians awake at night. Doesn't it feel like some kind of omen, a proclamation, or even a provocation? How much do you actually know, Lappland? What's your objective? Tisk, tisk. You sound anxious. Why? Wasn't Nuova Volsini the proving grounds Signora Cecilia promised to the youths? An experiment is bound to produce mixed results. I won't show my other Texas and Lappland mousepad that I got as a freebie from somebody off of AliExpress that I bought something from. I can't remember what I bought from them. Arknights related. But I bought something and I got a free mousepad from them that's a little risque. I can't show that on YouTube. I'll probably get banned. Anyways. As the first witness on the scene, I can tell you for certain the Bologna pup's car crash was purely an accident. Sure, that's live. There we go. You've been watching over him at the hospital and his condition has already stabilized, right? So what's causing your anxiety? Oh gosh. Yeah, it's I mean, it's not too bad. They're clothed at least, but it's one of those things where I looked at it and I'm like, wow, this is nice. I'm hiding this from, obviously, the children. My wife's seen it. I don't think she really cares for the most part. She's all right with me and my nerdy habits and things. You know. But again, that one was one of those things where I wouldn't have purposely ordered it. I wouldn't have gone out of my way for that. But part of my collection now. Then again, I do have a Nike Lappland, so I still need to make her clothes. I'll get around to it eventually. That's what I say all the time, though. I look forward to your answer, Texas, at Carnival. No matter what you're planning, I'll be keeping an eye on you for Lavinia. Then sit tight. I have no interest in wasting my time with those officers. How can that be? Parade float got lit up on fire with the goods. Those are always like that. Yup. I'll get it. I'll get to make her. The only thing I actually don't like about this plushie is the ears are separate. They're on an elastic band, but still pretty nice. Ugh. Calm down. It's me. The police are on their way here, so stay out of their sight. Ludmilla. Where did you go the night before yesterday? No, wait. Why are you here? I have more questions than you, Sommer. Where did you go after the accident?
I went to find Irene. She knocked me out cold and then locked me inside the warehouse. Well, a lot happened, and it was a hell of an escape. Come with me. Everyone's attention is focused on the float now. My smoke will cover our tracks, and no one will spot us. Is there a burn spot on your jacket? The fire was my doing. Police would have discovered the truck and its contents if I hadn't done it here and then. It was the only way. Enough. We'll talk when we're safe. Those officers. Oh, wait, Ludmilla. Someone just went by over there. Irene. Who's the guy next to her? That's right, she did make a deal. I forgot about that. Irene Lavazza and Alberto Saluzzo. Could you both please kindly explain what brings you here just 200 meters away from the fire? I don't see a need to explain myself. If you want my answer, have the judge bring the evidence and arrest warrant to me first. I'll be waiting. We'll get to it, Signor Saluzzo. It's true we don't have any evidence to pin you as the culprit. This doesn't mean you're completely unrelated to the case. As for you, Signorina Irene Lavazza, the float burned nearly to nothing, but we managed to collect some fragments. We'll send them for analysis later, but we're basically certain that the vehicle used for the float was a truck from your group. As the head of the truckers' union, you'll have to come with us for our investigation. Signor Saluzzo. Signorina Lavazza, our previous agreement still stands. I believe you have no link to the matter. But do be careful about what you say once you leave this place. Otherwise, even I won't be able to help you. Oh, Alberto. 10 a.m., November 8th. Won't you find this place familiar, Texas? But this time, the one standing in the defendant's dock is neither you or me. What a shame. Even if we take the judge's word that this case is suspected of endangering the city's public safety, there's no reason to let all these people in here. Oh, there he is. Antonio. Anton. A trial for a truck driver, and the audience gallery seats are filled with made men from two familiae with conflicting interests. I'm liking Nuovo Volsini more and more, Texas. But I have to say, this trial was put together more quickly than I thought. Probably a special procedure. Carnivale is tomorrow, so it's understandable they'd want to settle the case ASAP. You know this Irene woman. You don't have to probe me, Texas. I only met this poor little driver once, but I can guess how she ended up here. You mean she's innocent? I didn't say that. Isn't the scene a regular occurrence in the swamp of Siracusa? It swallows everyone up eventually. Not everyone can escape it like you did. Either you get killed and silenced, or you hide within the mud and drag out a meaningless existence. Texas, do you believe that Nuovo Volsini offers a third way of life? Silence! In accordance with the new Urban Management Act, the Nuovo Volsini Criminal Court will commence with the Nuovo Volsini Port Arson Public Prosecution Case, number 00278. Court is in session. Defendant, please state your identity for the record. Irene Lavazza, born in Sicilia, currently a member of the Truckers Union and living in the trucker camp on Viale Alito, Zona Torino. What did they mean our testimony would be invalid in court? Does that mean we can only sit here and wait for the results of her trial? I wanted to go even more than you do, Lyudmila. After all, it's because of me that Irene... But you heard about what happened at the police station, right? She didn't say anything, so we can't just barge in here ourselves. She believes in the government and the courts, and thinks she can prove her innocence. Do you believe that'll happen? I believe in her. Wait for me here, Summer. I'll call the other guys to go with us. We should be standing by her side right now, no matter what. Summer slumps over on the ground, cradling his head, watching Lyudmila leave.
If he hadn't helped the Venezias transport their goods without telling Irene, that car accident hadn't happened. If he hadn't asked Irene for help. If he had managed to break free from his chains earlier and make it to the port in time. He's the reason why this incident happened, but now the one standing in court awaiting trial is his best friend and his daughter. He gropes around in a pocket for a business card. He doesn't know who stuck it in the gaps of his camper van door. The card only has an address on it. Here's a Zona Porto. Irene, I know you outsmart me in most cases, but this time I know I can help you out for sure. He stands up and leaves the campground alone. Don't do something rash. Irene Lavazza. Identity matches registered information. The blaze at Zona Porto yesterday caused serious property damage, but the lives of dozens of workers at the port at risk, and gravely threatened the public safety of Nuovo Volsini. Carnevale is right around the corner, and this incident will immeasurably affect public opinion. The court has examined the evidence submitted by the police and found that the Great Wolf Parade float, the source of the fire, has obvious traces of arson. The vehicle was from the truckers' union. The police reviewed the truck's shifts, schedules, and found out it was not deployed at that time and should not have been in Porto Nuovo Volsini. You, head of the truckers' union, also just happened to be at the scene of the crime. Signorina Lavazza, you are our prime suspect. You have every right to defend yourself.
Your Honor, I'm happy to tell you everything I know.
Irene calmly explains how yesterday's fire had no links to anyone from the truckers' union, but the judge's expression becomes even gloomier.
The judge can't help her even if he wants to. Of course. As long as the real culprit doesn't show up, her attempt to defend herself will be for naught. Whoa, the poor lady. Don't you want to help her out, Texas? You could stand up and vouch for her, etc. The court might be lenient on her if it's you. I know what you're thinking, Lappland. Nuovo Volsini's laws absolutely cannot be trampled upon or scorned like that. They strove to make these rules a reality. Then I fear you can only sit back and watch everything unfold, or...
Lappland sends Texas a provocative look, eager to try something.
I could care less for your boring rules. Want me to help you out?
Ahem, please hold on. The court has just received a supplementary list of new witnesses who would like to provide testimony. Alberto Saluzzo. What's wrong, Your Honor? As a legal citizen who's completed his identity registration in total compliance with the new Urban Management Act, surely my testimony will be valid in court. Of course. Please proceed to state your testimony for the record. Senor Saluzzo, are you intending to provide evidence to the court to prove that Irene was indeed related to the fire? Alberto does not answer. His gaze falls on the opposite side of the witness box. Venezia Jr. and the other Venezias are sitting on the left side of the audience. Alberto's eyes turn to the seat behind Venezia Jr. There sits his own daughter, the banished Saluzzo. She crosses her legs, grins, and waves to him as if no one else is in the room. Oh, what a move. I love it. I love it. She just says, hi. She crosses her legs, grins, and waves to him as if no one else is in the room. Next to her is Texas.
Ciao. Texas, my dear father is watching us. Stop being so reserved and wave along.
Senor Saluzzo, please continue with your testimony. I was there as well, and I can attest that Signorina Lavazza did not start the fire. Oh no. Daddy's testifying, huh? There's a Zona. Should be here. Summer. The boss made us wait here for you. Come, he wants to see you. Are you from the Venezias, or the Saluzzos, or the Medicis? This'll help Irene, right? Right up ahead. The container in that corner. Just open the door and go in. All right. Oh no. Irene, I'm sorry for not telling you, but I already made arrangements for Guri. You know how I kept asking for more shifts and saved quite a bit of cash. Should at least be enough to pay for 2 years of oropathy treatment and her school fees. The school isn't too far from our camp, so it'll be easier to look after her this way too. Oh no.
I did take you in at the start. Compared with all the help you've given us all these years, it's hard to say who has helped the other more. Irene, it's not fair they've got a spotlight on you now. It's time you think about yourself too. I want to say I've never been much of an idealist. After all, I've seen enough in this life. I know very well what I can do or can't. I'm just a tiny supermarket owner and driver who hopes we can all live a peaceful life. This is also why I was willing to follow you here. The shop's no more, but we can always move to a new place and figure out a new way of life. There's no need to waste your time on those guys who ruined our lives. Everyone gets their share of bad luck, so there's no need to blame anyone. You just have to stay far away from the troubles. Fortunately, you helped us all find a good spot. I bet Guri will like it there.
I guarantee you my testimony is absolutely true. As I said earlier, she was with me the whole time from yesterday before noon until the fire happened at the port. 2 Saluzzo Vino vineyards will soon welcome our first harvest. I hope the Truckers Union will allocate a fleet to help transport our fresh grapes. This is why we were at the port to check things out. My employees can vouch for us as well. Sounds of agreement. In other words, Signorina Lavazza has a strong alibi.
Magnifico! Oh, she's so cocky, I love it. My astute padre has tied the Truckers Union to the Saluzzos. That poor driver will have to do his bidding in the future. I don't think it'll end just like that.
The truck came from your union. We checked the shipping schedule and it wasn't slated with any arrangements for the last 2 days, so why did it show up at the port and become one of the floats? Signorina Lavazza, even if you truly did not start the fire, as the head of your union, it is your responsibility to explain the illegal usage of this car.
I can testify for Signorina Lavazza on that point. Signor Venezia. Your Honor, please take a look at the customs declaration form and the supplementary evidence you received earlier. The truck was transporting tires for Venezia Trucking.
This is it. Go in. He's waiting.
The shipping container door lies ajar, and all Summer can see is a faint light flickering inside the dark interior. So, who on Terra is helping me and Irene?
Enough questions, Vecchio. Go in and you'll find out at once. You want to help that driver, and so do we. That's all you need to know.
Summer puts his hand on the door and hesitates. And you guarantee... There is no one available to answer him. The mafiosi already left, leaving him on his own. Irene, I don't have brains or guts like yours, which is why I was so surprised but also worried when you promised Judge Lavinia and Mayor Leontuzzo you'd be the head of the union. It meant we were going to get into tons of trouble, and sure enough we did. Back when you told me what we were starting wasn't actually a union to help City Hall handle the Familiae, but an association to provide mutual aid to anyone in a similar situation as us. You always say I was the one who took you in, but we all know it was you who gave me another chance at life. I'm not saying we're even now. I owe you so much. Irene, if a day comes where I can help you out, I won't hesitate at all. I don't want Guri to think her papa as an ungrateful person. I tried to be a good role model for her. Signor Venezia, I'm sure you're clear what your statement means, right? Signor Saluzzo claims he submitted testimony out of his responsibility as a citizen, but this incident actually involves Venezia Trucking. The demand for our vehicles here has spiked in the last 2 months because of Carnivale, and we had to order an impromptu shipment of automotive consumables from the other cities. This newly arrived batch of goods has already cleared custom, and the Truckers' Union was helping us do a last-mile delivery. It was an impromptu request, which is why they haven't updated this job to their schedule. Signorina Lavazza, do correct me if I've got anything wrong. You're right. We do have the paper trail if needed. As for why that truck was found at the port amongst the parade floats, we don't know who did it yet, so I implore the police to continue their investigation. Though, at least, the Truckers' Union did not use their truck illegally, and Signorina Lavazza was merely a bit negligent in this whole affair. We'll verify the information. Oh, the poor driver's pretty lucky. We're so close to the end of the tunnel. The pivotal testimonies from my father and Venezia Jr. are enough to clear Irene of suspicion. Nothing will happen to her. The suspect has now become an outsider. Irene's the actual person involved, but she can't even get a word in. Courtroom's turned into an exclusive stage for the Venezias and Saluzzos. These two factions are clearly fighting under the table. They seem to have a tacit understanding once they're in court. Everyone knows that's how the Mafia works. They want to claim complete innocence and seize the Truckers' Union for themselves at the same time. Of course. After all, we haven't found the actual person who started the fire. Unless they'll never find the person ever again. The Familiae never consider what the persons involved are willing to offer when they want something in return. I have to contact Lavinia. He takes in 2 deep breaths, pushes the shipping container door open, and goes in. He's gonna die, isn't he? But he's here. Inside is a sole lamp and chair with no one else. Sommer is stunned. He decides to wait, as long as he can help Irene this way. He's willing to wait. Irene, I like this new city. I hope Guri likes it too. At the very least, I've prepared a better environment for her here. Grazie, Irene. Look, I better get going. I've never gotten a late delivery on my record. There's Asona. He should be here. God, how am I supposed to find him in such a huge place? Ludmilla anxiously pops in and out of alleys created by the containers, trying to locate any trace of Sommer, until she hears voices nearby. So, where are you going on vacation after Carnevale? Orsini. Old school musical theaters are all there. I'm planning to go to the more sophisticated establishments. I'd rather go to Terni. I heard the clubs here have male para striptease dancers from Bolivar. Male para striptease dancers from Bolivar. Quite the description there, buddy. Yeah, whatever, screw it. We'll go to the strip club. Anyways. Better tuck your tail in if you do so, Saluzzo. If you do, Saluzzo. Want me to recommend you some ticket vendors in Valsini? You're a pretty good guy and get work done quick. You can't get along with the Venezias. Come find me and I'll introduce you to some guys. I'll pass. Want to smoke? Heh, this lighter's pretty easy to use. Dude, Milla sees the two yapping openly, but she could not care any less what they were talking about. Yeah, that was a fun little random interaction. But the fact that they were two males, he wanted to go to see the male para strippers from Bolivar. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's just such a apt description. You know, it's intriguing. Whatever. We'll go to the strip club and see what these paros are like. It's probably like a whole like Magic Mike type thing, but whatever. Her sole target is the golden lighter. One of them is playing with in his hand. Hey, to each their own. You like what you like. You love what you love. It doesn't matter. She recognizes that lighter and knows the two are not its owners. It belongs to a driver who doesn't smoke. Was I right? What Lyudmila doesn't know is that it originally belonged to a Familia associate. After a roller coaster ride, it ends up back in the hands of the mob once more. Ah, man. Did they just take it from her?
Monster. Collect tissue samples.
Man,
Now my brain is doing bad things. Now I'm thinking, what do these male Bolivarian strippers look like? My head. I shouldn't be thinking of that stuff. That's not me. What are we doing? Cough, cough, angel dust. Anyways, TV-8. Here we go. Selfless law. Anyways. I have no rhythm. Don't go there. November 8th, 1100, 2:17 p.m. Making progress, chat. We got 6 and 7 done. We're on 8.
Texas, you're back. With me. What? Am I not welcome here? Lappland.
That look.
Let's not Excuse me. Let's not overreact here. What if we disturb the patient's beauty rest? Texas, quick. Tell our dear judge here. I'm just here to deliver some documents. Here, Your Honor. We met a judge at the door who wanted to pass you this. The mayor's ward can't have too many people in here. So Texas and I took it for you right before we walked in. Arsena Nuova Volsini Port. Emergency court hearing. Defendant Irene. The driver lady's your friend, right? Relax. Just flip to the back. She was acquitted on the spot. Texas and I happened to sit in that court hearing. So exciting. The Venezias. Sorry. I mean the Venezia Trucking and Saluzzo Vino bosses both testified and vouched for her innocence and even fought over who got to send her home after the trial. Tisk, a popular girl to be sure. The way she walked out of the courthouse reminded me of how the Familier would take a courthouse trip as proof of maturity.
November 8th, 1100, 11:35 a.m. There's Irene. Signed to confirm. Receive the verdict. Leave the court. The process went smoothly, but Irene is still a little dizzy. Sunlight stings her eyes, and she lowers her head. On the huge court square are 2 cars parked on her inevitable path. Both car hoods sport a special emblem, patterns one can see everywhere in Siracusa. Even if she didn't recognize the Saluzzo Vino logo or the Venezia family crest, there is no way she could possibly fail to recognize the 2 men before their respective cars. Irene knows they're waiting for her, Familia Saluzzo and Familia Venezia. Congratulations, Signorina Lavazza.
There's nothing worth congratulating. Signor Saluzzo, the fire yesterday was an accident, but my worries have indeed been solved, albeit in a confusing way. I had been thinking I shouldn't cause you any further trouble since I ended up asking you to meet with me for nothing. But you showed up today, which means you just declared to everyone.
The Saluzzos went to help the truckers' union, of course. Our present situation does mean some deals are no longer on the table, but I'm sure we both know how valuable a friendship can be in Siracusa. Our agreement remains, Signorina Lavazza. Zio Alberto. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Signorina Lavazza helped us transport our tires, and since something has happened to them, I have to work out compensation with her.
Signor Venezia.
Don't worry, today we properly met for the first time, but we already have a good understanding between us. You said nothing at all in court, which was wonderful. I think we have a lot to talk about, such as the truckers' union and many other matters. Get in the car, I'll drive you back. Venezia Jr. A loud horn interrupts the conversation between the 3, and a truck drives between the 2 cars, coming to a steady stop before Irene. The driver's door opens, and Irene sees Lyudmila get off the truck.
Lyudmila! What's wrong? Let's go. I came to take you back home. There's a lot back at camp waiting for you to make the call on. All right, let's go.
Oh, no.
It's her home. We have to quickly figure out a way to send Sommer away for a time. He's not safe in the city now. Something on your mind, Lyudmila?
Lyudmila says nothing and hands the lighter she's holding to Irene.
Huh? Isn't this Sommer's? He did everything he could. should have understood long ago the Familiae will never allow anyone who might pose a threat to them to live.
Damn it. They got him. Irene looks through the rearview mirror and meets the two mob bosses' eyes. She suddenly understands why they had confidently testified for her, and why they had both waited for her in the square. Venezia Jr. was right. Her silence and their voices means the three parties had reached a tacit understanding in court.
Where's Summer? I'm sorry, I couldn't find him.
Irene's grip tightens on the lighter.
So things did exceed everyone's expectations. They had no choice but to come down here and protect me. But the price paid. I want the guys at City Hall and the courts to know that the Truckers Union and the Familiae are on the same boat. Those two earlier, they were basically fighting over a territory.
Court hearing does not mean the matter has come to a close. It is only just the beginning. For a long time to come, the Familiae will become a thorn in the Truckers Union's side, and she will have to struggle against these people to maintain their tacit, disgraceful understanding. Truck gets farther and farther away from the court square. She looks at the lighter in her hand, and her fear suddenly dissipates somewhat.
It's not over yet, Alberto, Antonio. When Summer and I had just moved here from Volsini, we really thought we left the Familiae. What a joke. I'm sorry, Summer. I'll never trust any of them ever again.
Both her and Sommer got wrapped up with them, unfortunately, and it didn't come out to a good ending for either of them, really. But who knows how it's going to work out yet.
Such an interesting scene, like it came straight out of a film. Saluzzo and Venezia fellas, truck drivers, so many people surrounding that driver lady. They took up half the courthouse square.
Don't forget the male para strippers there, Lappland. You got to add all the factions into this. Come on. We're talking about everybody here. Anyways.
They called it my coming-of-age ceremony. The first time I went into a courthouse. When I came out, there weren't many people greeting me. Texas had it even worse. She came to Syracuse as a guest and accidentally got herself involved in a lawsuit. I was the only one who greeted her after.
Stop bringing up your boring pranks, Lappland.
Signorina Lappland, thank you for coming here and for the reminder. If there's nothing else, please leave the ward. You're welcome. Just the least I could do. Carnivale is tomorrow, dear Judge. You still have a lot to do.
Oh, Pookie, you darling woman.
I was with Lappland the whole time since yesterday afternoon. By the time we reached the port, the fire was already dying. She's not directly involved with it. She spent the entire night after that just being a taxi driver. We went to the courthouse today and then came here to the hospital. Right now, I'm not sure what she's planning. Are you still looking through the file, Lavinia? Judging from its contents, there was no problem whatsoever with the hearing. The feeling I'm getting is all too familiar for my liking. They covered everything in the trial, and the testimony and evidence are stated in detail. But other than getting someone acquitted, it didn't find out any truths or solve any problems. In Volsini and other places in Syracuse, those cases can only end up with a case file like this one. I had thought such a trial would no longer exist here in Nuova Volsini. Lavinia. You don't have to console me, Texas. What concerns me more is, when did these people actually start to care about whether a civilian outside the Familiae is innocent or not? What's more, before this hearing, Familia Venezia had a near-perfect record in the city who couldn't easily find a reason for criticism. But this time, Venezia Jr. actually showed up.
Which is strange.
From Dimitri to Ingrid, I spent the last 2 days chasing in the wrong direction. What is certain, before this trial, or because of this trial, they are now on the same side. Leon's car accident, the hit-and-run vehicle, and the port fire. These three obviously have a deeper connection. The Saluzzos, the Venezias, and the Truckers Union. What are these three forces hiding from us together?
Lavinia closes the file, running her hand over the court emblem. Then the new Urban Management Act on the cover. After a moment, she raises her head. Texas looks at her friend. She seemed somewhat gloomy and confused earlier.
She's definitely back to her old self now. Carnivale is tomorrow, but Leon is still in a coma. I'm running out of time to figure out what kind of plans they have in store. I can't let the situation worsen, let alone stay sitting fouls. You mean, these people still think the new Urban Management Act is something they can use, but I shall show them it is the foundation of order in this city. Good for you, Lavinia, but just make sure you follow through with that. It's gonna be tough. .45 p.m. Hey, you! You can't go in there! Texas. Bursting into my winery without reason does not seem like something you would do. Of course. Told you we'd come find you, Signor Alberto Saluzzo. These are Saluzzo Vino's qualification documents submitted in the past months. A group of employees have in the short span of 2 months changed their positions in your company's registered profiles several times. First they were security personnel, then winemakers, then technical staff. We have reasons to suspect Saluzzo Vino is employing illegal methods to circumvent the standard background check procedure. Please come with us to assist our investigation. Didn't the constant changes happen because City Hall keeps changing the requirements? What's the big idea digging up these old files so suddenly? Don't waste your breath. These cops are obviously targeting us Saluzzos on purpose. Vaffanculo. We even paid so much in certification fees. Anyway, don't let them take away the dawn on our turf. Stop. Don't get involved. Don't get in the police's way. If they're only suspecting Saluzzo Vino of circumventing background checks illegally, then it won't be difficult to resolve. We just need some time. Listen to him. Got it, Don Alberto. This must have been the judge's idea. What? Of course, she's aware she can't do much with such a trivial offense. But she can at least keep me in jail for the next few days. She must have gone to Venezia Jr. or Irene, otherwise you wouldn't be the one standing here right now. I just happen to be free today. Making such a swift decision with only just the little information she has. Decisive. I still remember her looking so weak when she rushed to my place looking for Bernardo last year. She was a completely different person. Telling me all this won't help. There's nothing to fear if you're truly innocent. Of course, I'll go with you. I'll just do my best to aid your investigation. I said in court today, I'm simply doing my duty as a citizen of the city. Besides, Saluzzo Vino will not pause operations because of my temporary departure. Dimitri, I'm sure you must be familiar with our work here in Nuovo Volsini by now. Certainly, Don Alberto. Take care of my wineries for now. Manager of Saluzzo Vino. Of course. What's Dimitri got up his sleeve? TV-8, Selfless Law. We're getting there, chat. We are getting there. 9 and 10 after this. Probably story epilogue. I don't know if there's anything else, but...
Let's go.
This is interesting.
Draw swords.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Pass on your last words.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of people here.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
Need speed to succeed.
Solid positioning. Relax. I've swallowed up the sun.
Okay. Let's speed this up a little bit. We're 15 to 21, so there's not many enemies on this stage, but that means we're probably gonna get some tougher ones here soon. Now let's hold off on her. Put Buki out here.
Each secret's
Double Buki!
Everybody's in the game.
You can't stop me.
Oh yeah, here's a truck.
Roar.
A beer truck.
A word I've
Happy
not
drinking.
heard in a
After
long,
charging, deals
long
physical
time.
damage to target and all surrounding units and temporarily lowers max block. Ooh. 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 No, no, no. No, 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 no. We're getting monster out here because this ain't good.
I wasn't supposed to act, though the mountains when...
What do you feel about it? I knew who you were right away!
Oh, come on.
Optimize your zone. You saw me.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go! Pookie's Wolves having fun.
Stay safe, everyone.
Let's put her facing up there.
I've got an idea. What? You think you're a better robber?
Hey, we took out the beer truck pretty quick, and that one too. Okay.
I wasn't supposed to wrench and bone.
Finally caught up to the live stream. Had to 2 times speed what you miss. Well, if you 2 times speed, did I have a squeaky voice? I'm only kidding.
Pass on your last words. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Oh, Pookie, have fun.
I've got an idea.
Destroy.
You think you're a better robber than me?
Come on. Break them down here. No, it wasn't that fast. That's all right.
Moving to designated location.
I mean, if you really want, I probably could have a squeaky voice. I could...
Turn it up like this. If you're really in clear skies for tuning, rain clouds for Guyu.
Or even like that.
A little bit. Anyways, that's just messing around with stuff. Okay. Know how to use Crown Slayer. That's awesome. Nani? That's my mic mixer here. It's got all kinds of weird stuff. I can add reverb if I wanted to, and I could even echo. I can do a robot voice. There's all kinds of weird stuff I can do with this, and even custom things. There's a bleep button on here if I wanted to bleep profanity and stuff. It's so neat. It's weird. There's a lot that I still have to learn about it, but it's much better than what I was using before. Terrified mafioso. You sent for me, Don Venezia? Anton has a question for you. Over here, Carl. Antonio. Any cars headed towards Sicilia recently? Passenger routes are operating as usual, though most people are coming in here and not out. Good. Go pack up your belongings. You should be able to make the last ride over. Gotcha. Huh? Antonio, what's the meaning of this? Don't you have a fratello in Sicilia? You can't stay in Nuovo Volsini any longer, and you can't go back to Montelupo either. So you should go with him. Go to him. Your negligence has caused us to lose a whole carload of tires. I gave you a chance. Just greet the dawn at the port. Couldn't even manage that. That old Saluzzo Stronzo even got to meet Papa before you did. Carl, I've already given you the most decent ending possible by letting you leave alive. Take this. Check from a bank with a huge sum written on it. The Familia associate takes it, stunned. He sees his own name written on the upper left, already crossed out by Antonio himself. Call it a settlement fee. Without the Familia's protection, you'll need a lot of money. Crazy. It's about timing. That kind of makes sense. That makes sense for what she is and how to use her. But I'll have to build her. Well, now that I have her, I'll have to build her and give her a try and see how she works. I've been with the Venetias for more than a decade. I was following the Dawn before you even came in. Can't you just, for his sake, Don Venezia? Employees who make mistakes must naturally be punished, yes? Of course. You're the head of the Venezia Trucking. You call the shots. Bye-bye, Carl. At least he's alive, for now. Anton, you didn't inform me about this in advance. Please don't blame me for this. The police were just here earlier. They wanted to inspect the vehicle factories and service stations under the Venezia name. They said it was just a routine inspection before Carnivale. The official warrant said it was an impromptu check. I also just received news that Alberto was suddenly temporarily detained for corporate qualification issues.
I have no doubt the trial this morning has upset our dear Judge Lavinia. She's hoping to control a situation she knows nothing of this way. The situation spiraled out of my control, so I had to deal with Carl like that. It'll be hard to convince the masses otherwise. This year, Venezia Trucking has carefully complied with the new Urban Management Act, and the only clue we had proving otherwise was burned to cinders yesterday at the port. The only person who can affect our business has been dealt with. But when Carnival is over and Lavinia has her hands free, I'm afraid she'll try her best to target us. How do you plan on handling it? My original idea was to slowly transform this city, let it have a set of laws absent in other cities, while establishing an underground order the Syracusans are accustomed to. Venezia Trucking's business has been smoothly sailing. The trick is to follow these two tenets. Comply with the new Urban Management Act, but also not. Of course, the other familiae are doing the same, but adapting to the rules of the new game is quite difficult. The Venezias can fit perfectly into both sets of laws, and we've been excelling at it. So much so that today we can discard one and switch to the other immediately. So you want to completely control this city? You've lost yourself, Anton. Don't forget, Nuova Valsini has Signora Cecilia's endorsement. She supports the youth's reforms. You're openly defying her authority and turning us against all of Syracusa this way. You're using the entire Familia Venezia as your betting chip. It sounds like that, yes. The last one to do that was Bernardo. He only died last year. Are you afraid of Signora Cecilia? Afraid of the youngsters at City Hall yelling their ideals across the room? You've really gotten old, Papa. We Venezias hold a most unusual seat in the Grey Hall, a hybrid familia. Lupos with no blood ties who left their previous pack, Volpos like Ingrid and Perros like you. The other familia don't think too kindly of us, but we stand here today nonetheless. Our presence here embodies every Venezia's sweat and blood. Our ties run closer than bloodlines, and I want everyone in the Familia to have a decent end. But you want to put us in great danger. Anton, I think you've forgotten my teachings. Papa, I have never mentioned how a Pero... Have I ever mentioned how a Pero like me ended up in Syracusa? I was a soldier serving the true Bolivarians. I have but a superficial understanding of the situation in Bolivar. It actually doesn't matter which flag you fight under in Bolivar. You don't have to understand why the three parties are fighting one another. I mean, everyone's just trying to survive by giving it their all. I was in a guerrilla force raiding a village under the Cygnus dynasty. But we were discovered and the entire squad became captives. That actually makes me curious. So, Cygnus dynasty, hold on. 1 second. Arknights. Doberman. She was a former instructor for the Bolivarian Armed Forces, but what specific part does it say? I'm very curious about that. Let's see. Story. Is a former colonel of the Bolivarian coalition government who later defected to the true Bolivarians. However, she realized neither side had the intent to make her homeland a better place. Has the intent to make her homeland a better place and no different from the Cygnus dynasty. Oh, okay, so she wasn't there. She wasn't with them, but that's interesting. She was with a different part of the Bolivarian factions. So I was just curious to know if there was like a link there, if maybe that was there, but nope. The more we learn. Love digging into the lore and the character stuff. But anyways, I was in a guerrilla force raiding a village under the Cygnus dynasty, but we were discovered and the entire squad became captives. 20 of us emptied every pocket and piled our possessions together to bribe the executioner to spare us, change our status from death penalty to hard labor. The officer responsible for driving us was a paunchy aristocrat. He was drunk that day, made a mistake during the review process, and only came to us with a truck big enough to sit just 10 people. The executioner asked him
what to do next. Can you guess how that Stronzo replied? He belched from his drink as he whipped out a pen and drew a circle on our list, saying, "There's clearly only 10 people on this list, right?" We killed him, cut off his head, escaped Bolivar, and what happened next? I'm sure you know. Anton, this is the first time I've heard of. It's been too long, I almost forgot about it. You know why it suddenly came back to me. I was discussing with our young and promising mayor about building a logistical network in the city. He refused me and then shared how the city came about and its mission. A so-called experimental ground, with a new order governing people from the old, vastly different from the Syracusan tradition. He knew people would have trouble adapting. Irreconcilable conflicts would occur, and the system might even swallow groups of people in the process, but it couldn't be helped. There was a potential future. And all of that happened because 4 young people sat at the Grey Hall's round table and lobbied for their idea so passionately. Signora Cecilia allocated them one of Syracusa's 23 cities without hesitation. A move so cavalier, like that aristocrat who circled half our names away. Papa, Leontuzzo was indeed quite sincere and inspiring at the time, but I almost lost control. I wanted to burst into laughter. That boy knows nothing at all. You said I lost myself. No, not at all. What I want to do has always been the same. I hate the aristocrat and Signora Cecilia. I hate their power to wantonly draw their circles as they please. I want to take it all away from them. Anton. Phew. All right, Papa. I said a bit too much today. I'm not here to let you lecture me on decency or dignity, nor am I here to analyze what's going on in Syracusa. My activities this year alone are not enough to land a seat at the gambling table. Papa, don't we have a landship en route nearby? I'd like the rights to make an emergency dispatch. This is something only Don Venezia can do. If I refuse, will the men guarding the door deal with me like how you handled Carl? Of course not. You're a truly decent man, worthy of a dignified end. You're old, Papa. Haven't you always suggested you retire? So, Anton's thinking, hostile takeover of the Venetias.
Scusi, is Irene not here right now?
Your Honor, Irene's not here. Everyone went to celebrate her acquittal, that's why.
So why aren't you with them?
I'm just servicing these trucks, see? Carnivale's tomorrow, and they'll need a lot of our cars. Someone has to do it.
You're lying, Signore. When you see her, please let Irene know I need to meet her, even outside of office hours.
Excuse me. Got it. Excuse me. Irene, here. The scheduled table for this year. As you said, I marked all the Venezia trucking-related records. Trip times, loading instructions, driver names, they're all in here.
Yep, matches with Summer's notebook. Summer wanted to bring Guri here. Carmelo's secretly nursing his injuries with alcohol and couldn't get it from us. Gianni and Ruggiero had their own troubles, too. Every member of ours they targeted was carefully selected. There aren't many records, but the shipment frequency is very consistent. That night wasn't the first time they smuggled weapons into the city for sure. You were right. A judge did come looking for you at the camp. After she left, some Familia associates were tailing her in secret. So, I drove behind her car and came back here only after I saw her enter the courthouse. Good. There's also one more thing. What is it? I happened to see Saluzzo Vino's legal team hurrying into the courthouse. I asked around, and apparently not long ago the police suddenly showed up at one of the Saluzzo wineries and took Alberto away. Venezia Trucking also got the cops at their door at the same time. The police and judges should be inspecting their factories right now. Lavinia probably doesn't know about the weapons yet, but the car accident and the port fire has already sent out dangerous signal. Leontozzo's injured, and still hospitalized even now. As Nuova Volsini's supreme justice, she tries her best to get the situation under control. She didn't use a direct method with us like she did with the other two. She went to camp to warn us. In other words, an ultimatum.
Wait, about what Lyudmila just said.
Neither Alberto or Venezia Jr. will willingly meet their demise. Lavinia's in danger right now. Those wise guys only followed her with no intentions to harm her. We're in Nuova Valsini after all. We got cops patrolling the streets. Besides, they have an even better time slot available. You mean Carnivale? We could let the judge know.
Irene stays still for a long time before shaking her head.
Are you still hesitant to let her know about the truckers' union? Can you really just stand here and watch something happen to her? She's not a bad person, at least. You got it wrong, Lyudmila. It's too late for us now to stay out of it. If the Familiae dare to make a direct attempt on Lavinia's life during Carnivale, there's no chance to let the truckers' union go. If that happens, we can only wait for the slaughter to happen. I'm just thinking what I should do. I don't want something like what happened with Sommer to happen again. Giving Lavinia a direct warning isn't the best choice here. Lyudmila, did you see the weapons? How many were there? Based on the amount I saw and the total number of shifts on the schedule, I estimate there's enough Venetia weapons in the city to arm several tactical squads with dozens of people in each. We have more than 200 registered members, but if we include ad hoc staff and contract workers, we'll have several times the number of people. I just realized the Truckers' Union is actually the largest organization in Nuova Valsini. Maybe we can manage it, protecting a single person in the dark. Do you really just want to protect that judge? Sommer taught me one thing, at least. No one can be trusted in this city but ourselves. So we can only protect ourselves, even if that means resorting to violence. When I was in Ursus, I knew someone with similar ideas. She lost herself in the end. You want to stop me? No. What happened with Sommer needs a proper ending. But of course, he wouldn't want to see you lose yourself either. Irene, I guarantee you won't cross that final line. I promise you I won't, Lyudmila. I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing. Slice them up like a millefeuille. How do you like it? I love it, Pookie. I love it, I love it.
Alright, let's collect some stuff here. Not that one. This one. The PV6 and 7 with the 3-star rating and 8. So that's lots of stuff there. 280 more. We've got 9 and 10. And then the EX stages won't launch yet. May 1st for the EX, and then those S stages will come out on the 8th. So we've got a little time for those. Let me collect my other daily stuff, and then we'll continue.
Here's a carnival costume.
Perfect.
Put it on.
That's all I needed. Back to it. Okay. Story 3. So we have another story, then 9 and 10, and then probably epilogue. So here we go. That's it. You people just don't know how to party. November 9th, 12:05 p.m.
Pizza delivery from One More Slice. Pumpkin pepper, cheese, fries and sausage, supreme, devil's pepper, and classic mozzarella.
Pumpkin pepper, cheese, okay. Fries and sausage, supreme, okay. Devil's pepper and classic mozzarella. Pumpkin pepper, fries and sausage, devil's pepper. Devil's pepper's got to be something like akin to a ghost pepper. It's extremely spicy type of thing. Fries and sausage. All I can think is potatoes of some sort on top with sausage. Interesting. But pumpkin pepper. I will say this much. That probably is a good concept. But I don't know about on a pizza. And one thing is, there is a sauce. I used to get a jarred pasta sauce that I liked, and I tried to replicate the sauce flavor with my own recipe. Couldn't quite get it, so I've got to still work on it. But it was a pumpkin chipotle, and I loved putting it on ravioli. In particular, cheese ravioli with this sauce on, because it added an extra like layer of spice to it. It was so good. And I would layer the ravioli, put some sauce on, some shredded cheese, more ravioli and sauce and cheese, and make like I'd bake it in the oven and scoop it out in the plates and stuff. So it was melty cheese and hot sauce and stuff. Man, nice spice, a good feeling to it. Oh no, hungry. I'm sorry. It's part of the story though. Forgive me. But yeah. That was a good sauce. I still need to figure out how to replicate it. I'll get there. Probably come fall this year. We'll keep working with it. If I can beat a store-bought sauce with homemade, I will anytime.
Eat up. Can't work on an empty stomach. This one's yours, Senor Emperor. Or should I call you Consultant instead?
Emperor! Not bad. Soft and chewy crust, nice meaty flavor. You got a card for this pizzeria?
I made it myself at the dockworkers' kitchen. I can write down the recipe for you if you want. No need to be shy, it's the least we can do. If not for your help, we couldn't possibly have fixed all the damaged floats before the parade tonight.
I'm just thinking how authentic Syracusan pizza might go over with the Lungmanites. Maybe Exusier could add it to the menu at the ends of the earth.
What about that signore who's singing while working? Should I call him over?
Hey, Big Mouth, over here. This'll shut you up. It's the guy from Sargon. I don't know what's worse, the way you break into song anytime, anywhere, that obnoxious singing voice of yours, or the song itself. I mean, what's that crap? You belt that out while clapping together your building blocks in the jungle? High Priest. Yeah, excuse me. Can't find the energy to work without song. Unlike you, who's just sitting there giving advice. I'm the one who has to put in the work and sweat. You got a reason to do that. I don't. It was your float that got its ass burned off, wasn't it? It was bad enough that it didn't look cool at all. But how could they put me so close to that wolf? Well, all the other floats have their arms and legs stuck back in place. The only one left is the wolf that's just a pile of ash now. If you ask me, it makes more sense to spend the time making the other floats look cooler than rebuilding one float. There are so many floats. Who would miss one wolf? Fair enough.
No, you can't do that. There are many legends of beasts in Syracusa. The wolf is special. City Hall had already announced the number of floats and what they're based on. People would get anxious if one is missing.
You know. Hey, Fatso, stop stuffing that pie in my mouth. Pineapple on pizza. Now that is what I call radical. Do all Syracusan cops have to learn to make pizza?
Oh no, my papa has a pizzeria in another city, and I used to help out there. We're pretty well known. When I was little, I dreamed about having branches all over Syracusa, even our own dedicated headquarters plate. Maybe you've heard of our ad. Noemi Pizza. One more slice even when you're full.
Nope. In unison.
We never had the money to start a second one. Business was good, and no one dares to not pay for their food, but paying our protection fee takes up most of our profit. I came when I heard that Nuova Volsini Police Academy was recruiting. Maybe I'll be able to protect the shop once I become a cop. I know what you want to say. It sounds naive, doesn't it? Being a cop is much harder. And then there's all the trouble that's popped up these last couple of days.
Think of this another way. Becoming a cop means you can change your slogan. Noemi Pizza. If it isn't good, you can lock me up.
Oh.
You remind me of my Zumama. The young always have such simple goals and such strong motivation. Eunectus. This is all your fault, Fatso. I didn't even have time to tell Zumama I was coming here. Ain't many parties worth bringing us together, Big Mouth. Besides, we got serious business to talk about after the party.
Anyway, I really appreciate it. We were at our wits' end when you guys offered to help. As your compensation, I'll put in an application with City Hall as soon as the Carnival is over.
We got our compensation already. Emperor puts another pizza slice in his mouth.
Well, at least now we know penguins like pizza. We'll see this through to the end. This is good pizza, after all. High Priest puts another pizza in his mouth. Gotta admit, gives me a warm and fuzzy feeling to see that wolf burn to ashes. So you... But it don't compare to the anger I feel when a good party gets ruined. Well, now we know that those two are helping rebuild and fix the floats, which is nice. Oh, cruel fate. All the other stalls are busy preparing to make a killing tonight. We're the only ones who have been given the death sentence. I don't care, you're eating all the losses. That's not fair. That's just not fair. I did what I did with good intentions. I was trying to minimize the losses when the rain hit the other day. By getting the beer cart instead of the food drying in the courtyard out in the open? Mistakes happen. The beer cart is fully enclosed and equipped with a functioning thermostat. Who cares if it gets a little rain on it? But you had to push it back. Now you cost me the spot that took me so much effort to get. No stall, no food. This ain't a carnival, it's my funeral. I should have stuck to movies. Yes, I had to deal with the mafiosi who all fancy themselves filmmakers. But at least I got to make a living. I shouldn't have listened to your tall tales and come here. You again? Oh my! The father here. You're still here. Did you fall asleep on the spot after that ice cream? Father! Father! Really should take a photo of you right now. Engineer. So, what's stopping you? I'll pay if it looks good. Huh? You said photo, right? Yeah? Today is the biggest day of Nuova Volsini. Everyone will show up fully dressed. Masks, costumes, and massive mysterious floats. Definitely something I would want to take a few photos of for the memories. But I can't stop for something like that. No, when the parade keeps rolling. Wouldn't it be great if there was a professional photographer who could do it in my stead? Besides, it's better business than competing with everyone else selling beer and ice cream. And to tell you the truth, your ice cream isn't that competitive, not sweet enough. You heard the father. What are you still standing around for? Huh? What's happening now? Go and get the camera. And don't forget to buy a few more rolls of film. Thank you. Can't have two furs and one tail. Looks like this guy and I just don't match. Interesting way, two furs and one tail. That's an interesting analogy. Emperor and High Priest, the bird brain. Problems always float to the surface, and there are always ways to deal with them. I don't think there's a church in this town. Where did you come from, Father? Montelupe. Capital. Did you come all this way for Carnival? An old friend asked me to see what it's all about. He's there as the eyes for, what's her face? Signora Cecilia, isn't he? It's been a long time since Syracuse has had something this big, after all. Like Laetanian's Empress celebration. It takes place every year and involves the entire country. It just gets bigger every year. Yes, it's been a long time since Syracuse has had something this big. I hope it doesn't rain. It would make it so much harder to keep the peace. Is a storm brewing? Alrighty, back to Vulpes Foglia. What are you doing, Signora Venezia? You're not using this cloth anymore, right? Get out of the discard pile. Just right for wiping my blade. I could get a piece of softer cotton cloth for you. No need for that. There will be festivities on every street tonight. There's no need for you to stay at Taylor de Montano. I promised Vargo to solve your problem. You found Lucino and accompanied me to the Villa Venezia to bring him back. You've already helped so much. Thank you. There's no need to thank me, Umberto. You saved Lucino yourself by convincing Venezia Sr. to not pursue the matter any further. Is he still shutting himself in his room? I haven't seen him. Don't tell me he's ran away again. If he runs away, just let him. So much has happened over the past couple of days and he's still young. He needs time to process things. Perhaps I've been too strict. Maybe he's just struggling with how to view you, his own grandfather, an old tailor, and once the terror of Syracusan dawns. Well, that's not important. What's important is how he views himself after he stood at death's door and learned about all these things in the past. And he needs to figure it out. I don't have that much time left. Well, Signora Venezia, I bid you adieu. You already know, don't you? What? The culprit who hurt your daughter. And why would you say that? Did you forget I was once a killer too, Signora Venezia? Your weapon is sharp. It needs no honing, and you are not in the habit of doing so. When a killer starts polishing their blade, they're either planning to put it away forever, or planning to put it in someone. Fair point. More conjecture than proof at this point, but at least I have something. That's why I said you don't have to thank me. You came to Nuovo Volsini and stayed here at De Montano to learn about the truth. Who planned the assassination and hurt Signorina Lisa? This was your agreement with Fargo. But if you have learned the answer, there's no reason to continue it. Besides, I don't have any troubles left to deal with. Game is not over yet. The Fangs are still in the city. I've crossed blades with them. They may be young, but they fight well. If I can find them, they can find you. You're old and frail, Umberto. There can be only one end. It's an end that already looms large. There's nothing you can do. Tonight, at least, I wish to be alone and have a moment of quiet to myself. What's gonna happen to him then? November 9th, 4 p.m. Alright, we'll be going. Hey, new face. Where's the old dispatcher? Shift changed half an hour ago. He's probably in rehearsal right now. Huh? Didn't you know? Used to be a saxist at Teatro di Milano. They recruited him to the parade. I see. He's keeping you in the dark so he can show off tomorrow when his face is in the newspapers. Stronzo. So you're on duty tonight. Yep, I'm the new guy. On the bright side, the harbor's gonna be rather quiet because of all the festivities. I'll turn the radio up. Feel the festive spirit from here. What was the point of the Fangs? So, honestly, I don't know the complete story and all the details behind it, but I do know that all of the wolves that are in Siracusa, like Zaro, like Caesar or Grandma, Agnes, Vargo, all of them, and I mean, Emperor knows about it a little more too, but all of them are involved. They have this game that they play, and basically each one of them takes on a Fang, or what's more or less their soldier, and they create kind of like a death game scenario. They have their Fangs fight each other. And I don't really remember what the point was, what the outcome of it was, other than kind of like a power struggle type thing. There might be more to it. We might find out more here as we continue with this story, but I just know that each one of them, each Fang is tied to one of those beast lords, one of those wolves, and they're having them fight each other over different reasons. So whoever wins the game is obviously getting something, whether that's control over parts of Siracusa or power with the beast lords, or just their own entertainment. In a lot of cases, that seems to be a lot of it, especially with Zaro. It could be the major issue, is it's all for their own entertainment, for their own fun and games. And if that's the case, it's a sick, twisted thing, but it kind of is like, it falls in lines with some of these things, these more modern like stories and movies and things about events and things like that, like the Hunger Games, for example. A very similar thing where it's become a way to quell the people, but it's also entertainment for those who are in power, those in charge, who are strong. The Fangs kind of have that similar thing. They're fighting potentially for the entertainment and some sort of power struggle for the wolves, for the beast lords. So I think we're going to find out more about that, though, for sure, and see what the point of the game is. We just know that it's an age-old tradition for them to have this game. I would go if I were you, if you want to get a good place in the procession. All right, be seeing you. Ew. You almost let it slip. How about you do it then?
Hey, I don't got the acting experience. You're the one who's an extra in the mayor's promotional video.
It ain't the same thing. I was just being myself in the promo. We could always do another take. Screw up just now and all of Antonio's plans would have been blown. This is an important night for you, for me, and for all of Venezia. Once the city is firmly under our control, Antonio will be as good as his word. He'll support you in... what's the wording? Restoring the glory of Sicilia?
I just hope I don't end up like Carl. What about our musicista?
Playing a saxophone in hell. In that container over there. We'll deal with the body once the dust settles.
You got the dispatch station then?
Don't worry. Every vehicle that goes in and out of the port has to go through special checks. Venezia trucks have been added to the list. Nomadic City's positioning system has been turned off. With the exception of a single encrypted channel, other than the Familia's land ship, no vehicles will approach the city tonight.
The rest of the boys are outside. Once the land ship approaches the city and starts docking, everybody in Nuova Volsini port who ain't part of this is gonna disappear.
What about Antonio?
Think the boss needs us to worry about him? A few hours left. Enjoy the night. Nuova Volsini. Enjoy the true Carnivale.
Trite for an opening speech, don't you think? The voice came from above. The white wolf looks down at them from atop the crane, amusement on her face, surprise and shock on theirs. She frowns, like a listener who can no longer tolerate the performance. Who are you? Oh, have you been here this whole time? We're in Gambino.
Gotcha.
Nope. I thought you said it was trite, but you're clapping. Oh, there she is again. You just gave me the first twist, didn't you? You know, I was kind of hoping you would try to... how did he put it? Do me in?
I wanted to, but I ain't about to do something doomed to fail.
Fair enough. Where's your little friend?
Capone, helping Venezia Jr. with some other stuff.
Sicilian's been busy, eh?
What do you want, Lappland? We've done enough for you. I can't... Venezia Jr. has put everything the Familia's built over the past year into this. At this point, even if you want to sabotage it, there's not much I can do to help.
You still think you know me, Gambino? Why would I make things hard for an old... friend? Just do the job that your boss told you to. What he's trying to do doesn't conflict with what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'm even trying to help him. It's Carnivale, after all. The night when all the wonderful dreams we have about the city come true. That's why you didn't even need to kill this guy on the ground. Whoops. You really shouldn't be so eager to prove that you're a villain. No wonder Capone's racking up citizen points so much faster than you.
What else do you want me to do?
I dropped something at the Villa Venezia. Bring it to me.
What is it?
A gift box.
You mean the one that the little tailor was...
Uh-huh. And get me a bunch of ribbons, balloons, spotlights, that kind of stuff. Hurry.
Ooh. Let's see. What's that?
Part 5. Il lungo carnevale. The long carnival. Here we go. The lunatic. She's here. TV-9. We're so close. We're getting there, chat. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Once upon a time, there was a strange pink nightmare that roamed the Wild West. Its hide was black charcoal, its hair charred clouds, its horns twisted briar. Many were deceived by its beautiful mask, mesmerized by its sweet scent, falling into deep dreams, becoming its nourishment. The nightmare targeted Lupo children, once luring thousands of children away from a city in a single night. But the wise Syracusans came up with a way to fight the terrible pink nightmare. The nightmare was afraid of wolves. When you saw it, you'd simply cry wolf 3 times and the nightmare would disappear without a trace. Pink? Wait a second, are they referring to Dolly? Let's go! That sound effect tells it all. That is quite enough. I can't listen to any more of this. There he is! There it is, Dolly. No need to get excited, Dolly. The musician isn't wrong. That's what Syracusan legends say about sheep. If you're not happy about it, you could always jump on top of his head from your sheep float. After all, no one would be surprised about anything that happens tonight, no matter how out of this world it is. Look, I just like getting chased by wolves. Excuse me. Playing hide and seek with them was one of the few hobbies I had during my time in Syracusa. How could they twist the story like that? Blasphemy! I say blasphemy! That ain't the word I'd pick for it. Stop throwing cold water on our fun. How do the Syracusans see you, Emperor? Tell them about the black-robed singer, Big Mouth. Well, once upon a time, there was a mafia don who loathed music and banned it in his city, until a penguin singer dressed in a black robe arrived many years later. When he started singing at the town square, citizens having no concept of music found it too noisy and tried to catch the singer and hand him over to the don. The singer was too quick and slippery, even for the most athletic young man. He continued to sing as more and more people joined the chase, which eventually turned into a great dance that engulfed the entire city. The singer sang for 3 days and 3 nights until the furious Don had enough and came to catch him personally, but the Don was caught in the revelry as soon as he walked out of the door, and was never seen again. Why does Emperor get to sound like a brave, clever hero when he's not half as wise as I am? It ain't about wisdom. It's about Graf Penguin's attitude towards music. Freedom and struggle. You never did listen to the albums I signed for you, did you? Let's go, we're getting in the way. Musician plays excitedly. Acrobat juggles excitedly. Musician plays even harder. Acrobat shows off his skills. Achille? Where's my Achille? Did you just realize you had been walking with a stranger for half an hour, Signora? Oh, I recognize your voice. You're that judge from Tyranny. I'm so sorry. The Lecha Familia made me lie in court. All water under the bridge, Signora. Remember the rules of Carnivale? Look around at the sea of smiles around you. Fool and king, queen and priest, all are the same in their masks. Forget the scores of the past and let us toast to the future of Nuova Volsini. It's Carnivale. After all, we've got to put on our masks and enjoy the fun, shall we? The crowd passes by 3 aristocrats of beasts as Dolly's clones meander through the sea of people. All can see them. No one shows any surprise. In this ocean of revelry, not a single sea spray feels out of place. The carnival is supposed to be fun, not bloodshed. We can only hope. A dozen massive floats form an orderly row, carrying the visages of wolf, sheep, penguin, cat, dog, the legendary beasts that have come together in this city to lead the procession. The streets are brimming, nay, overflowing, with plays and improvised performances. Musicians and acrobats seem locked in a competition to outdo one another, forcing food cart owners to raise their voices even higher to peddle beer, pizza, and ice cream. This is even more exciting than an active volcano. Better than the old Carnivale. Even Fatso didn't enjoy that kind of party. Please don't dirty the word party by using it on a mafia-masked murder fest. One tree don't bear 2 fruits. The Syracusans are just like those wolves. Thousands of years ago, we left the wolves out of our parties because those dumbass pups didn't know nothing but fighting and killing. So they came up with their own game. Lucky the Syracusans are smarter, and they decided there's things worth celebrating besides that killing and fighting for territory. As for the wolves, that don't know how to change. They sense the same thing that we do. They know something is not right. We're kindred, after all. There are certain things that we need to talk about. I've met the ones that are less stupid, but they won't listen to anyone until their stupid game is done. Well, they got a saying in Yan, and it means basically, when in Londinium, do as the Londiniers do. Now, if this is a party, the Syracusans better not let me down.
9:25 p.m. Dimitri, again? Wind brushes against Dimitri's cheeks. The windows of the ward were closed when he left yesterday, and Lavinia had instructed the nurse to keep a close eye on the temperature in this autumn season, but he sees only an empty bed when he looks up. It's been a while, Dimitri. Vigil's up. I'm sorry, Senor Bellone. This man insisted on coming in. I tried calling City Hall and the courts to reach Judge Lavinia, but I couldn't get through. It's okay. You can leave. Ooh, excuse me. When did you wake up? The bright lights illuminate the skies and shine upon the hospital ward. The noise of the crowd can be clearly heard even through the window. Leon Tutso stands next to the window, gazing down at a city in revelry. He has changed out of his patient clothes, and there is no hint that he was in a coma not so long ago. A few hours ago. You know, I thought we were meeting up at a restaurant, not a hospital. Good, you still remember what you were doing before the accident. Looks like it didn't damage your brain. You sure didn't lose any time to get dressed as soon as you woke up? Don't tell me you plan on attending the festivities. Surely the nurses have told you that you need to lie down and get some rest. You're still wrapped in bandages underneath those clothes, aren't you? Just a little lightheaded. Got some pills for it, and I feel much better now. Hundreds of thousands of citizens will be on the streets tonight, celebrating the one-year anniversary of Nuova Volsini. The original plan calls for the parade to start from the expansion plate, travel through 23 streets across 9 plates, where it will be joined by various festivities. At midnight, they will arrive at Court Square, where I will address the crowd and welcome a new day together with them. City Hall has contingency plans. Your inauguration can surely wait until you're in better shape. Do you really think that, Dimitri? Leon Tutso turns around. Ah, that's a nice artwork. Lavinia has yet to announce the cancellation of the speech. I don't think it's because she forgot to. I have a rough idea of what's been going on these few days. Car accident at the Port District, and the fire at Nuova Volsini Port. What will the citizens think if the mayor misses tonight's scheduled event? If Carnivale concludes without a hitch, then the worst thing that comes out of my absence is that I lose a few approval points. But if there is something hidden under the bright lights outside the window, I need to be at the scene. Let's reschedule our dinner to another day. Today. Carnivale has begun. The whole city is busy. Didn't you hear the doctor? Neither City Hall nor the courts are answering phone calls. I'm afraid they have their hands full right now. I brought some people with me. We can escort you to the scene. You don't have a choice, Leon. If you know what's been happening the past few days, then you have at least an inkling of what's going on between me and Saluzzo. But you didn't bring it up. I have some things to tell you. Today's the chance. Leon Tutso gazes at his old friend. Threat and Dimitri's words are thinly veiled. After a brief moment of silence, Leon Tutso extends his hand. I'll be counting on you then, Dimitri. Just like old times. Vigil is a future cosplay idea for me, but I think Dimitri is too for sure. How are you feeling, Grandma? You're lost, my child. I'm looking for the last true wolf. I've wasted too much time. Easy, my child. It's not your fault. Grandma has taught you how to tell the scent of a true wolf's pelt. But the last true wolf is clever. He is a weaver of pelts, hiding his scent perfectly. He is a... The old wolves need to let go of their history of bloodshed? Yeah, but harder to change habit. It's easier said than done, especially for those who are so ingrained in their old ways. It is what it is, but we can only hope things will change. Haler. Grandma guides me. I will find the true wolf. Wait for me, Grandma. De Montano.
Oh, shoot! What is it? Lyudmila. Red Hood. That one again? Where? The alley up ahead. I could recognize her from a mile away. Man, we were just talking. We were just taking a minute to change the tires, and you run into her again? You want to go after her? Let's get back on the truck. Irene's waiting for us. I left Summer at the accident scene the last time in order to go after her. It just seemed to lead to all this crazy shit. You know what's funny? I keep running into bad luck just like I keep running into her. It's like a curse I couldn't shake. It's a brutal pack of wolves that we're facing today. I've seen what they're capable of. That's why I need to be with you guys this time. Well, nothing for you to be ashamed of. The bastard taunted you when you tried to take revenge and killed your mentor. You're way calmer than I would be if I was in your shoes. You know what? Once we get all this crap out of the way tonight, we'll come with you to find her. Beat her up and tie her up behind our trucks so that she gets to know what dust tastes like. Nobody messes with our ragazza sfortunata. Well, let's get going. Buddy, you say that like you're actually going to be able to catch Red. Damn it, boss. This place was hard to find. Our guys are in position. But are you sure you don't want to be on scene at a time like this? Come, look. Court Square. Man, this house is so close to Court Square. I took so many turns on my way here, and I thought I ended up in another district. Hell, I could see the posters on the courthouse windows. Well concealed, but offers a perfect view of the square and surrounding streets. I will be giving orders in real time from here, until the dust settles. How'd you get your hand on such prime real estate in such a short time? It has been under my name for a long time. I bought it soon after I came to Nuovo Volsini. Come here from time to time when I wanted some time off. To stare at the courthouse and city hall? How are things with the old man? No problems. The estate's crowded and they got enough whiskey, cigars, and classic records to keep him busy all night. Port? Gambino got everything set up. Our landship is the only thing that's coming to the city tonight. It's almost time, come to think of it. All our vehicles are being deployed around the Nuovo Volsini port. Goods will be delivered to every associate of the Familia once the landship is docked. Then it's up to us. Where's the parade procession? New Art District, where all the theaters and entertainment establishments are. There's lots of performances on the streets, and activities for visitors to interact with the floats. At least an hour until it gets here. We have a small number of select Familia associates nearby, equipped with the weapons we had smuggled in. The square is undermanned, and most of Nuovo Volsini's police keeping order along the parade route. Suppress the courthouse and other administrative buildings quickly and efficiently. With the port and the courthouse in our hands, and the supplies from the landship, Familia Venezia will become the de facto rulers of Nuovo Volsini. It's time for Nuovo Volsini to wake up from revelry. I just thought of something. City Hall's plan calls for the parade to be welcomed at the square by Leon Tuzzo's inaugural speech, where he's going to talk about stuff like the New Order and Syracuse's future and whatever. You gonna say something too when they're welcomed by fully armed associates of Familia Venezia? There's no need, Capone. If you need to think about something, think about whether you still remember how to use a weapon after all the time you spent working at a vehicle company. All good. I know your history, Capone. The Sicilians started the first city-state war in the history of Syracuse. You looted through the city, pointing your weapons at all who would resist or speak up, and harvested the tails of the vanquished with sickles. That was Syracuse's first Carnivale, even though the name came later. This is your chance to prove that the history of Syracuse began with you, Sicilian. Well, that sort of talk is better for Gambino. He's the one who could never stop talking about Sicilians. Longman, Volsini, Nuovo Volsini. We've gone from one place to another over the years. The Sicilians fell on hard times after Signora Cecilia abandoned her familia. Which is why I've never forgotten how to pull a trigger. Good. Do it. Pull the trigger!
Do it now! What, boss? Whatever I say to.
Happy Carnivale, signore. Have a balloon.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. Is the parade here already? I thought I would hear from the folks at the earlier stops. New York!
Slower on the uptake than I thought. What did you think was gonna happen? This ain't Senor Mayor's promotional video, where we got to go to the ground as soon as the cop tags us. They've been on the job for, what, 1 year? There's no familia nuova Valsini. Did you think they would have the skill or the guts to put their head on the line? When all they do is issue traffic tickets.
Left side of the square is clear. Right side, same here. The roads that connect the courthouse and the administrative building is secure. No survivors. Caught a few paper pushers as they were coming out. Damn, one got away and went back into the courthouse. Ain't no complaining. Alright, no complaining. It's time. Do it.
What time is it, Texas? 11. Here's your whiskey with ice. Thanks. You've been looking at these route maps over and over again, Lavinia. Take a break. The area around the square has been cleared of all non-relevant personnel. Traffic control is in effect from the new art district to the courthouse. All that's left is to wait for the procession. What's your decision? You're not concerned that it would cause a panic if it's the last Texas who makes the midnight speech rather than the acting mayor as originally planned? No, I'm not. Every float tonight is themed after a legendary beast, however mysterious or cruel. And many citizens have put on masks to play the wolf pack. Beast or man, they will walk together tonight in Nuova Valsini. I can think of nothing more appropriate for the Carnivale than having the last Texas give a speech to the citizens about a better future. And I can think of no one else who could take Leontuzzo's place as guest of honor. Alright, let me see that draft again. I'm sorry, Texas, but I need to prepare for all possible contingencies. You've looked on edge since you came back from the truckers' camp. I've done what I could in the time that I had, but the threat hasn't been eliminated. Tonight.
Uh-oh.
Judge Lavinia! What's the matter? Is that blood on your clothes? A large group suddenly showed up at the square. They took out the police. Who were they? I couldn't tell. They were all dressed up in costumes and wearing carnival masks. But they looked like they're ready to charge into the courthouse. Get your wounds treated. I'll check it out. No, Judge Lavinia, they're all over the square. If you go out now... If that's the case, hiding here won't do any good. I'm with you. Good. Stay here, Lavinia. I'll deal with what's going on outside. Oh, Irene. Irene? It's all wise guys. They want this building and the supreme justice. You. I'm here to protect you. Protect me? How?
Do you think we would have a nomadic vehicle to act as a temporary base in Chapter 15? That's a good question. It's still unclear as to if that is, like, with the way it ends, it's still unclear as to if what they're building on the property in Victoria is just a building or if it's another land ship. Because it seems like they still have blueprints and stuff for the land ship, for Rhodes Island, for how it's set up. And what's interesting is at the end of the 6th anniversary video today, there was a thing where they had some of the elite operators like Radian and Swift and characters like that talking and doing like a tour of Rhodes Island type of thing, which is really strange. It's almost like they were giving you a tour and a glimpse at the new version of the land ship. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but I would hope it's going to be, you know, another vehicle of some sort, whether it's a ship, whether it's a whole nomadic plate of some sort. Just as long as they can travel and move freely and continue what they're doing. And of course, take care of Priestess. Lavinia rushes to the window. Oof. Her legs. Getting tired sitting here. A pack of beasts that had laid dormant in the darkness begins their hunt. Elaborately dressed, masked figures emerge from the alleys and approach the courthouse in orderly formation, quickly making their way through the police lines, and no further. A truck appears out of nowhere, coming to a screeching stop in their path. The police barricade that it sent flying makes a dull sound as it hits the ground. Then, a second, and a third, as truck after truck barge into the square. Demonstrating surprising coordination, they form a tight line between the oncoming crowd and the courthouse, stopping it in its tracks like a dam stops the tide. They won't get near the courthouse for a while. I feel like I've seen this before. Perhaps you've seen City Hall's promotional video for Signor Bologna. Insurgent mafiosi blocked off the courthouse with trucks, creating an area in the city where the police cannot reach, allowing them to exact wanton violence. That was the inspiration. I wouldn't have thought of it if I wasn't part of the shoot. Irene closes the window. Time is short, Lavinia. There is much that we need to resolve. Interesting. Here we go. TV-9, The Wolf and the Pack. We're getting so close to the end. I can taste it.
Good. I suppose
Alrighty.
you've already got a plan.
Let's begin.
Ain't gonna do much, but...
Just as incantations must be restrained, so too must the enemy.
This will keep you quiet.
Sorry,
Moving
pal.
to designated
You're
location.
out.
Got it. You can't stop me.
Your weapons
put Lappland
are
out.
right at your fingertips. Why wait? Toxins and traps are my tactics. I knew who you were.
Oh man, I screwed... Yep, I screwed up. I wasn't quick enough for that. That was my fault. I shouldn't have put what's-her-face out there because of the fact that those guys are cloaked. So I need to get coverage up there, which is okay. We'll do that. Maybe what I'll do is I'll put Shu in the way because I heard block 3. She'll block on the other things, the vehicles as well. Let's go. Let's redo that one. Okay. I'll still put Texas down below, but I need coverage up top. I need to make sure I prioritize that.
No need to make a scene.
Okay. Texas out there. Speed that up.
When were the seeds of this tragedy planted?
Okay. Shu here.
Breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Okay.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
If you're really incapable, flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Okay. Do this.
You think you're a better robber than me? Your weapons are right. Shut up.
Okay, Shu's sucking them back, which is awesome.
Arrived at designated position.
Look now.
Okay. There we go. The end for now until the EX stages. Well, exactly. Exactly.
Designated location.
Well, I don't really need. Let's put Logos out.
The bell tolls.
I've got an idea. What? You think you're a better
I hear the elegy.
I wasn't clear skies for tuning, rain clouds for blue.
Okay.
I hear the Absolver, the fairy of the other side.
Pass on your last words.
Oh my. More dancers.
Moving to designated location. Solid positioning. Cut them to pieces. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Not you. Only nightmares come with me.
Okay.
just mi sciolse fare. I knew who you were right away.
So the mountains when summer leaves.
Wow, is this a rough stage?
Moving to designated location.
There we go. Very, very rough. That was like, there was a lot of stuff going on there and making it kind of lag. That's all right. That's what's crazy. It lags through here, but I guarantee you when that PC client releases, it's going to be so much better.
What is this? A list of people who have been coercing drivers to smuggle contraband into the city, compiled from the truckers' testimonies. It is the same people behind the accident that night, the fire at Nuovo Valsini port, and the insurrection on the square that's happening right now. The Mafia. I see. You should have told me about the things that happened to the truckers' union. I went to the camp yesterday, but I didn't find you. Too late for that now, Your Honor. The important thing right now is to put these people on trial. Trial? They want to take over the courthouse and eliminate their greatest threat before Carnivale is done. First, Signore Leontuzzo, then you, Judge Lavinia. They are no longer citizens of Nuovo Valsini. They have violated everything that the new Urban Management Act stands for. The evidence is right before you. The drivers are the witnesses. Signorina Texas here belongs neither to the government, the Familie, nor the Truckers' Union. She is eminently qualified to be the jury. And you are the Supreme Justice of Nuovo Valsini. The conditions have been met for emergency judicial procedures. Did I get the term right? Under extreme circumstances, the courts may, when the basic conditions have been fulfilled, try persons who present a significant risk to the public security of Nuovo Valsini in absentia. The most important matter at hand is to bring the situation under control, to ensure the safety of the citizens and the smooth progress of Carnivale. That's what I'm here for, Your Honor. Deliver your judgment, and the Truckers' Union will carry it out. Is that so? This list of names that you gave me, it's a little too detailed, Irene. Venezia, Saluzzo, Medici, Leodi, Genovese. Are all these familiae on the square outside? Nobody on this list is innocent, Your Honor. If emergency judicial procedures are activated, once I sign this verdict, everyone on this list becomes an outlaw under the new Urban Management Act. By law, anyone may apprehend, even execute them at their own discretion, without legal consequence. The present situation is not enough for me to justify such a measure. Whoa, wait a second. If she signs that, while Carnivale is a thing, it basically can turn into a bloodbath. It could turn into the old Carnivale that they tried to avoid. That could be devastating. That's kind of scary to think about. Oh my. They're here for you, Lavinia, and they're not coming with good intentions. That may be true, Irene, but what intentions are you coming here with? Why have you surrounded the courthouse with all these trucks? Is it to protect a friend, or to take the opportunity to solve all the problems you're facing? When you came to camp yesterday, I was trying to find Sommer's body. Thank you for remembering him. Yes, he's dead. I mobilized a lot of people, but we never found his body. I don't know who killed him, but I know he or she is out there, in the darkness below. It's not any one man or woman who killed him. It's a shadow that has always hung above our heads, one that has continued to stalk us even after coming to this new city. I want the murderers to get the punishment they deserve. I want to protect the rest of them and prevent the same fate from befalling everyone else. That's my intention, Your Honor. I should go. They're not used to this kind of stuff. I gotta be by their side. I know it's a lot to take in all at once, and you need time to process. I'll make sure you're not disturbed. But don't take too long. If not done correctly, this could be devastating to Nuovo Valsini, or to Carnivale as well. What's going on? An ambush? Did City Hall know about our plans? I saw their leader go into the courthouse. She must have gone to see that judge. What you scared of? It's trucks, not tanks. The government's so scared. They have to hide behind a bunch of truckers. Forget them. We're going in. Irene, what do we do? Give her some time. Signore is signore. I know who you are, and I know what you're planning. I suggest you go no further.
It's quite a scene. I never imagined there would be a festival in Siracusa like this, where everybody is a part of it.
It's because the city belongs to all of them.
Tell me, Leon, in those grand dreams of yours, how many cities like this will there be in Siracusa? You're quiet. It's not like you.
Just thinking about whether I should give you an actual figure or just say all of Siracusa. If Nuova Valsini is the place where this legal system, this new order without the Familia exists, then it will be nothing but a lonely island in the ocean. This is something that Lavinia and I have taken to heart. One lonely island in a swamp matters little. Before that, though, I must demonstrate to Signora Cecilia that this is possible in Siracusa.
How many people, how many things will you leave behind in the process? You haven't changed one bit, Leon. You're firm, unwavering, and very talkative when you talk about your dreams. But I'm not interested in engaging in philosophical debate about the future of Siracusa with you here. In the past few months, City Hall has rejected all applications by businesses associated with the Ballones. You're behind it, aren't you?
I won't deny it.
I can understand why you did it. You wanted to separate yourself from the past, to demonstrate the purity of City Hall. Who's the one who hasn't let the Familia go? You remember how some associates of the Familia chose to stay 1 year ago, even after most left because of what the old man did. What you don't know is that, as we discussed where we would go from there was unanimous agreement from the remaining associates to keep the Bologna name, even if the name put a target on our backs from the other Familiae. For all our enemies, and gave us trouble after trouble. Even if it forced us to seek new opportunities in Nuova Valsini, they don't regret it. They had lived together, fought together, and bled together under the Bologna name, carved out our own bit of turf together, earned the respect of everyone together. Not even the betrayal of the Don and his heir could shake this sense of belonging. You and the Don wanted to do away with the old and bring in the new. Change this country from the foundation. How admirable. How determined. But isn't it a little cruel if there is no room in your great ambitions for the Fratelli, who have had your back all this time, who had gone through hell and high water with you? They respect you, Leon, but they're also disappointed. Yes, disappointed. You knew. How cold of you, Leon Tuzzo. If Nuova Valsini rejects purely because the mayor was once their heir of Bologna, because of the potential backlash that permitting the entry of Bologna businesses might bring, the problem can be solved by taking you out of the equation. Your men are in place nearby. The reveling crowd pays no heed to us. It's not hard for you. Barely an inconvenience. I said a year ago that I am responsible to those left behind. I had intended to tell you this that night at the restaurant. I've had to push it back for a few days. I didn't have anything to do with your accident, Signor Mayor. But I will not hesitate to get you out of our way if you become an obstacle to us.
I believe it. You were never the joking type.
So? What's that sound? An even bigger float. Did the City Hall plan a surprise for the parade? Nope.
I don't know how many of you are skulking out here tonight, but I can tell you pretty much every driver from the guild is here. Be it full members or temporary contractors.
Ha! Strength in numbers, she says. What's next? You'll whip out a spanner from the trunk or something? I'll tell you what. Get out of my sight this instant, all of you, and I'll pretend I didn't see you tonight.
I never thought we could stop you through strength of numbers alone. A bunch of haulers who could hardly hold their own in a drunken brawl, much less fight to the death. Life's already hard enough. There's too much in life that we have to give up. You've proven one thing. The Familia will never give a second thought about us. Not then, not now, not ever. Continue to cower, and all we'll continue to see is our blood. Our own, our friends, our families.
It's been a full 10 minutes. Can you reach Gambino? No, I ain't getting through at all. Something's not right. The landship should have reached the rendezvous point and made port, and the convoys should have been on their way already. There's no movement at the docks at all. Are you going to listen to that driver talk until morning, Capone? They're just a bunch of haulers, Antonio. Are you sure? They're in the way, Capone.
What's going on? Feels like the whole plate is shaking. Came from the direction of the port. Hey, that way.
That's our landship, right? Balloon escapes the thread that bound it and rises into the air for a dozen seconds until it comes to an abrupt end when it meets a corner at the top of a massive object. It is a custom-built cargo landship, a massive vehicle that travels from city to city. Its enormous, resilient hull, able to protect massive amounts of cargo from catastrophes and hazardous terrain. It is not an object that one would expect to see inside a city, but it has forced its way into Nuova Volsini by brute force, its tracks crushing the ground underneath it, sending gravel flying. It tears buildings apart like paper as it brushes past them, and the resultant rubble falls from the sky like a rain of stone. It shows no sign of stopping even as it enters the square, casually brushing aside the trucks that surrounded the courthouse, while mafioso and truck drivers alike scatter, fleeing for their lives. Finally, slowly, the landship comes to a rumbling halt. That was when they noticed that there are ribbons and balloons all over this behemoth of steel, meant to roam the wilderness. It is here for the festival.
Ciao! Why so serious, wolf pups? It's Carnivale. A time to celebrate and party.
Be it admonishment or taunt, all could hear the voice coming from the deck of the landship. I knew she would be behind this. Why? Of course, because she's the one who crashed the truck into the courthouse in Il Siracusano, so why not she crashes something else through a city? Come on, Lappland. We know. The White Wolf removes her mask. No one can take their eyes off her. Beams from spotlights sweep away the darkness around her. The tactful night breeze brushes open the bright red on her shoulder. The best tailor in Syracuse has weaved roses and blood into the dress of the White Wolf, equally at home on stage or in the wilds. Seemingly satisfied at the reaction of the audience of mafioso and truck drivers, Lappland delivers her brightest smile and takes a graceful bow.
Shall we dance? Fall behind, lose your tail. Well, why are you standing there like a bunch of statues? The least you could do is blow a kiss or two.
Of course. There you go. All for you, my darling. I'll blow you as many kisses as I can. Anyways, what? Sorry. Moving on.
This is the final stop. The Night of Wonders. What are you doing if you're not welcoming the parade with the grandest show of them all? Oh, I see. Most of you are still empty-handed. My bad. A game has got to be fair, and a performance has got to be grand. Thankfully, someone has prepared the props ahead of time.
Music begins to play, and Lappland puts her foot forward to the rhythm. Acting like she owns the place, she kicks box after box off the deck. All the while, she never stops talking. What a performance. The boxes break apart in midair, sending their contents scattered across the plaza. Arts units, guns, staves, crossbows, originium explosives. It is a rain of weapons that falls everywhere. All one has to do is stretch out their hand to pick up the raindrops. Every one of them's like, what is going on?
Don't be shy. It's what you've been waiting for. What you've been looking for, isn't it? No rush, no hurry. There's plenty for everybody. The night is young, Nuova Volsini.
It's creating like a purge-like scenario. White Wolf of Saluzzo has hijacked our landship. Is this Alberto's doing? No, the use of the landship was a last-minute decision. Alberto hasn't shown any sign of intervening, other than the two of us butting heads on the matter of the truckers' union. What is that Lappland thinking? She's not doing this just for fun, is she? What is she planning? Still can't get through to Gambino. You better pray he's still alive. No need to be anxious. Lappland just spared us the effort of delivering the weapons to the square. Other than the commotion being a little bigger than expected, things are going largely according to plan. I'm going to the docks. Lappland is just one lupo. Even if something did happen at the Nuovo Valsini port, there will be enough time to deal with it. You take care of things here at Court Square. Get the guys from adjacent districts to come over to towards Court Square. Take inventory and make sure the goods are delivered properly. The city's brain and heart is what's really important. Once that's under control, everything else will fall into place. You got it. I had the boys clear a path that takes you away from the parade and the cops, so that you can get to Nuovo Valsini port in the shortest amount of time. The route has been sent to your terminal. I'm on my way. Capone. Wasn't easy to get you out of the shadows, boss. This betrayal, a proud Sicilian tradition too. Who are you wagging your tail to? City Hall? Saluzzo? Or one of the other familiae that's trying to take advantage of the situation in the city? Oh, just putting you in touch with somebody who wanted to meet you. Antonio hears footsteps behind him. He turns around and sees the familiar figure at the end of the alley walking slowly towards him. It was him! This is for your question. You aren't such a bad boss, you know. Temperamental but sharp. I actually felt pretty guilty when that crazy Lappland came knocking. Glad I don't feel that way now. Thanks for that one. Amelia got 100 ways to deal with enemies and traitors. Cut their tongues, slit their throats, bury them alive with their families. We're villains through and through. There ain't much we wouldn't do. But no familiar would raise a hand against honest folk who pay their own protection money. What? Times may change, but there's some rules in Syracuse that never do. I guess when all's said and done, you're still a Bolivarian, Antonio. That was quick.
You need to get your news faster. I was waiting nearby all this time. Still, thank you.
You want to thank someone, thank Lappland. Not that I got any clue what she's planning.
If I get a chance.
Need a hand?
You can go.
Oh, so... He's the one that hurt Lisa, huh? Ingrid. Ooh, boy, this is really taking a turn. Texas stands on the roof of one of the administrative buildings. She had came here from the courthouse's rooftop. The night wind rustles her clothes. She tries to keep herself pressed against the fence as she moves towards her mark, ignoring the commotion on the ground.
That landship. It's registered with Venetia Trucking. They secretly brought an entire ship's full of weapons. It's no longer a secret. Lappland's actions threaten to cause the situation to spiral out of control. Maybe that's what she wants. Never expect an attention-seeking lone wolf to act rationally. It's not me that Lappland is after this time. I'm concerned that she might not stop at this. She once said that all of Syracuse is her enemy. Go, Texas. You'll be by yourself. Not much we can do here. Trapped in the courthouse, best we can do is neutralize potential risks as best as we can. Both Venetia and the Truckers' Union are here for me. That's why I must stay. Besides, I can't really move like you do. I don't think Irene intends to do anything to me for the time being, at least. As for Lappland, leave her to me. The landship's torn up to the ground. It's tore up the ground. The square is in mayhem, and the courthouse door is blocked. How will you get to her?
Texas suddenly misses her friends at Penguin Logistics. Croissant would bash a path through the chaotic crowd with her shield. Exusier would probably come up with something even more outlandish. Texas takes one look to estimate a direction. She takes a deep breath and takes a leap of faith.
What a dramatic entrance, Texas. What, not happy that I stole the show? Why would I be, when you're so eager to come and see me? Did you break your leg? Do you need a doctor? Well, it's not like a doctor could get here in this mess. Just find a place and sit down. Sit where? You've turned the deck into a stage? Did you seriously get this costume custom made just for this? It's the Carnivale, after all. Looks better than what you're wearing, doesn't it? Oh no, ladies, you both look beautiful, but I gotta go with you, Lappland. That looks wonderful on you. Volpo versus Pero. Well, we'll see that outcome. Fox versus dog. The fox and the hound. Interesting. Hey, Gambino. Have you given out all the candy? There's a little left in the hold. Go deal with that candy thief in the hold. I think he came up with you. Leave the front row seats for me in Texas. A little bit, yeah. It's very similar design, very similar style. Perfect inspiration. Look, the poor child. The box cracked next to him, and a whole box of weapons spilled into his arms. See how he stares with mouth agape? Does he not know how it works? The ones in the masks have seen him. He raises the gun in his hand by instinct. Finally talking, Caesar. What did you think? It's not just I who didn't want to speak. Agnes, Vargo. We were ready to rip your throat out until your little pup showed up. Is this what that Lappland wanted to show us? Only a little better than those colorful streets and flippant fireworks. Does the human game refer to how those humans still refuse to remove their absurd masks and show their true face? Is this worth all the Signori de Lupi gathering here tonight? Are you anxious, Caesar? Well, Vargo is the one who should be anxious right now. Thanks to your help, Red should be paying a visit to Taylor de Montano as we speak. I'm ashamed of you, Zaro. Ha! Is that an emotion worthy of the Signori de Lupi, Vargo? Besides, you were the one who broke the rules first. You interfered directly in the game. The killer that you had the Higashi dog find attacked the fangs of Caesar and Agnes in public. Humph. There have been too many irregularities in this round. Agnes, Vargo. It is a position shared by more than one kindred. Game itself must be reviewed, but... The wolves that laid lazily upon the deck suddenly spring up. With Caesar, the Signori de Lupi surround Vargo and Agnes, shifting and crouching while bellowing belligerently. If not for the night wind that drowned out the sound of the Signori de Lupi's hunt, those on the ground would have been overwhelmed by terror beyond fathoming. Well, well, after all these years, we're going back from using our literal fangs. Shut up, Zaro. The last 3 fangs have revealed themselves. The Signori de Lupi shall stay here until this round is decided, and shall not intervene in any manner. Any in violation shall be exiled from the pack, and be punished in the most cruel way for eternity. The pack has spoken. Let us watch with patience. We will see if the human game is truly so much more interesting, as Lappland said. Vargo. Big twists and turns here. Didn't nobody tell you that by the rules of Siracusa, speaking onto somebody else's turf gets your leg cut off at the knee? Now get out of those boxes and go sit in a corner. Figurino! It's you who should sit down, big guy. Oh, it's you, the little De Montano tailor. So after I spared your life, you tailed me to the Nuovo Volsini port and sneaked onto this landship. You got talent on this front, I'll give you that. I wouldn't have known that you were smuggling so much weapons into the city if I didn't. What's Venetia Jr. planning? What do you think? Have you any idea how many people will die?
Did you want to join a familia and become somebody? Never thought about what the somebody had to do to get there?
Nono was right. Somebody like you keep ordering new clothes because they keep getting soaked in blood. You're no big shot. Nono's too good for people like you.
If I was you, I'd listen to my Nono. Swallow my tears and learn to sew buttons.
I won't let you.
Who's gonna stop me? You?
Get back!
Lucino kicks open a plank. Red sewing threads nimbly weave through it, with Lucino holding the end. Explosives. Learn that from the movies?
All the originium explosives are connected by this thread. All I need to do is pull it, and those weapons will burn to ash.
Know what's gonna burn to ash? You. Or you give up that dream of becoming a familia somebody? Decided to be a hero who teaches the familia a lesson. Sure, the headlines will all be talking about the young hero Lucino who saved Nuovo Volsini. Maybe you'll get a medal from the mayor. You won't be that little tailor anymore. Everyone will tip their hats when they see you on the streets. That's enough, pup. I don't got time to play what I want to be when I grow up with you.
I don't need that.
What are you talking about?
I caused trouble. I'll deal with it myself. Nobody else needs to know. Chino de Montano won't spend his entire life as a nobody. Maybe I'll never be more than a tailor, but right now, I don't think so. And I don't like the way you were talking, big guy. Don't look down on tailors. You don't know what we can do with a needle and a thread.
You know, kid, I'm starting to like you. You remind me of me when I was a pup.
Huh?
Two things was common knowledge by the time I got old enough to know my own name. Cecilia is the oldest familia in Siracusa, and it ain't around no more because of Signora Cecilia. All who tried to curry favor with Signora Cecilia came up empty, and all who tried to revive the familia were banished. The name Sicilian was a big fat joke. But it became my label without my say-so. Just like how everyone calls you Little Tailor. That's why I told myself I was gonna be somebody. All Siracusa's gonna know the name of Gambino Ricci, the Sicilian.
How'd that go?
Didn't go. You just want Venezia Jr. to suffer. He's suffering enough right now. This ship ain't under his control. You're barking up the wrong tree, kid. See that crazy bitch on the deck? Steer clear of her. She's trouble.
You think I'd believe?
I'm just too young, thought Lucino when it happened. Gambino had been drawing closer and closer. Even worse, Lucino had accidentally snapped the thread in his panic. But there was no explosion. Nothing. Everything was obscured by fog. Next instant, he saw Gambino floating in midair, and then finds himself in midair too, falling off the landship and heading straight towards the ground. He seems to hear a faint sigh. He interfered anyways. Fargo interfered.
Katsu! What is wrong with that white wolf? What is she doing? Form up and pick up the weapons. Have the guys nearby join up here. Get a group to board the landship. It belongs to us.
Gotcha.
The wolves are playing. Stop right there! Irene's orders. Nobody gets through.
Merta, when will these haulers learn to give up?
They won't. Oh, well, looks like we won't be disturbed for a while. What's that look on your face? I was expecting more gratitude for exposing a familiar plot to bring violence back to Nuovo Volsini. Maybe even a medal. Like this? This is not Samhain and Lungman, Lappland. And those arts units and explosives aren't candies. Hundreds of mafiosi are trying to take over the courthouse and city hall, and there are many out there in that revelry who want to see things get worse. You know what this means as well as I do. That familia haven't changed their ways and incited another civil disorder. That Nuovo Volsini isn't really any different from the other 22 nomadic cities in Siracusa. Or that Carnivale is finally living up to its name. There are almost 1,000 truck drivers on this square. The mafiosi are picking up the weapons, and these ordinary folk have to do the same in order to protect themselves. Why did you decide to come down from the sky, Texas? Who blocked the courthouse doors? Mafiosi are not the only ones wearing masks on this square. Familia Venezia has been plotting to take over the city with these weapons. You needed to discover their plot. Those drivers needed to protect themselves. All I did was bring out into the open what everybody wanted. You know how much I hate chess players. I prefer to put my foot down on the chessboard. Tonight is Carnivale. It's a time to review the progress that this new city has made in the past year. Everyone has the right to express their views and their demands about it, don't they? Candy alone isn't enough to make everybody happy. Look over there. No rush, Texas. I know you have a lot of questions, but why don't we make a bet first? Not interested. I'll take that as a yes.
She just said not interested. I'll take that as a yes. Wow.
You were always more alert, more vigilant than anyone. You never claimed to have high and lofty ideals, but you have a funny way of ending up on whichever side stood for justice, whether in Yan or Siracusa. Time now is 11:30. The parade procession will arrive at Court Square in 15 minutes. Who do you think will fire the first shot? Will hundreds of thousands of Nuova Valsinians see two groups lining the streets to welcome them in perfect peace and harmony? Or will they see the streets run red with blood and bring this truly Syracusan festival to a climax? I've seen the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected tonight. There will be no rain to wash away the blood.
Ooh.
Slice them up like a millefeuille. How do you like it?
I'm liking it, Pookie. I'm liking it. I'm loving it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. TV10. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Are you awake, pup?
I don't know what's sadder for Umberto, to slowly waste away from age and illness, or to watch how his pups get dumber with each generation. How sad and pathetic humans.
Your memory is blurry, but Lucino remembers the voice. The night that Umberto brought him back to Taylor de Montano. Sitting on a chair, Lucino looked blankly at the unfamiliar room before him, filled with various fabrics and tools. Umberto was outside talking to someone. Suddenly, he turns around, and through the window, Lucino thought Umberto was showing him to someone else. Does not see who it is. His grandfather, his only living relation. Lucino feels his stomach churn with nervousness. Then, he hears a voice mixed with anger and resignation exclaim, "Shameless human, up to the same old tricks again."
Are you Nono's friend?
Friend, teacher, master, employer, client. My relationship with Umberto is not so easily defined. I am the master of these wilds, pup, and your grandfather is my fang. Most incompetent one, I might add. Guess I'm really getting old. No matter how long I sat by the work table, the nights never felt this long. And I would have noticed you coming in when... 10 minutes ago. You mind if I kept working while we talked? I was delayed by an old friend's unexpected visit. I must hurry and finish the most important work on this suit. Lucino can take care of the final touch-ups himself.
Why? I smell no scent of wolf from you, even a little bit. Nor have you masked it in any unusual way. I was watching, I can tell. Are you really the last true wolf?
A true wolf? Ah, you mean the fangs. Yes, you've come to the right place, young one. I observed Umberto for a long time. I watched him serve customers of every kind, casually putting his scissors through some of their throats while taking measurement, without getting a single drop of blood on himself. He was not a warrior like Ingrid, but he was smart and knew how to make the most of who he was.
He was also good at disguising himself. He spent most of his time in Tailor de Montano, and was equally in demand as a tailor as he was an assassin. That's why I chose him. I told him about the Signore de Lupi, and the existence of the game. Nono's stories were true. You're the wolf from the stories. No wonder he wanted to leave the Familia. He was the Signore de Lupi's chosen, the most special tailor in Siracusa. He sure is very lucid. Did Nono accept your deal? No Fang can reject the Signore de Lupi, but Umberto set a condition. Condition? He was not the first Fang to try to bargain with the Signore de Lupi. Impertinent fools. I know 100 ways to destroy them and find someone else to take their place. What did Nono want to do? Umberto wanted to raise his pup to adulthood before delivering my victory. His wife had passed away, he said, and his young pup, Luca, was too young to survive without him. That was it. That was it, I agreed. The society of humans was no more dangerous than the wilderness. I did not imagine it would take up so much of his time and energy. I visited the tailor's shop from time to time to make sure he was not deceiving me. That day, Umberto shut down his assassination business, devoting all his time to the sewing machine, fabric, and the young pup as it grew. But his hands were still steady, and his eyes were still sharp. Therefore, I kept my promise. I needed a fang that would not break, not easily distracted prey. I gave him time. I had plenty of it. But Papa died meaninglessly. I gave Umberto plenty of time to recover from the shock. It may not have been how Umberto planned it, but at least now he was no longer burdened, and so one night I visited him again, demanded that he hold up his end of the bargain. But my Fang once again bargained with me. The Signore de Lupi pauses and glares at the young tailor before him. Do you mean he learned that his pup had a pup of his own? In the last family he had. He wanted to raise you to adulthood too before the hunt begins. Shameless human, up to the same old tricks again. That was you. This time I did not assent. He seems to have forgotten who he was, and who I was to him. Every time I pressed him, he babbles something like how life keeps repeating itself, while shamelessly promising that he will hold up his end of the bargain. But Nono was never in good health, as long as I could remember. My Fang could hardly defend himself now, much less deliver my victory. The only result of my patience was that he had grown old. Oh no, actually, I know he's only ever cared about his shop, the suits he made, and the people he loved. That's why he did those things, which he was never made for. Umberto was a fool. I was wrong about him. Why are you telling me all this, Signore de Lupi? All my effort and my patience have only earned me an eternity of scorn from the pack for breaking the rules of the game. You are his pup. Now you must face punishment. Punishment? All your efforts tonight will be futile, whether you are trying to destroy the weapons or destroy the ship. Look down at your chest. Puccino looks down and sees the front of his jacket has flown open. He must have dropped his button in chaos. Whatever you want to become, pup, learn to sew your own buttons first. Now get lost. Go back to Umberto. Very interesting that he'd approach and tell him about it. But now they're going to be pissed because he interfered. You're a terrible actor, Vargo. That mock anger. Were you afraid we would harm that pup? He was not part of the game. Have you forgotten the decision of the pack, Vargo? The Signore de Lupi shall stay here until this round is decided and shall not interfere in any manner, or else I've already lost, Caesar. The silvery Signore de Lupi suddenly looks up. He casts his gaze towards a corner of the city engulfed in revelry, the night sky bright as day. No one notices that a certain cloud is dispersed. The wind brings a familiar scent. Red has done her work. I won't be shameless like Zaro, Caesar. I have gone against the decision of the pack, and I shall accept my punishment. Are you mourning your Fang?
Just bitter about losing.
I wouldn't have found you without Grandma's help.
Grandma? That's how you call your wolf.
I've never thought of them as being particularly kindly. But then Vargo must have figured out a long time ago that he was being deceived. There's a soft heart there, underneath the surface. You won't resist either.
Either?
The last true wolf that I killed didn't resist. She just watched me pierce her chest as she cuddled her limp leg. She sighed and muttered, "Finally no need to live in fear anymore." Sounds like death was a relief to her. Well, it's not as if I stood any chance as if I tried to resist. Besides, I don't mind this chat going on for a while longer. It would ruin this new suit if we started fighting right now. Phew, almost there. Measure, cut, shape, trim. That's how plain cloth becomes stylish clothes. There are about 450 steps to a standard Siracusa suit. But it doesn't take as much time as one might think. You go about them step by step, calmly and patiently. The sound of the sewing machine stops. The old tailor trims away the protruding threads, gets up from his chair and walks by the huntress to hang the new suit on the wall. He sighs, rubs his swollen eyes, and lies down on a sofa in the corner. You mind if I lie down? At this age, I get dizzy whenever I work for an extended period of time. Grandma was right. True wolves are good at disguising themselves. I do not understand why you don't smell of wolf, but it doesn't change what you did to Grandma. You ate Grandma's eyes, arms, and heart. Answer me, True Wolf. Why do you engage in such a cruel game? I see. That's how you understand the game to be like. I take it you asked the last Fang you killed the same question. I don't have an answer, either, young one. We were all chosen by fate, by happenstance, whether it is lies or the truth that accompanies us. However, all of it will converge upon a single end. What will you do when the time comes? Find the other true wolf who escaped me. Her bow is weak. She is no match for me. No, what I mean is, what happens when you've killed all the true wolves? The game ends and Grandma is saved. And what about you? Where will you go from there? What will you do? Have you been seeking out and killing true wolves all this time? Waggles ears. No, I was helping Calcit. There are many things at Rhodes Island that I need to do. The huntress bows her head. I have wasted too much time. The cold glint of a dagger shines out of Red's sleeves. She'd been holding it all this time. You're not afraid, True Wolf? Of course I'm afraid. I always am, whether you're here or not. My health has been in steady decline for a long time. You can't help but be afraid when you know that you don't have much time left. But at least I was not like the one you spoke of, who spent a long time waiting for death's visit. That's much scarier than death. Come to think of it, I didn't really achieve anything in my life. A killer who racked up a mountain of blood deaths, a father who watched his son die, a grandfather who doesn't know how to teach his grandson, a Fang who never played the game. But I was a good tailor, a lucky old man. Many can say that they were doing the work they loved on their deathbed. I'll leave the finishing touch to you, Lucino. In a way, she gives him a peaceful end, doesn't she? Red does not raise her dagger. She does not need to. The old man on the sofa is no longer breathing, as though he had expended his last bit of strength to finish the suit. She didn't have to kill him. He went on his own. Wow. Red gazes unblinkingly at the old man's face. She had seen the deaths of many, all of whom had died with an expression like a mask on their faces. Even the limp true wolf that was waiting for death had terror on her face when Red came in, which only changed to relief in her final moments,
As for the reunion members in the Lungman ruins, and those who invaded Rhodes Island, their faces were twisted from rage or fear. The expression on the face of the old man before her never changed from the moment she walked into the Taylor de Montano to this very instant. Red was finally certain that he was not disguising himself. Was the man really who Grandma said he was? The true wolf died before the huntress, but not by the huntress' hand. Doubt fills Red's heart. Where will you go from there? What will you do? I don't understand, Grandma. Oh, man. Red's gonna figure out, isn't she? She's gonna find out she's just being manipulated. 15 minutes until parade arrives at Court Square. 11:30 p.m. Seems like you hate Syracuse even more than I do. Ha! You think I'm doing this for revenge? No. I've already said goodbye to my past, Texas. Maybe there wasn't a formal ceremony, but that doesn't make it any less serious. I didn't tell you how I became a taxi driver, did I? I never asked. Zorro and I came across this pile of scrap metal in the wilderness. Two of you got together. Not many people would interrupt me like this, you know. Yes, he's my lackey now. A few Syracusans came to Nuovo Valsini together, but started brawling out in the wilderness for no reason, and the car ended up right in front of me. Syracusa invited, so I had to answer. Just like you had to return to Valsini last year. Are you absolutely sure you're not just recalling the plot of a radio program? Hey, I would be happy to sell the story to a radio station or filmmaker. I think it'll make a good road movie. 1 year ago, I was sitting at that table in the Grey Hall with you when you won this new nomadic city from the Befana Sicilia. You could call me one of the startup investors in this youthful dream of a new Syracusa. Of course, I needed to be here at the 1-year anniversary of Nuovo Valsini to celebrate with my friends. You know, I think I deserve some gratitude for all the problems I dealt with behind the scenes to make sure the festival proceeds without a hitch. Like scattering weapons across the square? Much more than just that. Such as my dear father, who is quite, let's say, ambitious about his plans for the new city. I thought Alberto was in custody. Oh, come on. Haven't you spent enough time in my family to know what a Stronzo the Saluzzo Don is? He wouldn't tolerate the thought of anything being outside his control, despite his failure at Valsini, despite the vigilance of Nuovo Valsini's City Hall and courts against his interference. What did you do? Took a few things out of his control, that's all. You'll find out soon enough. Are you sure you're not doing this for revenge? Well, I guess that's a matter of interpretation. Oh, and these masked dudes on the square. You remember seeing their boss, that cheerful Pero, in court? Benicio Jr. It's often those who despise the game, the most who understand the rules more thoroughly. He and his Venezia Trucking have never been in violation of the new Urban Management Act. As a matter of fact, he is a 2-time winner of the Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Award. He might hate Syracuse more than either of us, Texas. But he knows how to read the winds better than most wolves. But... BTU. But what? There's a lot of typos in this one. They hurried the translation. I don't like his hairstyle. Too oily. I prefer Volpos who aren't so much like wolves. A Volpo mother from a distant land who returned to Syracuse to seek justice for her oripathy-afflicted daughter. Touching story, isn't it? Besides, I happen to know that mother. What did you do this time? Helped her find the culprit. Super easy. Barely any inconvenience. I'm sure you would have done the same. Sounds like the City Hall should give you a medal for outstanding citizenship. What better time to do that than tonight? You can do the honors. Nah, it wouldn't sit well with my conscience. After all, things have gotten to the point where they are, even with all the business that I threw a wrench into. Now let's get back to that wager. 2 packs of wolves, increasingly antsy. The end is approaching, Texas. Oh boy. 10 minutes. 11:35. I'm glad you're here, Ingrid. The White Wolf of Saluzzo has disrupted our plans. I'm going to the port to deal with matters, lest she ruin everything that Venezia has built in Nuovo Volsini.
I returned my emblem a long time ago. Whatever happens to the Familia is none of my business. Drop the act, Antonio. You know why I'm here. How did you know it was me? And you told me you knew the truth. But it was your reaction just now that removed the last vestige of doubt. Why did you think the Sicilian betrayed you the moment he saw me?
Ah, you tricked me.
Did I? I had my suspicions, Antonio. If the Tancredi's wanted to assassinate the Venezia Don, doing it through a child was a highly unreliable method, to say the least. No matter how intricate their plan was, they could not possibly have prepared a doll that Lisa had only fallen in love with half a month ago because of a movie. There never was an assassination attempt. You hurt Lisa to agitate me, in order to run me out of the Familia.
If that was so...
Oh, you spared no expenses to make sure that Lisa wanted for nothing when I brought her back. She called you the really nice Pero uncle. And the way you beseeched me to come home after I arrived in Nuovo Volsini. You wore your mask perfectly, Antonio. You put on such a natural act that it would put the real thing to shame.
Oh no, it was all real. Lisa, lovely, clever child. I was happy from the bottom of my heart when she called me uncle. But you were in my way, Ingrid. I could never have risen in the Familia with you around, much less rise to my present position. The struggle between Venezia and Tancredi had reached the point where nothing was off limits. It was a chance I could not afford to miss. Lisa was your only weakness. As for why I tried to bring you back after chasing you out from the Familia, the answer is even simpler. Times have changed, Ingrid, be it within the Familia or in Nuovo Volsini. Venezia Jr. needs a strong right hand. I even made preparations to sponsor Rhodes Island under the name of Venezia Trucking in order to allow them to devote their full effort to Lisa's treatment.
The Dawn took us in and we lived together as Venezia for more than a decade, but somehow you have it in you to hurt the people closest to you. Are you going to chastise me for lacking in decency, Ingrid? I'm curious. You truly agree with what the old man says, or are you just playing dumb? We keep emphasizing decency, acting like we're principled, pretending we're filled with love and claiming we're so different from the other Familia. But we're no different, are we? Just a bunch of Stronzo with blood all over our hands. At least the Fang went out on his own terms, peaceful? Absolutely. That's much better than dying by the blade, isn't it? Peaceful. Taking his last breath on his own. Rather than pain, I mean... Sure, he was in pain, but... is what it is. He went out on his own terms, like you said. A tailor, Umberto. He's done dirty work after dirty work for the old man, just because he owed the old man back in the day. Decency was really about the Familia. Why did he leave the Familia to focus on his suits? That scar on your face, is it a mark of honor or shame? Behind the scar, how many lives were taken in the name of the Familia? Who's really decent in this swamp they call Siracusa? No one amongst us, at least. Good. This is the right distance for stabbing. You really are forthright, Antonio. I just believe we shouldn't expect something unrealistic from one another. What the Syracusans should do is be prepared to lose everything, including those they love the most. That's what I used to admire you for. A bright flash of light. The alley there is separated from Court Square by a high wall. Only a few dim street lamps illuminate the dark street. A sudden flash of light dazzles Ingrid momentarily. This is your arts. You hit it well. Oh! Doesn't do much except cause a strong flash of light. It even looks a little silly, doesn't it? This is the second time I've ever used it. Without this light, I would not have dodged that bullet while kneeling in the mud of the jungle. I would not have been able to hold that drunken noble who circled our names away from the list before cutting his head off. Anger and distract me with that speech you just gave, then create an opening with the flash. You planned this the moment you saw me, didn't you? But all my knife found was the omamori you wore on your belt. She got her revenge, though. You never had a chance, Antonio. The moment I found out what kind of person you are. No, it's funny. I was actually trying to think of an excuse to spare your life on my way here. Lisa's condition can never be cured. She has found friends at Rhodes Island, even became an operator for them, working to help other oropathy patients. I was worried about Lisa's education, but life has thrown her a bone by the strange deliverance of fate. Sorella, Ingrid Venezia, you will insult me with this decency even now. You would never have missed my heart if you didn't mean to... I shouldn't still be talking. You're mistaken. I'm just plain Ingrid, a mother whom you've angered. If I was thinking about decency, it was only so that you wouldn't die with any. I left you alive so that you could bleed to death. You deserve the pain, Antonio. She does what any mother would. Proud of her. Let's go. I would do that as a father. Another firework explodes in the skies not far from here, casting its light on Ingrid's face. The parade is about to arrive at the square. Carnivale has come to a climax. It will be a long time before they find out about the perro lining on the other side of the wall. Ingrid snickers at the thought. She walks over the figure lying on the ground and leaves the alley. Yeah, but don't leave him or he'll be back, absolutely. And what did she just do? 4 minutes until parade arrives at Court Square. She just made the exact mistake. I still can't get in touch with Antonio. What the hell is going on? And where's Capone at a time like this? I knew you couldn't trust a Sicilian. What do we do now? What do you think we do? This isn't a movie you could just call cut and go to lunch. Everything has been exposed. City Hall sees us for who we are now. Do you think we could go back to being honest citizens of Nuovo Volsini after this? Complete Antonio's mission. Capture the courthouse, then get in touch with the port. Do the reinforcements have their weapons? Yeah. Good one. On my order. Maybe some of us haven't touched a weapon in a year, but we ain't any more out of practice than these cargo-hauling schemo. Irene, you have the answer? It's not the one we want to hear, is it? Tell Irene I'm very sorry about Sommer, but I will not sign this verdict, and this decision is final. Good for you. Nuovo Volsini will not tolerate the crimes of the Mafia, but that doesn't mean other people can use the opportunity to achieve their goals. I've gotten letters from many friends over the past year. Some of them are judges or lawyers in other cities. Others have chosen to pursue a different career. They shared a lot of advice with me about the jurisprudential basis of the new Urban Management Act and specific room for improvement. I read many feelings between the lines: concern, confusion, hope, even envy. The new Urban Management Act is a unique thing in Syracuse. It is the basis of this city's existence. Many have their eyes upon it. Even more have sacrificed for it. It's true that it can be powerless at times, but it's especially in times like this that I cannot allow it to become empty words, much less a tool to be exploited. She's still the same old Lavinia. Hey, Irene, what is it? Ooh, that is a badass picture. Listen to me carefully. These people have gotten their hands on weapons. They've become true wolves. The situation is out of control. I saw what the mafiosi are capable of when I first came to Syracuse as a kid. They slaughtered my uncle's entire family in just half an hour. In a few moments, I will release smoke to obstruct their view. Get the guys out of here when that happens. Hand signs, signals, whatever. I know you have a way. You'll need to be quick. I've never released smoke in such a large area before, so I don't know how well it will work, or how long I can keep it up. Trucks are right behind us. Get in, get away. I wasn't with Sommer that night. It's partly my fault that he's dead. There's no much that a luckless loner like me can do. Not much. But I can't let my brothers and sisters die here. That's a gun, not a spanner! Stop pointing it at me! No, I don't mean point it at yourself, but I don't know how to use it. And point it in front of you, Pedro. But that's... Don't worry about it going off or accidentally touching the switch on some arts unit. I've talked to Judge Lavinia. These mafiosi have been declared outlaws under the new Urban Management Act. No one is going to hold you responsible if you accidentally shoot them. Wait, but she said she wasn't going to sign it, so what's going on? So take a deep breath and hold your weapon firm. We're protecting Justice Lavinia, protecting the courthouse, and protecting ourselves. But Irene... Listen. What? The cheering. It's getting nearer and nearer. The parade will reach Court Square in just a few more minutes. How will the people interpret what they see? They're the ones who will pass judgment. The law needs only facts, doesn't it? Irene's voice is trembling, but the crossbow in her hand is firm. Suddenly, Lyudmila feels like she is looking at a stranger. Irene's attitude and everything changed from the beginning to where we're at now, but she's just headstrong and protective of family in a way, too. She's gone through a lot. The beast-masked figures on one side, the truck drivers on the other, like they are standing on two sides of a river. There is no weapon on the ground, only shattered boxes. The weapons are in their hands. Everyone hears the sounds filling the air. The rumbling of floats, impromptu band performance, the spirited yelling of acrobats. The parade draws ever closer. Then sounds that are fainter, but even more audible. The sound of guns being loaded and locked, arts units being activated, crossbow safety pins being unlocked. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to run. No one has moved yet. At the first shot, the damned river will burst, and the tide of madness will wash over everything. No one speaks. Nerves are wound to the very tightest. Everyone is listening to the sounds in their own racing heartbeats. A new day will dawn upon Nuova Volsini soon, but the night is long. Ooh. Uh-oh. Here we go. It's time. Oh, I've dreaded this moment so long. I don't want to fight her. Come on.
Let's just get started.
Solid positioning. You saw nothing. Need speed to succeed.
Whoa, what is going on here? I don't like this.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
All right, Pookie, come on. Okay, we need Texas here. Ow! Stop attacking them!
Branch and bone bear weeds. Mound
Cut them to pieces.
you saw nothing.
This is odd.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Ow! Okay. You know what? I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's go here.
You saw nothing. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Shut up. Monsters, with me.
Interesting. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? There's a scoreboard now?
Finally, things are starting to heat up. Let's join in and make Carnival even more fun. Let's see who can take out the most bad guys during Carnival. If you win, I'll take down my damage reduction shield, and your next fireworks will have even stronger special effects. If you lose, it will prove how pathetic you really are, and your next fireworks will have no special effects. Does that sound good? Then I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop kill thieving. Pookie, that is not fair.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics to go.
Okay, I'm in the lead right now. You ain't doing this.
I wasn't supposed to
Shoo, activate again. Okay, I'm beating her. I'm doubled her score right now. Okay, this is intriguing.
Trust in me.
These guys aren't cloaked. That's interesting. That's neat. All right. Texas, let's get some more DP. We need it. This is so crazy. 21-8 right now. Don't go there. I've got you. I've got you. Come on. This is... I trained for this yesterday. Kill races against my wife and kids. Like, come on. Let's go. We're ready to fight. 23-12. I got you.
Good job. Now I'll take down the shield, but just for a short while. Don't miss your chance to attack.
I'm prepared to fight.
How about we do this?
Wow. Looks awfully dangerous. Can you do it?
If I had other Pookie up there, I would have attacked that way, but it's all good. She's so focused on that she can't attack.
Got it. Shut up.
Boom.
It's your unlucky day.
Go Wolves. Oh man, this is so crazy.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
This is such an interesting boss fight. Oh my god. All right, I maxed out my DP. Okay. All right, I don't think I need her. Will this do anything? Nope, it doesn't. Okay. That's fine.
For them, the bell.
Okay, we're doing this again. That's all right.
Optimize your deployment. What's the situation? Perform the task.
So you wrap your brain now.
I hear the Electerium. The reversal of
Carnival's going off. Come on, we gotta activate Shu here. Come on, Shu. Here we go.
The mountains when summer leaves the white dew.
Okay, we got her over the half. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Optimize your deployment.
15-5. Come on.
Got it. Cut them into pieces.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay. Wait a second. Not good. We're doing it this way now.
And intimidation are my tactics too.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! She's on the field now.
I'm not dreaming. Only nightmares come with me.
Pookie versus Pookie now. This is crazy. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not digging this.
If you're really incapable of settling this, then let me handle it.
No, 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 no. Come on.
If you're really incapable of settling this.
Okay, wait a second. Attack.
If you're really
Oh, I lost that. Come on. What is happening? This is nuts. Shoo. Skill. Activate now.
Rain clouds for blue.
We are so close to losing people here. Big time. She's back over here. Oh my, not good, not good. Monster attack. Texas, you attack too.
Got an idea enough.
Oh, activated that just in time, but then we lost it. Oh man.
Wow.
This looks awfully dangerous. This will be quiet.
Oh no!
You can go do something else. Need food to succeed. What's the situation?
Okay. That takes her off there a little bit.
It's your unlucky day.
In this case, we can trade. Oh, no, no, no.
All the best.
Hey, wait.
You want my opinion? Still talking yourself in the past?
I plant you into the soil to grow anew. I'm prepared.
Skills. Crazy skills. Ooh, we got her. Oh, man. You two. Yeah, whatever. No.
Temperature stable.
First try, let's go! Ha ha ha! Oh. Good strat. A cheese laptop using Civilated turn at S2 true damage with Calcit and Malnar S3. Triple true damage the better. That is awesome. Good morning. Sun is up, isn't it? It's close. 6:06, and it is... Yeah, sky's getting bright. We're almost done, no chat. We just finished the boss fight. We probably got the after story here, and then the final epilogue, and then we'll be done, and then I'm going to get some sleep after that. But let's finish this up. Man, that was fun. That was crazy. I was so like, I didn't want to fight her, but now I got the fighter, and that was quite a wild battle there. Had me worried at multiple occasions, but here we go. I said on my order, you idiot! It wasn't me. I only just pulled the safety on my gun. And it's not them either. See that shocked look on their faces? They're checking themselves for holes. Did someone's weapon go off? No, nobody's hurt. But where did that gunshot come from? I thought I knew what to do just now, but what do we do now? I could see the head of the first float already. Hey, you over there. Minutes ago. Need a drink. I need a drink after that. Oh no. Oh man, come on. Ooh. Put too much ice in, that got super cold and that's messing with my teeth. 200 meters. Just 200. Yep. Called that one. You called that one. Haven't lost your touch, Ingrid. Not one bit. Merida, it hurts. I could feel my blood flow out of me. But that means I still have time. Get out of this alley. Get back to the square. I can still bring things under control. We have the courthouse and the port. Maybe I'll die, but before I die, I'll sit in the judge's chair and deliver the final judgment of this ridiculous testing ground. Antonio leans against the wall and does his best to stay upright, wobbling towards the exit. The alley is dark, and every step takes massive effort. For some reason, he thinks back to how the guerrillas crept through the jungle of Bolivar by night, escaping from the Singus government. Antonio thinks back to the circles that the noble drunkenly drew on the list, and his severed head when the guerrillas cut it off. He thinks back to Ingrid, Vinicius Sr., Leontuzzo, Alberto, Senora Cecilia, all the people he hates. He will take everything from them. He will draw a big, bloody cross on their names. It's not over yet. He stops. He feels the cold metal of gun muzzle pressed to his forehead. Antonio. Carl? I ordered you to get out. Who do you think you are to kick me out? But just the Dawn's Guard, Tusk Beast Antonio. No matter how hard you try to disguise your ears and tail, you want to kill me. Your hands are shaking. You don't know who my enemies are. You don't know what I'm building. You stupid, worthless Coglione. Oh, he's done now. Carl stares blankly at the lifeless body in the ground. He has never seen such fury as that which is on Antonio's face, even unto death. It almost seems like it was not the bullet that took Antonio's life. The fact that it was he, Carl, who fired the bullet. Antonio's blood seeps through the cracks on the grounds in the shape of a massive bloody cross. Looks like the cross was drawn on your name, Antonio. It just took a long time to do it. Well, Carl got his revenge.
Hey, you over there. Irene, it's okay.
Before everybody's eyes, Irene leaves the driver's line and takes 2 steps forward, standing in the middle of the road. Facing off the tense crowd of mafiosi, she takes a deep breath and lowers her crossbow. What is the meaning of this?
Look, the first float has rounded the corner. A parade is here. Are we really going to fight to the death in front of hundreds of thousands of Nuova Volsini citizens? Whatever your plan was, it's too late, isn't it?
You want us to lower the weapons? You think we're stupid?
We're doing the same thing. The White Wolf scattered this stuff on the plaza. We, as conscientious citizens of Nuova Volsini, volunteered to clean up the square so that the parade can pass through. That's what happened. No more, no less. All of you, signori and signore, are witnesses from me and all the drivers behind me. They, in turn, are your witnesses. It's Carnivale, after all. Let's give the parade a warm, proper welcome.
Get in, Carl. Parade is almost here. Can't park here for long. There's a Carnivale mask on the driver's seat. Put it on and hide that blood on your face.
Don Venetia.
Move. Interesting that he's the one to pick him up. Car starts moving and the parade crowd passes through behind. Music and cheering mingle under the bright lights. It has been a good 4 or 5 hours since the revelry started, but Nuova Volsini's excitement shows no sign of abating. From the expansion plate through all of Nuova Volsini's major districts, the procession is about to arrive at its destination. Nobody notices a lone car driving in the opposite direction.
I'm sorry, Don Venetia. I didn't get the job done. Gave me a chance after Antonio ran me out. Ordered me to take him out quietly, but if Ingrid didn't already mortally wound him before I got there.
Oh, is that gorgeous? I love these CG pictures. These are awesome. Like, if you ever look them up, if you guys ever get a chance and you want, like, clean copies of these pictures, just go on different, like, either the wiki or the one Ace Ship website used to post a lot of them. But if you just look up Arknights CGs, you'll get these background images, and they are so cool. You can get them in the high resolution and everything. I love collecting them. But anyways, no. Antonio died by your hand. The Don's permission is required for the execution of a formal associate of the Familia. At minimum, a proper explanation should be given to important members of the Familia. I mean, sure, yeah, but then you got to screenshot and go through all that. I found the one, they upload them. I think it's the Arknights.wiki.gg or something like that, is one that they typically upload them in like as high resolution as possible. So tends to make it pretty nice, but Ingrid's methods were not decent.
Understood, sir. Now, Antonio is dead. He was your son-in-law. The Familia's...
Nuova Volsini has its rules. So does Venetia. What Anton did was wrong. This is an act of kindness. He is with Bella now. Besides, his death will not be meaningless.
What's next, sir?
We go home and clean the house. The first thing that City Hall and the courts will see when they get up in the morning tomorrow is Venetia's good faith. We will sit down together, and we will talk like decent people. It will be a busy night.
Keep up, keep up! Court Square's just ahead! We got to get ahead of that float to get to a good place. Oh, don't squeeze! You're not joining them, Signorina? The plain outfit stands out in a crowd of colorful costumes and masks. What an idea to turn things on its head. May I take a few photos? I can mail them to you if you give me an address. Hey, are you listening? Agnes? Why don't you say anything, Agnes? You've never left me before. Where are you? Lupo Girl's eyes harden. Photographer gazes across the street. Red Hood stands out in the crowd, even in this revelry. A trap! How did you... You got distracted. Is Agnes your grandma? Can't find your grandma too? You're the last one. The last true wolf. Kill you and I will know the answer. Wait, she didn't actually kill Luna Cub. Grandma, I'm here, child. I won, Grandma. I saw it. Saw how the entire battle played out. So you zeroed in onto the fang of Agnes, lured her into a trap, and struck her down with a single blow. You can see. Have your eyes healed, Grandma? Have your arms grown back? Is your heart whole again? Why can't I see you? Why can't I get close to you? My sweet child, would you have hunted with such fervor if I didn't say that? Here she finds out. Red killed the true wolf and earned an insipid victory for Grandma, finally. Now I go off to find another sweet child. You lied to me. Why? I don't understand. Oh, bother. All right, let me put it another way. Maybe then you'll know what to do. You're like the ones you killed, my child. You're both huntress and true wolf. Not all the true wolves have been slain. Grandma hasn't been saved yet. Poor Red. She's got the mask on. That's cool. Look at the coordination of the two groups. Truly impressive, isn't it? In the space of a few minutes, they've hidden all the weapons in the trucks and stand side by side to welcome the parade procession. It's almost like they rehearsed it. You would believe me if I said they were pointing weapons at each other just a few minutes ago. You win again, Texas. Once again, justice and conscience have taken your side. Texas does not answer. The White Wolf claps even harder, an ink-black mask on her face. Actually, I'm more curious why you suddenly put that mask on. It's Carnivale, after all. Why the long face, Texas? You won. You should be more cheerful than that. Look, the parade enters the court square. That little intermezzo just now never turns into a full-scale riot. Peace and love for all. Or is it because you just can't help thinking that the only reason it turned out this way was because of a single gunshot out of nowhere, which gave one of the wolves the chance to cool its head? And Carnivale is nothing but a red carpet laid out on a swamp. What are you trying to say, Lappland? What happened tonight is not the same as the civil disorder that happened in the other cities of Siracusa. The only difference being the involvement of a bunch of ordinary people who were pushed to desperation by the Mafia's turf wars. Well, you're not wrong. But they really did put on a remarkable show. Especially that driver lady that we saw in court, who seems to have understood a lot of things without having to be taught. Nuova Valsini is not a vineyard where you just sow the seeds and wait for the fruits to grow. Don't forget that it sits right in the middle of this swamp by the name of Siracusa. The Familiae have never been the only ones who had to crawl through the mud and water. Don't underestimate the power of this bog, Texas. It turns everyone into hungry, ravenous wolves. It is ingrained into the genes of the Syracusans, the instinct to turn any new turf into the same swamp. This endless cycle is what Siracusa is. Don't try to escape it or change it. The easiest thing to do is to learn to enjoy the swim. That is what the old man, Senora Cecilia, and you, what all of you have taught me. Leontuzzo and Lavinia have taken radical measures in order to validate an order that exists outside the Mafia. There's a long way to go. This is why Nuova Valsini exists. It offers a new possibility. But really, did you do all this in order to give this speech? I didn't know you were so concerned about the future of Siracusa. Took the words right out of my mouth, didn't you? I was going to ask you that. Otherwise, why would you have come here? All the way from Lungmen the moment you got my invitation. I know you're gonna say...
The White Wolf pauses, clears her throat, and imitates Texas's way of speaking. Calm and even, yet emotion-filled.
Ahem. All those lofty ideals are none of my business. I just work for a logistics company. I'm just here because I care about my friend, and because my conscience wouldn't let me turn a blind eye to certain things, just like in Volsini. No, Texas, I haven't forgotten the time that we first met. You had just came to Siracusa. You were standing at the edge of the mobile platform holding your Nonno Salvatore's hand, watching my family's workers trim the grapevines. Your Nonno and my father were talking about how Columbia was turning into a dump, about Siracusa's good weather, the New Year's harvest, and how you'll be staying a while at our place. Your eyes were bright back then, and your expressions were much more interesting than they are now. That's because the grapes you picked were so sour they almost burned a hole in my tongue. Everyone on the square is wearing a mask tonight, but none could compare to the one you wear. Nobody sees things clearer than you. You were the first one to realize that this is a swamp that you needed to get out of. But it was your disappointment that made you see, Texas. You once had such high hopes for this swamp. Forget about my speech. You, Texas, are a true blue idealist. I don't deny it. Or rather, whether I am or am not makes no difference. It doesn't change what I have to do at the end of the day. A very Texas answer. Almost boringly so.
Is that a land ship? Wow, City Hall brought a land ship to the show and turned it into a stage. Wait, look who's on deck. Is that the last Texas? I'm sure I've seen her in the courts of Volsini and the one opposite her. Lappland, the White Wolf who was disowned by the Dawn of Saluzzo 8 years ago? Why are they here at the Carnivale? Must be City Hall's special guests. Think about it. Representatives of two major familiae here at the climax of Carnivale. It sends an even more powerful message than Signor Bellone's promotional video. Damn right. Lappland takes off her mask and gives it to Texas.
What? You won the bet, didn't you? In the old days, the familiae murdered each other on Carnivale, the last surviving wolf, taking the masks of the vanquished. I suppose we need to give the old customs new meaning in this new city. A new life, that kind of stuff, I guess. As for the question just now, it doesn't matter what your answer is. Siracusa makes us all wear masks. Makes all of us wear masks, after all. We're part of Carnivale's main event, Texas. Regardless of why you're here and now, you represent part of Siracusa. Whether it's the part that's new, or the part that's broken and needs to be thrown out. Mafiosi and truck driver, city officials and judges, and all the Syracusans on the square will see in us the meaning that they want to see. You may, of course, choose to turn around and leave. Come on, Texas, don't just stand there. All of Nuova Volsini is watching.
Silence. Texas gazes at her old friend and old enemy for a long time, and finally extends her hand. Ah! A dozen beast floats drive into Court Square, as though it had been previously rehearsed, and the reveling crowd continues to gush in like the tide. The sound of music and the cheers of the crowd keeps growing louder. The bright lights and fireworks in the sky provide the perfect backdrop for the duo on stage.
Do you hear that? They would not let the good night go gently. They're cheering for you and me, for this new city, for a new life.
You're still really good at making me feel sick.
I'll take that as a compliment.
But I don't mind being part of the event. I don't mind these people seeing some sort of meaning in me. Without hope, there would never be disappointment. Whether in Columbia or Siracusa, I do, in fact, hope to see a truly vibrant city emerge from the swamp. If the challenge and complexity of building it are beyond what I can imagine, then I will face the challenge with my friends, not run away from it.
All right, I've made up my mind. I'll take care of one more trouble for you and Syracusa. I'm bringing those stupid wolves back to the wilderness so that Syracusa won't be affected by their dumb game. No need to thank me. When the obstacles have all been pushed out of the way, how will you, change the swamp? There's something I suddenly wanted to ask you, Texas. What? Are you disappointed that I didn't come to New Volsini for you? No. Another very Texas answer. Break a leg, Texas? Mm-hmm.
Texas takes the mask. The White Wolf lets go without warning, without hesitation. She turns around and walks into the landship's hold. Oh, what a pretty picture.
Oh, and Texas. You were fun while it lasted.
Huh. Damn. My heart.
Well,
Landship. The White Wolf of Saluzzo in Texas. And the Truckers Union. What else did we miss?
Signore Bologna. Hello, Irene. Haven't seen you in a while. Perhaps we should have a little chat once the festivities are over.
Dang those two indeed. Go on, Mayor Leontuzzo. The duo's performance has come to an end. Time to deliver the closing speech for Carnevale.
Thanks for bringing me here, Dimitri. And sorry I couldn't give you a satisfactory answer even at the very end.
Since when have you been the type to say useless crap like that?
I suppose you're right. Good evening, folks. I'm Leontuzzo. As you can see, I was a little dinged up, but I'm out of the woods now. I was actually there in the middle of the parade on the way to Court Square, experiencing this city that we live in together. I'm sure little needs to be said about the impressive performance of Signore Lappland and Texas. But I wanted to see your faces, say a few things, and spend the night together with you guys. Many things have changed in Nuova Volsini over the past year, not least the competition of the Nuova Volsini port, the biggest cargo port in Syracusa. Every connection it makes is like a pulse of the city, demonstrating healthy, robust vitality, supporting thousands of enterprises and hundreds of thousands of livelihoods. We founded the country's first police academy, a new code of laws, and people are increasingly identifying with Nuova Volsini. This makes me glad and anxious in equal measure. The city continues to face many problems that cannot be ignored. For example, the citizen credit system remains inconvenient, and there are many cases where it doesn't achieve its intentions. We also understand that the uniqueness of New Urban Management Act makes it difficult for our citizens to receive the support they need for cases that span jurisdictions. A year is a very short period of time. City Hall and the courts still have much to do. What I want to ask is this: what is Nuova Volsini to you? That's also the question that I want to ask other Syracusans and Volsini, Sicilia, Montelupi. What is Nuova Volsini to them? And what is this young city to neighboring Latanian, distant Ursus, and all the other countries in Terra, for which change is a constant? Are we a new possibility to them? Not just a different kind of violence, something stronger, firmer, more close-knit, something worth talking to. Will they understand that our strength comes from our most earnest desires, that we and all the others gathered here today can safeguard our hard-earned new lives? That's what we have been trying to achieve over the past year. There is no familia in Nuova Volsini. The reforms associated with this saying does not rely on Syracusan methods. The Syracusans know it. A secret negotiation, an assassination in the dark, a purge of the city, a deadly struggle between familiae. All that has happened here, and all that will happen, will be viewed through the lens of the law. We're giving a new order to our life. The swamp that Syracusans used to take for granted will no longer faze us. A friend once said to me that I'm walking down a thorny path. He's right. But all the challenges that we have faced is exactly why Nuova Valsini must continue to move forward. For everyone who has been hurt on this path, for everyone who may be hurt in the future, I'm sorry. But at the same time, I continue to extend an invitation to all the friends who have something to ask of Nuova Valsini. We shall trample the thorns together and make this brand new, one-of-a-kind city better, little by little, until it's ready to usher in a new era. As a matter of fact, a new era for Siracusa has already begun, a future filled with infinite possibilities. Dimitri gazes forward silently at the silhouette of Leon Tuzzo outlined by the countless lights. What can I say, Leon? Saluzzo's wine isn't bad, but I prefer my own. Bologna will find its way into this city. In my way, by your rules. I promise that to you. Dimitri turns around. The mayor's speech continues, but he has received the answer he was looking for. Dimitri has accepted the invitation, or perhaps declaration of a very long war. Enjoy the rest of the night and the dawn of the new day.
Your face just now.
End of show appreciation medal.
The folds of a feather flock together is indeed true.
Wonderful. Here it is, story 4. What will take the place of the blood and mud we have wiped away? Let's wrap it up, guys. We've reached the end. Grandma, I don't understand. Uh-oh. You're not getting away this time, bloody pup. As the carnival drew to a close and the dust settled in the square last night, Lyudmila spotted a familiar red silhouette. She followed the figure through the winding alleys, sometimes hitting dead ends, other times standing still. It clearly had no direction. Lyudmila readied for an ambush, biding her time, her strike landing true. She pinned the figure down, pressing her blade against its heart. Just a little more, and she would avenge her mentor and end this haunting ghost. The red Lupo offered no resistance. She simply knelt, muttering as she stared into space. Lyudmila looked into her eyes and saw nothing but emptiness. The silence was brief, and the red Lupo spoke. True wolf. What? Grandma was the true wolf. I was like them, chosen by the true wolf. We hunt for the true wolf, die for the true wolf, deliver the true wolf's victory. The story was a lie. Grandma was a lie. It's all a lie. You're talking about your game. So teacher had to live in fear all her life with a limp leg just because she's part of this stupid game. You killed her for this victory. I don't understand. Lyudmila suddenly feels a force from her counterpart and hears the sound of blade ripping through fabric. She takes a step back. Is this what your Cowset taught you? Violence, hatred, ideals, fate. Your Cowset always has an explanation, doesn't she? Cowset. Cowset. The kneeling, red-garbed Lupo searches through her clothes in the rain, eventually pulling out a tooth from where Lyudmila's knife had struck. It's a small, sharp tooth. The knife has left a clear mark on it. A baby tooth. Grandma told me that this kind of tooth falls out because it can't tear the prey's flesh. But I have always kept it. Not sure why. Calcet said I should keep it safe until I know the answer. I didn't listen to Calcet. I found the girl with the bow. She's alive. You missed her vital organs. Did you doubt yourself in the final moments, scum? You want to see this Calcet of yours? Waggles ears silently. Well, I'm going to find her and ask her what all of this is about. Don't you dare die before then. And don't you dare get my knife dirty. Ooh, so she's taking red, and they're going to see Calcet.
Oh boy. Is this how Nuova Valsini's law enforcement does things? As we have already explained to you multiple times, Signor Saluzzo, your request for legal counsel is perfectly lawful and reasonable. We duly notified Saluzzo Vino. Nobody has come. It's not because of any interference on our part. I want to see your supervisor. No, I want Justice Lavinia, or Mayor Leontuzzo.
Buongiorno, signore. Had a bad night.
Lappland, you've been banished from the Saluzzos forever, traitor. You do not have the right to rescue me.
Oh, please, old thing. Still so full of yourself. Do I look like I'm here to rescue you? Catch!
Lappland throws an elaborate gift box through the cell door window. Alberto does not catch it. The gift box falls to the ground, its lid coming off and revealing a new suit, briskly cut, elaborately embellished, even more so than Lappland's outfit.
How do you like it? Meant it to be a gift for the Carnivale, the work of a master Syracusan tailor. We already said goodbye last year, dear father, so I wasn't planning to see you again. I preferred to spend my time on more meaningful things. But then, it would be ungrateful of me to not present a parting gift after all the lessons you taught me. But the little tailor who was supposed to run errands got into a little problem, so I had to make this trip myself. Unfortunately, the Carnivale has already come to a close. But from the looks of things, you need something to wear for prison, don't you?
Are you trying to provoke me? It won't work, Lappland. How can you be so clever yet so childish? Every Saluzzo knows that Alberto Saluzzo is never wrong.
Tisk, tisk. Well, since I'm here, let me tell you one other thing. Let's just say, your stay will be much longer than you think.
What? The vote has been taken, Signorina Lappland. Despite your mistakes, you are the Don's only daughter and the heir to Familia Saluzzo. We need you to take charge of the Familia's affairs for now. Most urgent tasks are responding to City Hall's investigation of Saluzzo Vino after the Carnival and getting the Don out.
What? I was just here for a drink. I thought there are no Familiae Nuovo Valsini. Are you sure you want to play this inheritance game?
Oh, God.
Besides, didn't the old man pick his guy before he went in?
Do you mean...
If you're looking for help, you should look for it from Saluzzo Vino's primary partner.
I'm honored to take on this responsibility, Signorina Lappland,
and my friends from Saluzzo. So what's the plan?
We will immediately audit all our businesses in the city in accordance with the new Urban Management Act. In addition to illegal registration, Signor Saluzzo has indeed been manipulating Saluzzo Vino to engage in prohibited activities. It is our duty to gather materials and self-report to City Hall. If necessary, I will restructure the leadership of Saluzzo Vino. A necessary sacrifice to protect Saluzzo Vino.
Oh my! That sounds like so much hard work. Here's a toast to you.
Oh man! What a turn of events! You! How dare Bologna? Did he plan this from the beginning? You would allow the Bolognas to take the Saluzzo's business in Nuova Valsini.
Remember what you said. Banished from the Saluzzos forever, right? Or did you think I was going to come home to roost like a migratory foul beast? There was always a question on my mind. Papa, why were you so angry when I tried to kill the Bocea Lupo at Brunello? Or when I let Texas go in Colombia? You were angry that I acted against the Familia's interests, violated the rules of Syracusa. Or were you just angry that I was telling everyone that there are certain things which are outside Alberto Saluzzo's control? You should probably save your strength for the trial. I doubt the new management of Saluzzo Vino would make his legal counsel available to you. My dear father, you're not just a fool. You're a boring fool. It's really Adio this time, but cheer up. You'll be better dressed than all your fellow inmates after all.
Ouch! I love it. I love it. Oh, good job, Pookie. Hey, ain't you done yet? I don't know what the paper pushers at City Hall are thinking. Same point, same social service. Why I gotta sweep 2 more streets than you, Capone? That's Signor Capone to you, Gambino. Don't forget who saved you when you passed out in the alleyway that night. Vaffanculo. Did you hear? Half of Venetia's trucking management are in police custody right now. It wasn't just cigar and vinyl sent to Venetia Senior's room that night. There were also detailed business and personnel records of Venetia trucking for the past year. Anyone who was closely associated with Venetia Jr. got rooted out, and the city Alcazzi came into work the next day to a thick pile of self-reports lying on their table. Venetia Sr. cut ties to so swiftly and decisively that City Hall couldn't find fault. Venetia Trucking will get a full makeover but won't shut down. Venetia Jr.'s impact was reduced to a minimum. The Familia sure are finding new and clever ways of dealing with traders in Nuovo Volsini. The Don really struck like thunder, didn't he? I thought he came for the festival. We'd have been rotting behind bars by now. If we'd have listened to you and stayed there. What's the difference? We lost all our citizen points, and we gotta start again from scratch. Once again, we got nothing left. Well, not exactly nothing. Capone casts his gaze at the intersection, where a familiar yellow cab is parked. Lappland said we can have the cab. Our reward, basically. How long do you think it'll take before we get a taxi company started in this city? I know what we'll call it. Taxi Siciliano. What do you think? I think we should get out of here, because that judge is coming. Wait, I don't think she's coming for us. Hey!
You're just going to leave without saying anything. Lavinia. I won't stay any longer. I want to keep you up at night. Where will you go? Rhodes Island, maybe. I haven't seen Lisa in a while. Now that this old score has been settled, I have the time and the mood. I'm not here for small talk, Signora Venezia. We're not that close to begin with. Earlier in the morning, Venetia Senior came to me and Leon Tuzzo. Whatever is going on with Venetia is none of my business. He would pay any price for Venetia's trucking's survival, even if it's just one factory. But he also had another request, to grant you safe passage out of Nuovo Volsini. Given the actions of Venetia Jr. on the night of the Carnival, your efforts helped City Hall contain the violence to some extent. Therefore, leniency should be considered. However, the charges of assault and battery still stand, not to mention that your actions were acts of revenge within a familia. We will issue an arrest warrant for you, Signora Venetia. Arrest warrant? I have multiple mafioso bounties on me, and even Signora Cecilia's prohibition. Your arrest warrant will be a nice souvenir, I guess. Do not dismiss it so casually, Signora Venetia. This arrest warrant is empowered by the new Urban Management Act. Unlike Signora Cecilia's prohibition, there is no room for mediation just because some familia comes into power or loses it. The law is the law, Signora Venetia. We've talked about this before. Your every move will be watched by Nuovo Volsini, and perhaps all of Siracusa in the future. The arrest warrant will remain valid until you are brought into custody. I appreciate the reminder, Lavinia. I'm not dismissing your declaration. I could tell that you're a firm person when I saw you at the winery. In the Siracusa I knew, you didn't need a reason to kill. But that's not how things should be. Every action needs a reason. Proper reason. It's true for judges, for mothers, even for killers. I approve of your reason, which is why I approve of your action. Besides, as I've told you, I don't have anything against your profession. I'm just thinking, if you issued a warrant for me, should I look forward to when we meet again? Well, I should go.
Quite the interesting dynamic between those two.
Hello, Irene. Are you feeling better, Signor Bellone? Yes, thanks for asking. There's something I need to give you.
A resignation letter.
I would like to resign as president of the Truckers Union. 1 year ago, I promised you and Judge Lavinia that no mafioso would infiltrate the Truckers Union, but I failed to keep that promise. I stopped them from putting their people in the Union, but it didn't prevent them from achieving their goal at all. Sommer, and all the others whom they used. It's my fault. I tried to coerce Judge Lavinia when things were exposed.
It's not your fault. Not all of it, at least. No one can stay calm when they see their best friend die and their family, along with themselves, backed into a corner. In the end, little harm was done.
But I just can't forgive myself.
I received a joint letter just before you arrived. It was signed by 200 full-time drivers of the Truckers Union, plus several hundred more temporary and contract staff, asking for amnesty towards your actions during the Carnivale.
They shouldn't have.
Rethink your resignation, Irene. City Hall will hold an internal hearing next week to discuss integrating the Truckers Union as a government department alongside city development and the police. Together, we will build Nuovo Volsini's logistics in the city itself. Irene, I look forward to a long and productive partnership with you. I still trust the decision that Lavinia and I made that day. May or may not be the best person to lead the Truckers Union. You're a decent person. In the 2 days since I woke up, I've learned about what I missed and thought about many things. Finding the direction is easy. It's the journey that's hard. A long, long journey.
How did it go? The association will need to cooperate with the investigation and face penalties. However, City Hall won't pursue what happened during the Carnivale, or those who helped with the smuggling. Good. I thought I asked you to wait for me at the camp. I came to say goodbye. Didn't want to deal with the commotion if I said it at the camp. You're leaving? I found the red one. She's not in great shape. I thought she was your sworn enemy. Yes, she needs to go back to somebody, and that somebody is my other sworn enemy, whom I'll have to visit sooner than later. It's a long story. Anyway, nothing much is going on with the Union for the time being. I want to visit this place called Rhodes Island. There's something I want to ask before I leave. That night, when you ordered us to point our weapons at the Venetia mafiosi, what were you thinking? That all of the Union's problems will go away if we kill those bastards? And who smuggled what will remain a secret forever? Were you confident that it would be done, could be done, with so many people behind you, and so many weapons in our hands? Were you confident that you wouldn't be held responsible? Were you thinking about protecting the people behind you, or how, like the bastards on the other side, you held the fates of so many in your hands? Was it the gunshot that made you stop, or was it your judgment from deeper down? No need to tell me, Irene. You know the answer. I told you the story of Tallulah, a respected leader who became an evil dragon. I failed to see it happen, and I didn't kill her. I won't make the same mistake again. I'm watching you, Irene. I'm the sword that hangs above your head. That's what you become. I will come for you no matter where I am. And I will kill you. I hope that day never comes. I hope we can truly, sincerely give each other our blessings, friend. Irene is alone. The Reproba with the furrowed brows has vanished without a trace. The night wind of late autumn is chilly, but Irene just stands there, lost in thought. It's me, Sandro. About the joint letter. Thank you.
Love this song. I thought you promised Texas to take us away from Syracuse.
I lied. Besides, Did she really win the bet? Is the Carnivale over, Sorrow? Or has it just begun?
The old wolf of Venetia has hidden his fangs and claws, blending back into the pack. The pup named Irene has learned the tricks of hunting on her own.
That's why I said you guys are stupid.
You set all sorts of dumb rules, but you can't resist breaking them. Excuse me. Wrong voice.
You set all sorts of dumb rules, but you can't resist breaking them. The game becomes increasingly boring with each cycle. The all-powerful Signori de Lupi are reduced to petty worries like humans. From one wolf to another, tell me, Zaro, what set the rivalry beneath us into motion?
Power, obviously.
Yes, a port, a community, a city. Wherever there are people, there is power. Whether one pursues it, detests it, seeks to control it, or grasps it like a drowning man clutching at straws, they all end up holding power tight and wielding it with fervor. Power is the true wolf pack. It's the game all Syracusans, no, all humanity, was born playing. There is no judge, no rules. Its variety is infinite, and it does not end except by death. Like the wind on the wilderness, there is no direction, and no one knows where it comes from, but it never stops. Interesting, very interesting indeed. I'll concede that you have discovered this pleasure earlier than us. Do you intend to put an end to the fangs and have Lappland lead us into this new game?
That depends on what Vargo, Agnes, and the ones over there who haven't spoken think.
No human has ever been the alpha of the pack in the memory of the Signori de Lupi, nay, of the beast aristocrats. Do you have a hierarchy over here? That's a human concept to shackle their own brethren. You call yourselves the Signori de Lupi. Act like one. If she truly does bring us pleasure.
There's one more thing you forgot. Look at the crystals on her leg. She's pretty far gone. And oropathy is an incurable disease for humans. But we, deathless Signori de Lupi, recognize a dying human as alpha.
True. I probably don't have much time left. Doesn't that add to the thrill of the game?
I have a feeling that this is going to be the best time of my life.
Oh, and Emperor came to talk to me. It's not just the pack that has sensed this unease. It is a crisis that has put all the aristocrats of Beast on guard. Emperor and our cousins and other races wish to talk to us. If Lappland is our alpha, then... There is no rest for the wicked, is there? Tell them.
The wilderness keeps its promises. That subtle change in the eye. Oh my.
Wait for me.
Subtle change. Just wow.
Fine. Bravo. Bellissimo. Please take a look, Signorina Texas. I'll submit it if there's no issue. So much paperwork to become an independent consultant for you guys. Mi scusi. Carnivale drew a large number of tourists and delivered on the promotional expectations. Nuova Volsini Port has received a large number of orders in recent days. Moving forward, our logistics systems will reach beyond Nuova Volsini, connecting with other cities in Syracusa and even abroad. There's no room for negligence. Penguin Logistics has the qualities we're looking for, but Lungman is a long way from here. The process for bringing you on as a special consultant will be a little more complicated. Just sign here. Welcome to Nuova Volsini, Signorina Texas. Things are about to get busy. Excuse me, could you submit my application with Selenius? Oh my god, she came back, Giovanna! We meet again, Selenia. Giovanna. I thought you wouldn't be coming back for a while after you left for Columbia. Has your journey for inspiration come to a close? Sora started her second Syracusa tour 2 months ago, didn't she? Didn't you notice the name Katarina Culture Ltd on the sponsor list? Since when have you become so close with Sora? She's a friend too. One whom you introduced me to. My injuries have healed, and I've found new inspiration. It was time to come back. The happy times of the past may be gone, but that doesn't mean we can't create even happier stories ourselves. I needed time to prepare before. Now I'm ready. And none too soon. I see. Seems like you have made a decision too. Yes, things will be different between us now. I'm looking forward to it, Selenia.
Wow, I didn't expect her to come back to Siracusa. I thought she'd stay in Columbia for sure. Oh my god, what is H-Near doing now? Standing up sleeping. In the port.
Father H-Near. Oh, it's you. I wouldn't have realized that you were in Nuovo Volsini if I didn't see your photo in the submissions for memories of the Carnivale. Well, I didn't tell you, or anyone else for that matter. Are you planning to leave now? I'll go back to Montelupo with you. There's certain things that I should explain to Signora Cecilia personally. Why? Huh? This city is just entering its second year. Its mayor has many things to attend to. Take it easy, young man. I'm loath to admit that we're like concerned parents who quietly follow their children first time they go out on their own. But yes, I came to this city at Cecilia's behest to see it, deal with some people, or declare a decree on her behalf if it comes to that. But I did nothing. The Carnival had its little hiccups. But it's come to a satisfactory conclusion, hasn't it? In certain ways, it's true that you haven't completely fulfilled your promise to Cecilia to transform Nuovo Volsini into a city that's totally different. I can't deny it. Well, Cecilia had so much more on her plate when she first came back to Siracusa. It wasn't easy, bringing guns and order to this country. Of course, you're facing more resistance than she did. That's why she wouldn't pour cold water on the fire of youth. She hasn't gotten that old. I'm not coming back with you to Montelupo to prostrate myself before Signora Cecilia and beg for her mercy. I have some plans about the future of Nuovo Volsini, about promoting the new Urban Management Act. Ah, very good then. I want to ask, though, if you came to deal with problems, why didn't you do anything? I saw an old friend. Oh wow, they were acquainted. How long has it been, Umberto? Father H-Near. I remembered that you moved to Nuovo Volsini. Just thought I would drop by. Are you waiting for someone? Mafia killers or the Fangs? I don't know, but death will find me one way or another. I'm old enough. Sorry, it's been a long time since I walked into a church or offered a prayer for the dying. Some priest you are. I still remember the day we met. It never occurred to me in 1,000 years that I would be hired to kill a sancta, a priest no less. A moment of surprise was enough for you to pull a gun from your robes. I would never have gone back to being a tailor if not for you. All in the past. Why have you chosen to come to Nuovo Volsini tonight? It's the Carnivale. Any final wishes, Umberto? I'll see what I can do. No, Father. None at all. I remember you have a grandson, Lucino, is it? There's only so much I can do for him. To me, he's my only family. To him, there will be a day when I'm not his only family anymore. Future awaits the young.
That it does. That it does. And that's it. What is this? What is this? Why is Santala there? PVSP-1 fireworks tests. Well, what a way to end the story. It's just a test, you see. Line up one by one. Just bonus challenges. Okay, then I'm gonna save those for a separate video. We finished the story. We finished what we needed to. What an ending. What an ending. Whoa, oh, come on.
Here's a carnival costume. Put it on.
Literally right at time for it to change over. Hey, come on. We'll do our lucky pulls. We started with this, now we end with this. 600. We got a free pull. Okay. Let's go back and collect what I meant to. God, I love her laugh. All right. You're gonna go do your lappy pulls? Cool. Well, I will wait until I hear what you get while I do my daily logins here, and then we'll wrap up this with a final little conclusive thought on the story and how things wound up there.
This place reminds me of Lungman.
Let's go ahead and get all this daily stuff done, and then we'll do our free pull.
It's good to have a place.
Wow, what a
Oh my, what an
You
ending.
get so many people
And the sun is bright outside. Wonderful. 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 Citizens of Nuova Vassini. Let's go ahead and unlock. Okay. Take that one, this one, and whoops. Okay. And do I have anything else? I have ones. Who needs a one? Anybody? 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 Those ones do. Let's give one to them. And then let's scoot back towards the end here. Let's use this one. I haven't given them a clue in a while. We're about to need these operators changed anyway, so we'll wait. We'll wait for that. Let's go do our friend visits. It's probably not going to do too much, but we'll get them done now. Why not? Oh, man. My legs. I'm probably not even going to sleep, really, at this point in time. Might as well, once I'm done with stream. 300 on the tickets. Well, you know what? That just means that tomorrow you'll get a triple pull. So you have a higher chance of getting that 800. All right. Let's go ahead and finish my visits here. Oh, man. My legs are killing me. Okay. Visit next. Well, good morning. Good morning to you too. Add as a friend. Add you. What's your ID and number and stuff? I'll add you. I have room. Almost through all these. Okay. Oh boy. Scusi. Scusi. Scusa.
Rhodes Island. This landship sure has got
Same as in chat?
brighter.
All right. Let me try and look you up here. Go into friends here.
Here's a carnival costume. Put it on.
Okay. See if it. Player not found. So probably because I need that number. If you have that little number like it shows at the end, like this, that's probably what I need. Matterhorn. Ah, man. We got to get you that luck somehow there. Okay, let me get this LMD because I'm gonna need it. Yes, kitten. I will be out in a moment. My cat's clawing at the door. Oh my god. She's like, why are you still awake? All right. We got some pulls worth of stuff here. Roll for some more Lappy. For today, at least. That's a 4.
Frostleaf, former mercenary.
Maybe with the new tickets next month. That is true.
Assign me any job you want.
That is true. This ends May 8th, and, well, the store resets in just those 3 days and 23 hours, though, so... Which number? So, like, if you look at mine here, it's got this 4-digit code after, so you need the pound sign, then the number sign, and then the 4-digit code. So that's what I would need. Ooh, I'm probably gonna have to switch this up now. We've got Lappland, we've got some other operators to work with here. Oh man. Let's see. Boost up my sanity again. Get me back to what I'm getting close to what I'm normally at. Oh my. All right. Well, let's go ahead and go full screen. Take these off here. Number 13, 14. Okay, let me look that up here. Friend or add here, search. Number. Search. It's still telling me that I can't find you. Hold on, let me make sure I'm spelling your name right. BIOTECH ESYCHO pound 1314. Yeah, it's not letting me find it. Are you? Well, you would be. You're global, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'll keep trying. But alrighty here. So, what a story. What a crazy time back in Siracusa. But as Nuova Volsini itself is, and the overall story of what has happened there, a year after the events of Siracusano, a year after where everything wrapped up, and the four of them, Lappland, Texas, Penance, and Vigil, all met with Senora Cecilia and promised this new future without the Familiae, this new idea, this new change. And the city became a thing. She gave them the city. She gave the city to Penance and Vigil, who started and began making that change, began working towards that progress. They created a whole new situation out of what they wanted to change. A new idea created that. But here we are a year later, and they're preparing for this celebration, and all this stuff starts to go down. The Familiae are still involved and trying to infiltrate the city, trying to take control in one way or another, whether it's through business ventures or various other movements. And then, of course, you had what Antonio wanted to do, taking over the Venetias and trying to actually take control of the city and bring it under mafia rule again. Crazy ideas and things. Like, I don't want to say just falling back on the old ways was what he was doing there, because it was almost like he was embracing some things of the new order, but also going forward with the old way of the mafia and the familia and stuff like that. But then you've got Lappland, who, you know, she's just involved in everything. You know, she just wants her piece of the pie, so to speak. And all that is, in a way, almost turned out like entertainment, because she played the game and she pulled strings, working with Zaro. She messed with people. And we thought that she would, I don't know. Knowing that she was going to be the boss, I was so curious as to why that was going to be the case. And it wasn't like she was this boss that was like, how do I put it? Like a lot of the others where it's, you know, you enter the boss fight, going into the boss fight thinking that you're fighting this character for a very specific reason, or fighting this boss because they are this major villain or something. She's this entity in a way that's just there impeding everybody's progress because she came in, she's pulling the little taxi driver role and playing in the shadows and things, but then she does what she does with the land ship. She hijacks the land ship. Here and there, she's still pulling strings with Capone and Gambino and doing these little things. She meets Texas and starts leading her into a different way. And then in the end there, she hijacks that land ship. She tosses the weapons to everybody. She does what she wants to do. She recognizes the swamp and everything that Siracusa is and everything it stands for. She still hates it vehemently. She's learned from Texas. She's learned from her father and everybody else. But she wants to see what everybody else does and how everybody else acts in a way. It's so strange, and it's hard, kind of hard to interpret everything and how she did it there. And some of it's my brain. I'm tired and in a fog, but in the end, the way she was talking to the wolves and stuff there, it's just like she's the alpha, obviously. But in a way, she just doesn't care for their games. She doesn't care for anything. She's bored. She's literally bored. And she just wants to see how things turn out, how things play out. Will it be good? Will it be good for the people? Will Siracusa truly change? Can anybody truly escape it? Which is one of those things that Texas kind of did, then kind of didn't. She's back. She comes back on occasion now. She came back there a year ago. Now she came back again from Lappland's invitation. But she doesn't let Siracusa control her. And Lappland, I guess by the end here, in her own way, has proved that Siracusa can't control her either. She found her escape, I guess, in a way, through this, which is very interesting. I don't like the implications that she doesn't have much time left. Come on, we're going to find a cure for Pookie. We have to. Lappland will live, even if it's right here in my heart. I don't care. She will live no matter what. I adore her too much. There is no way we can let her die. Not like that. Or Oropathy will not take my Pookie. But in the end, too, with what Nuova Volsini stands for, with what Vigil, with what Penance, with what everybody stands for, it's kind of like Vigil said, it's a dawn of a new era. And I don't know, it's just, there's so many implications of what it could be. But as long as they continue to follow their path, they continue to follow that path and not stray from it, to continue, as he even said, as Vigil even said to the crowd, working with those goals and those things in mind. Nuova Volsini is such a young city. There's still plenty to do, and even their ideas are still not polished. They're still not refined to where they could be. As long as they continue working hard, working towards those goals, working with each other, that day will come where they reach that goal, where they reach that dream. They can follow through on what they set out to do, what they set to accomplish. That being said, we have all the time in the world to find out what will truly happen with Nuova Volsini and all of Siracusa. As he said, what will the outside world think of him? Whether it's Lytanian, whether it's Ursus, whether it's Island, whether it's Yan, all these other places, what will they think of what Nuova Volsini is? Will they be able to set not so much a standard, but will they be able to set themselves apart from everywhere else and set an example for other places, whether it's Siracusa or other parts of the world? In Texas, in the end there, she's signing an agreement to help with trade and with logistics, with Penguin Logistics, to help be a consultant there, which is interesting. So there's a lot of expansion and partnership and stuff opening up with Nuovo Volsini. Now you've got Lappland, who, well, she lied about leading the wolves away, but in a way, she's going to do things her own way. She's going to continue and push forward. I thought this would be a horror game when I first heard about the infection. You know, you kind of would think that. And in a ways, there are some elements to this, even in the main theme, that do give off some horror-type things at times, especially with the infection and with the enemy and even like with the Horde, with Mephisto's Horde and stuff like that, those kind of things. There's some little elements in that really give that vibe too, but of course it's not a full one, but can't add me. I don't know why. I am open. I'm not full on my friends list. I shouldn't be, at least. I go through these pretty quick. I have no pending friend requests. Friends 26 out of 100. So yeah, I have plenty. I don't know. That's strange. I don't know. I don't know what would prevent that. All right. But I really like that story. I very much enjoy how that story played out. It was a bit different than what I expected, but I loved it. And of course, yeah, my bias is towards Lappland and Texas and the Syracusan story, the Mafia and stuff like that. I loved those things. I truly enjoyed it. But I don't know. It still leaves me longing for more. It just like Il Siracusano did. This one leaves me longing for more. I want more in Syracuse. I want more of these characters. I want more from Dimitri and Capone and Gambino. The three of them would make fun little operators. I would love the three of them. But Irene would make a cool operator. Just her design is kind of set for that, you know? But who knows how long those characters will end up in NPC jail. Yeah, maybe try another day. I mean, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And if I get a request from you, I'll add you. And if I can get through, then you'll see me pop up. I'll even try on my other account. So we'll take a look and see if that works. But you're starting to like Dimitri a lot more. So am I. I liked his character in the beginning and how things were with Il Siracusano, but I liked the way things turned out, and especially his little rug pull there with Saluzzo's in the end. Still hate Alberto. Still hate Alberto with a passion. With a vehement passion. But the idea came to me. Perhaps an Alberto cosplay in the future. You never know. As long as I can get a Lappland to kill me. Would that be fun? Would that not be fun? Alberto is fun. Gotta disagree. Wow, I mean, he's a fun character. He's fun to voice. He's interesting. But I still hate him. But Lappland got her just desserts on him there. I'm sorry. That was wonderful. That was a perfect little interaction there. I loved it. Anyways, in the end, take a look now. All right, let me check. Haha! It is there now. I wonder if it maybe was the day change. Successfully added. There we go. So that might have been it. It may have had to do with the day change, the system change. So that's probably it. Interesting. But hey, we're friends now. All right. Fun event. Cool stages. Nothing incredibly difficult. Unique with the fireworks, the whole thing with the Carnival gameplay mechanic. Nothing too incredibly difficult. But Now we look forward to the EX stages, the S stages, and I'll do this couple little bonus ones when I get to that. And I don't know if I'll do that as a live stream or if we'll do videos for that. But either way, I do have to edit my first stream to get that as a comprehensive, part 1. And we'll do the same with this one. I'll pull it down and maybe I'll break them up a little bit further for as long as they are. We'll break them into a couple more parts because I'm going to be entering this into the video creation event. So I want to get those in. And then I'm thinking that maybe we'll do that. We'll do that with the EX stages and stuff in its own video. But then I need to do a, what's it called? Oh, I want to do another Texas and Lappland only run. Yes, I do need sleep. I'm getting to that point, but who knows? I might not even sleep. I'll try to go to bed, but at this point it's 7:30, almost 7:21, bright and early. Hi, bird. The bird's sitting on the ledge outside. Scared him. But, yeah. We'll see. But yeah. But yeah, I want to do another run of all Texas and Lappland only and see how far we get. So maybe we'll make a video of that. Maybe I'll throw on the Doctor cosplay for that one. We'll command those 4, see how far we can get, and then we'll make an all Lupo squad or an all Syracusan squad and run them to see how far we can go with it. Well, that's it for this one. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and I appreciate everybody for being along on the way for this journey. And for 2 really, well, actually an entire week of highly successful streams for Arknights. And for these 2 in particular were absolutely incredible. I'm curious. Let's take a look here. Wow. Lowercase letters. Okay, that could have been it. I did put a capital B when I searched. That would make sense. Wow. So I've got some comments and stuff to respond to on videos. I apparently lost a subscriber. That's intriguing. But I've already gotten 20 views on my 350 subscriber thank you video, but 423 views on the Excuse Alter 6th anniversary reaction. That is insanity. I've got comments to read and stuff. Thanks for reading it for us. Hey, anytime. I appreciate doing that. You guys enjoy it, and I'm thankful to do this. I have a lot of fun doing this, and this is excellent. It was a good story, and it feels really good. I've been waiting for this a long time now, but yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for being here and being part of the channel and giving me the opportunity to do these kind of things for you. It means a lot. It really does. And we're inching closer to the goals every day. I just looked and we hit 2,744 on the watch hours in the last 365 days. We're just over 250 from reaching the 3,000 needed for YouTube partner. Damn it, I'm tired now. I'm getting emotional. We are so close. And it's thanks to you guys doing this for me. Man. But yeah, it's thanks to you guys that we've gotten this far in such a short time. And the push has been so crazy. And I've got to reach that 3,000 watch hours, but then I've got to reach 500 subscribers to not only hit for YouTube partner, but to try and join the Arknights headhunting program. And as it is, these last couple of days, these last couple of weeks, the amount of views I've gotten, my normal Arknights videos, I'll get, 30 views, 40 views, and they're awesome. these special ones that I've done for these event or like PV reactions or these anniversary reactions and stuff tend to get me a ton. And all they're asking for is that I've released at least 3 Arknights videos in the past 3 months that have 600 views. 600 views on those videos and 500 subscribers. And I'm so close. I'm getting there. So I'm going to keep trying and I'm going to keep pushing forward. And I think, yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to keep growing. And I've got so much other content to come for you guys. Other Arknights stuff. And more Limbus Company to come because I've fallen in love with that game. Thank you, Musey. You got me into that one. And there's so many other things that I'd like to play and just show my passion for other games and things with you guys. But it's like I said on the last stream at the beginning, for anybody who doesn't know me, if it weren't for my family and if it weren't for Arknights, I wouldn't be sitting here right now doing this. I wouldn't be sitting here feeling this. It's insane. You have a friend who streamed longer than me? Well, that's good. That's good that they did that. Oh, man. People are really excited for these Annie events. Definitely. There is a ton of excitement. And anytime there's more story and more things added to this game, it's so intriguing. I read something the other day where one of the people behind Hoyoverse was, friends or whatever with the one that is one of the ones that's behind Arknights, and had thought when the beta released that Arknights was going to fail, that it was going to flop. And they weren't saying that to be mean. And now that it's a success, they're genuinely excited and happy for it. But after Arknights successfully became a thing was what inspired them to create the things that they have with Hoyoverse and stuff. So with Genshin Impact and all those other games getting announced. So if that's really true, which it seemed like it was an article that I read, it's pretty cool. And it's exciting. And this is a story that I hope that if they ever decide to take it down someday, that they at least give us the option to have like a paid offline version that has all the content in it. Even if it's like, hey, $10. More than worth it. Kind of like they did with, there's a couple other games that have done it. Nintendo did that with the Animal Crossing mobile game. Capcom did it with Mega Man X Dive. And there's a few others that I had seen that have done that. They give you all the content in one comprehensive final version, which is pretty cool. And I hope that they'll do that with Arknights, because there's no way that I could live without this story. Very excited for the Limbus stuff and also some of the other events I could listen to you read sometime. I'll be more than happy to continue putting it out for you. And I have a lot of other events that I have yet to play. And now that I've kind of gotten an early finish on this, I have some open time now that I can get some other things recorded and uploaded and potentially stream. But the thing is, I think the next time we do an Arknights stream, if it's not the remaining content for this when it's out, it will be the, we'll start diving into like the IS modes and stuff like that. Doing some other things, reclamation algorithm and IS, as well as possibly other annihilation missions and things that I haven't done either. And then, of course, maybe when they do contingency contract and stuff again, we've got more of that coming eventually. Just reinstalled Limbus Company. That's awesome. It's a good one. It's a very good one, and I'm happy to be playing it. We'll have YouTube at least, which is true. We will. We will have YouTube. The biggest thing is, though, I think I'd be devastated to an extent if I can only watch it and I can't go back and re-experience and play it, especially from my perspective and whatnot. But that's just me getting emotional again. But It is what it is. Well, I'm so excited for more. We have so much more coming, but at the same time, I have so much more that I haven't played for you guys yet. And we'll see how things go, but I have a little bit of a day ahead of me, so I'm going to try to get a little sleep. I did get a shower just before going live, so I'm comfy and ready that I could just go change and go get some sleep for a little while, or at least lay down for a little bit. But my oldest has a hockey banquet later today. It's a couple months out, obviously, from when he last played his game, his last game of the season, or month and a half, something like that. It's the beginning of March. So yeah, it was almost 2 months here. But yeah, I'm going to go try to get some rest before that. We'll go have dinner and celebrate that for him a little bit. And then I don't know what I'll do if I'll do anything content-wise tonight. I might edit a short video if I get a chance and upload it, because I have a couple like food reviews, so we at least have something out. Otherwise, I may take tonight off and just relax. Lost one of my favorite gachas, World Flipper, but it was a good time. I've never heard of that one. Well, the name sounds familiar, but I don't know. Have a good day. Well, you too. I appreciate you being here, especially for as long as you have. Thank you so much. Think of it as any other good memory to think back on. That's true. That is very true. One of those things where things don't last forever, but it is what it is, I guess, in some ways. But yeah, it's just a case where I don't know if I'll get anything out. I may even just take tonight off, do some editing and some things like that. Anime pinball, really funny and cute story. Oh man, I would have liked that. I used to like playing pinball. I had a Super Nintendo game that was pinball related, and then it had like 3 different main like pinball machines and stuff. And then I used to like playing the old Windows XP space pinball that was like built in. Windows XP or Windows 7, whatever one it was. It was XP. Yeah, because that was on my dad's old XP computer, I remember. But it was the cure to my depression. Well, I'm glad it did that for you. I'm glad. That's awesome. Really glad. Always like hearing that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll probably take the rest of today off, and then maybe just I'll spend some time editing some things, and maybe after I come back from my boy's banquet, and I will start working on recording for the dialogue for Lone Trail, so I can put that out this week. That'll be one big episode. Mizuki's Japanese VA is the same VA as Adonis from World Flipper, who was my favorite. 2 faves, same VA. It was a coincidence. That's cool. That is awesome. Love to hear it. Nice little crossover and coincidence there. So, excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Everything's hitting me at once now. I'm about to flop over. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to say. Maybe I'll do if I do anything, I'll do an update stream on X. I don't know, but it is what it is. We made it through the story, and I feel good. I feel happy. Millie also did music for a World Flipper. Oh wow, man, they're all over the place. Take care. It's late for all of us. Well, you are a trooper for being with me all night, and not to mention, as long as you were yesterday, so was Biotech Psycho. So was a couple of these people that you guys were here for a lot of this stuff. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me as long as you did. Just incredible. So I'm going to wrap things up here, and you know what? I'm going to go have a snack before I get some sleep. My stomach's starting to grumble. Glad you guys didn't hear that one. Anyways, guys, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out of your day and hanging out here while we were live. And for those, well, I did wake up at 7 p.m. and am nocturnal, so it's not that bad, but I am tired. Oh, you have every right to be, my friend. You have every right to be as tired as you get, and well, hopefully feel a little better at least. But and hopefully with what you're dealing with, hopefully I could have provided a little bit of comfort and distraction for you. But guys, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out of your day to hang out here while we're live. Those of you who watch this on the VOD, you guys are awesome as well. You guys are the lifeblood of my channel, and you're helping me every day to reach my goals. I am very thankful for every goal that we reached and every goal we continue to push towards. There's so much more to come in the future, and I hope I don't let you guys down. That's it for this one. We're going to end it here, and we'll come back with more of this event when they release the rest of the stages. More Lappland love for the future as well. So much more. Thank you all. Yep, it was helpful. Awesome. Glad to hear it. All right, guys. I will see you next time.